Hey there, history hunters. Tonight we're cracking open the royal closet of medieval England, and trust me, it's stuffed with skeletons. We're talking murdered archbishops, vanished princes, kings killed under very suspicious circumstances, and queens who got revenge in ways that would make any modern thriller writer jealous. Forget everything you thought you knew about noble knights and graceful courts. Behind those castle walls, pure chaos. See, medieval royalty had this funny habit of solving family disputes with dungeons, poison, and the occasional red-hot poker. Divine right to rule? Sure. Divine right to eliminate anyone standing between you and the throne? Apparently also yes. These scandals didn't just shock their own era, they toppled dynasties, sparked wars, and left mysteries we're still arguing about today. So before we dive into the blood-soaked drama, do me a favour. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from tonight. London? Los Angeles? Somewhere you probably shouldn't be awake right now? I want to know. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's pull back the curtain on England's dirtiest royal secrets. Ready? Let's go. Now, to truly appreciate the scandals we're about to explore, we need to understand the peculiar position medieval English kings found themselves in. Picture this. You're a monarch in 12th century England, wearing a crown that supposedly came with divine approval. God himself, according to the popular theology of the day, had personally signed off on your right to rule. You were his representative on earth, his chosen vessel for maintaining order among the unwashed masses. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, right? Unlimited power backed by the ultimate authority figure. What could possibly go wrong? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. Because here's the thing about claiming divine right. It comes with some seriously awkward fine print. If you're God's chosen ruler, then logically, you should probably behave in a manner befitting that exalted position. You know, basic stuff like not murdering your relatives, not starving women and children to death in dungeons, and definitely not getting archbishops killed inside their own cathedrals. Unfortunately for the reputation of medieval monarchy, English kings proved spectacularly bad at following these reasonable guidelines. The medieval English court was essentially a pressure cooker of ambition, paranoia, and barely contained violence, dressed up in fancy robes and Latin prayers. Kings ruled through a combination of military force, feudal obligation, and carefully cultivated fear. Barons swore loyalty but constantly calculated whether rebellion might be more profitable. The Church blessed royal authority while simultaneously insisting that kings answer to Rome. And ordinary people? They mostly tried to stay out of the crossfire while paying taxes to whoever currently held power. Not exactly the noble, ordered society depicted in those illuminated manuscripts. What made this system particularly unstable was the succession question. Medieval England had no fixed rules about who should inherit the throne. Sure, the eldest son usually had the best claim, but usually is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Younger sons, nephews, cousins, and occasionally ambitious nobles with creative genealogies all felt entitled to make their case. Sometimes they made that case with armies. The result was a political environment where every royal family gathering had the potential to become a bloodbath, and where today's beloved nephew might become tomorrow's inconvenient rival, requiring permanent removal. Into this volatile mix add the medieval church, an institution with its own agenda, its own wealth, and its own ideas about who really held supreme authority. Bishops and abbots weren't just spiritual leaders, they were major landowners, political players, and occasional kingmakers. The Pope in Rome claimed the right to crown emperors and depose kings who displeased him. Church courts operated independently of royal justice, and clergy accused of crimes could only be tried by their fellow churchmen, not by secular authorities. This created an endless source of conflict between crown and mitre, between earthly power and spiritual authority. And nowhere was this conflict more dramatically illustrated than in the spectacular falling out between King Henry II and his former best friend Thomas Becket. Let's set the scene properly. The year is 1154, and a young, energetic king named Henry has just claimed the English throne after years of civil war. Henry II was not your typical medieval monarch content to sit around looking regal, while others did the actual governing. This was a man who practically vibrated with restless energy, a workaholic king who spent his reign crisscrossing his vast territories, personally overseeing everything from castle construction to legal reforms. Contemporary observers described him as medium height, powerfully built, with reddish hair and grey eyes that could apparently shift from charming to terrifying in seconds. He dressed simply, ate moderately, and had the annoying habit of never sitting still during meetings, which must have driven his courtiers absolutely insane. Henry had inherited a kingdom battered by nearly 20 years of civil war, a period so chaotic that chroniclers called it the Anarchy, which tells you something about medieval standards for understatement. His immediate predecessor, King Stephen, had spent his entire reign fighting Henry's mother, Matilda, for control of England. The result was a country where local lords had built unauthorised castles, minted their own coins, and generally behaved as if royal authority was more of a suggestion than a requirement. Henry set about fixing this mess with characteristic energy, demolishing illegal castles, reasserting royal justice, and generally making it clear that the days of freelance baronial power were over. To accomplish all this, Henry needed capable administrators, men who could handle the complex business of government while he was off campaigning in France or settling disputes in his other territories. And the most capable administrator he found was a London merchant's son named Thomas Becket. Now, Thomas Becket's rise to power is one of those classic medieval success stories that reminds you social mobility wasn't entirely impossible in the Middle Ages, just extremely difficult and requiring exceptional talent plus substantial luck. Thomas was born around 1120 in London, the son of Gilbert Becket, a prosperous merchant who had done well enough in trade to give his son an excellent education. Young Thomas studied in London, Paris and Bologna, acquiring the kind of legal and administrative training that made him invaluable in an era when literacy itself was a rare and marketable skill. Becket's big break came when he entered the household of Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury. In medieval terms, this was like landing an internship at the most prestigious firm in the country. Theobald recognised Becket's abilities and employed him on various diplomatic missions, eventually recommending him to the new king. Henry, always on the lookout for talented administrators, was impressed. In 1155, just a year after becoming king, Henry appointed Becket as his chancellor, essentially the chief minister of the realm. What followed was one of the most spectacular bromances in medieval political history. Henry and Thomas became inseparable, hunting together, dining together, and working together to strengthen royal authority. Becket threw himself into his new role with enthusiasm, living in magnificent style that rivaled the king's own court. He entertained lavishly, dressed splendidly, and proved himself a brilliant administrator who could handle everything from tax collection to diplomatic negotiations. When Henry went to war, Becket went with him, sometimes even leading troops in battle. For a churchman, Becket was technically in minor orders, this military activity was somewhat unusual, but nobody seemed particularly bothered. Becket was the king's man through and through, and everyone knew it. The partnership worked beautifully for about 7 years. Henry got an efficient, loyal administrator who could manage the kingdom's affairs. Becket got wealth, power, and the king's friendship. England got competent government. Everyone seemed happy with this arrangement. Well, almost everyone. The church establishment watched Becket's secular lifestyle with growing unease, and some bishops questioned whether a man so obviously devoted to worldly affairs was really suitable for high ecclesiastical office. These concerns would prove prophetic, though not in the way anyone expected. In 1161, Archbishop Theobald died, leaving the most important church position in England vacant. Henry, in what he presumably considered a stroke of political genius, decided to appoint his best friend Thomas Becket as the new Archbishop of Canterbury. From the king's perspective, this made perfect sense. He would have his own man at the head of the English Church, someone who understood royal priorities and could be counted on to support the crown's interests in any dispute with Rome or local clergy. It was, Henry must have thought, a win-win situation. Becket himself was apparently less enthusiastic. According to later accounts, he warned Henry that their friendship would not survive this appointment, that the responsibilities of the archbishopric would force him to oppose the king on matters of church rights. Henry, confident in their bond and perhaps not taking the warning seriously, pressed ahead anyway. In June 1162, Thomas Becket was consecrated as Archbishop of Canterbury. What happened next has puzzled historians for 8 centuries. Almost immediately upon taking office, Becket underwent a dramatic transformation. He resigned the chancellorship, returned to the king some of the church properties that had come under royal control, and adopted an austere lifestyle that contrasted sharply with his previous magnificence. The man who had once dressed in the finest clothes and hosted the grandest feasts now wore a hair shirt under his archbishop's robes, ate simple meals, washed the feet of beggars, and devoted himself to prayer and study. It was as if someone had flipped a switch, transforming the worldly chancellor into a zealous defender of church rights. Various explanations have been offered for this remarkable change. Perhaps Becket genuinely experienced a spiritual conversion, recognizing that his new office required a fundamentally different approach to life. Perhaps he was an ambitious man who simply transferred his considerable energies from serving the king to building up the church's power. Perhaps, having climbed as high as one could go in secular administration, he now sought to excel in the ecclesiastical sphere. Or perhaps, as some cynics have suggested, Becket was simply constitutionally incapable of doing anything halfway. Whatever role he played, he would play it to the maximum. Whatever the explanation, the practical result was disaster. Henry had appointed Becket expecting a compliant ally who would help him bring the church more firmly under royal control. Instead, he got an archbishop determined to defend every jot and tittle of ecclesiastical privilege against royal encroachment. The former best friends were now on a collision course. The first major conflict arose over the question of criminous clerks, clergy who committed crimes. Under existing arrangements, clergy accused of offences could only be tried in church courts, which could not impose the death penalty or serious physical punishment. The worst a church court could do was defrock a guilty priest, stripping him of his clerical status. After that, theoretically, he became subject to secular justice, but in practice, many clerical criminals escaped with relatively light penalties. Henry, concerned about law and order, wanted clergy who committed serious crimes to be handed over to royal courts for proper punishment. From a modern perspective, this seems reasonable enough. Why should a priest who committed murder be treated more leniently than a layman who did the same? But in medieval terms, Henry's proposal struck at fundamental principles of church independence. The church claimed that clergy, as members of a sacred order, could only be judged by their spiritual superiors. Allowing secular courts to punish priests would subordinate the church to royal authority, something ecclesiastical leaders had been fighting against for generations. Becket opposed Henry's reforms vigorously, rallying the English bishops to resist royal pressure. The conflict came to a head in 1164 at the Council of Clarendon, where Henry presented a document known as the Constitutions of Clarendon, outlining his proposed reforms to church-state relations. Under intense pressure, Becket initially agreed to these constitutions, but then changed his mind and refused to set his seal to the document. Henry was furious. The other bishops, caught between their archbishop and their king, were terrified. The situation deteriorated rapidly. Henry demanded that Becket account for funds from his time as Chancellor, a transparent attempt to destroy his former friend through legal harassment. Becket, facing what amounted to a show trial, dramatically fled England in 1164, seeking refuge in France under the protection of King Louis VII. He would remain in exile for 6 years. During these years of exile, both men proved equally stubborn. Henry refused to back down from his position on church courts. Becket refused to compromise on church rights. The Pope, caught in the middle, tried various diplomatic approaches without success. Letters flew back and forth across the Channel, full of accusations, justifications, and mutual recriminations. Becket excommunicated several bishops who had supported the king. Henry threatened to confiscate church properties. It was the medieval equivalent of a very bitter divorce, except with more Latin and occasional involvement of the Holy Roman Emperor. Several attempts at reconciliation failed. The two men would meet, seem to reach an agreement, and then find some new point of contention that reignited the conflict. Each blamed the other for bad faith. Each had supporters who urged them toward an uncompromising position. The dispute became about far more than criminous clerks or the constitutions of Clarendon. It became a test of wills between two proud men, neither of whom could bear to be seen as backing down. Finally, in 1170, a settlement of sorts was reached. The details were vague enough that both sides could claim victory, but the essential point was that Becket would return to England and resume his duties as archbishop. Henry and Thomas met in France, exchanged the kiss of peace, and appeared to have reconciled. Becket sailed back to England in December 1170, landing at Sandwich to a tumultuous welcome from the common people, who apparently regarded him as a hero standing up to royal tyranny. But the reconciliation was fragile, and Becket's actions upon returning immediately put it under strain. Before leaving France, he had obtained papal letters excommunicating the Archbishop of York and several bishops who had participated in the coronation of Henry's eldest son, a ceremony that, by rights, should have been performed by the Archbishop of Canterbury. The excommunicated bishops, outraged, crossed to France and complained bitterly to Henry, who was spending Christmas in Normandy. What exactly Henry said when he heard this news has been reported in various ways. The most famous version is, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" though other accounts give different wordings: meddlesome priest, lowborn clerk, and various other formulations. Whatever the precise words, the meaning was clear enough to four of Henry's knights: Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton. These men decided that the king wanted Becket eliminated, and they set off for England to accomplish this task. Whether Henry actually intended for Becket to be killed remains debated. Medieval kings were generally careful about ordering assassinations explicitly, preferring to hint and suggest while maintaining plausible deniability. Henry may have been simply venting frustration, not expecting anyone to take his words literally. Alternatively, he may have known perfectly well what would happen when he spoke so angrily in front of loyal knights eager to please. We'll never know for certain what was in his mind that Christmas season. The four knights crossed the Channel and reached Canterbury on December 29th, 1170. They arrived at the Archbishop's palace in the afternoon, initially unarmed, and demanded to speak with Becket. The conversation that followed was heated. The knights demanded that Becket lift the excommunications and submit to the king's will. Becket refused. Voices were raised. Threats were exchanged. The knights withdrew to arm themselves, warning that they would return. What happened next reveals something interesting about Becket's state of mind. His attendants urged him to flee, to seek sanctuary in the cathedral, to do something to escape the obvious danger. Becket initially refused, continuing with his normal routine as evening approached. Only when the monks insisted on attending Vespers did he finally agree to go to the cathedral, not fleeing, his supporters were careful to emphasize later, but simply going to perform his religious duties. The distinction mattered for his posthumous reputation. The Cathedral of Canterbury in 1170 was not quite the magnificent Gothic structure that stands today, but it was still an impressive building, the spiritual heart of English Christianity. Becket entered through the cloister, his attendants urging him to bar the doors against the approaching knights. He refused, declaring that a church was not a castle. The doors remained open. The four knights, now fully armed, burst into the cathedral at twilight. The scene must have been terrifying. Armoured men with drawn swords in a sacred space, their shouts echoing off stone walls, monks and attendants scattering in panic. They found Becket near the altar of St. Benedict in the north transept of the cathedral. What followed was brutal and brief. The knights demanded again that Becket submit. He again refused. One of them grabbed him, trying to drag him outside. Apparently they had initially intended to arrest rather than kill him in the church itself. Becket resisted, calling one knight a pimp and declaring he was ready to die for his lord. The first blow came from William de Tracy, striking Becket's head and wounding a monk named Edward Grimm who was trying to protect the archbishop. More blows followed. Becket fell to the floor. A final stroke delivered by Richard le Breton was so violent that it shattered the sword against the pavement and, according to horrified witnesses, scattered the archbishop's brains across the floor. The knights fled into the night, initially to another lord's castle, then eventually making their way to Rome to seek absolution. They had, after all, committed a terrible crime by any medieval standard. Not just murder, but murder of an archbishop. Not just murder of an archbishop, but murder inside a cathedral. The sacrilege was almost unimaginable. Even people who had supported the king against Becket were appalled. The murder of Thomas Becket sent shockwaves through Christendom. Within days, reports of miracles at his tomb began circulating. The sick were healed, the blind received sight, and the lame walked again, or so the devoted faithful claimed. Pilgrims began arriving at Canterbury almost immediately, seeking intercession from the martyred archbishop. The cathedral monks, whatever they may have privately thought about Becket's personality, recognised a major asset when they saw one and carefully collected and promoted miracle stories. Pope Alexander III canonised Becket in February 1173, barely 2 years after his death, remarkably fast by church standards, reflecting both genuine popular devotion and papal eagerness to make a point about the inviolability of the church. Thomas Becket became St. Thomas of Canterbury, officially recognised as a martyr who had died defending the rights of the church against secular tyranny. His shrine at Canterbury would become one of the most popular pilgrimage destinations in medieval Europe, drawing the faithful from across the continent for the next 3.5 centuries. And what of King Henry II? The man who had started all this by appointing his best friend to be Archbishop found himself in an extraordinarily difficult position. He denied having ordered the murder, and to be fair, there's no evidence he explicitly did. But everyone knew that his angry words had inspired the killers. The moral responsibility, if not the legal one, rested squarely on royal shoulders. Initially, Henry went into something like seclusion, refusing to eat or see visitors for 3 days after hearing the news. Whether this reflected genuine grief, fear of consequences, or both is impossible to say. He sent messages to the Pope proclaiming his innocence and requesting absolution. But words alone would not suffice. The Pope demanded visible public penance. The negotiation over Henry's penance took years, finally resulting in the king's formal submission in 1174. What followed was one of the most extraordinary scenes in English medieval history. Henry sailed to England, proceeding directly to Canterbury to visit Becket's tomb. Outside the city, he dismounted and walked barefoot through the streets, wearing a simple woolen garment. At the cathedral, he prostrated himself before Becket's shrine, confessing his guilt in contributing to the Archbishop's death. Then came the really remarkable part. Henry submitted to being flogged by the monks of Canterbury. Each of the 80 monks present gave the king 3 strokes, plus additional blows from the bishops and abbots in attendance. The King of England, God's anointed representative on earth, stripped to the waist and beaten by churchmen in public view. Now we should probably note that 80 monks delivering 3 strokes each would mean 240 blows, which would likely have killed any normal person. The strokes were presumably symbolic rather than forceful, more taps than actual flagellation. Medieval people understood theatre, and this was theatrical penance, not actual torture. Still, the symbolism was powerful. The mightiest king in Western Europe had humbled himself before the church, acknowledging that even monarchs must answer for their sins. Divine right, it seemed, had its limits after all. The Becket affair established an important precedent, though probably not the one either Henry or Thomas would have wanted. It demonstrated that kings could be held accountable for their actions, at least by the church. It showed that popular opinion mattered. The rapid canonization of Becket reflected widespread sympathy for his cause, and Henry's penance was partly motivated by concern for his reputation. And it illustrated the dangers of mixing friendship with politics, of assuming that personal loyalty would survive competing institutional pressures. For the remainder of his reign, Henry maintained relatively peaceful relations with the church, having learned a costly lesson about the limits of royal power. The constitutions of Clarendon were quietly forgotten, and criminous clerks continued to enjoy their special status for centuries to come. In that sense, Becket had won, or at least the church had won, using his martyrdom as a powerful weapon in its ongoing struggle with secular authority. But the victory was complicated. Becket himself remained a controversial figure even in death. Some contemporaries, while acknowledging his martyrdom, questioned whether his stubbornness and pride had made the tragedy inevitable. Others saw him as a genuine saint who had sacrificed everything for principle. The debate continues among historians today, with some portraying Becket as a heroic defender of church independence, and others seeing him as an inflexible man whose inability to compromise led to disaster. What everyone agrees on is that the murder itself was a catastrophe, for Becket obviously, but also for Henry, for the church, and for the idea that political conflicts could be resolved through civilized negotiation rather than violence. 4 knights with swords had cut through years of diplomatic manoeuvring in a matter of minutes, creating a martyr whose cult would shape English religious life for centuries, and whose death would forever stain Henry II's reputation. The shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury flourished for nearly 400 years, attracting pilgrims from across Europe and generating substantial revenue for the cathedral. Geoffrey Chaucer immortalised these pilgrimages in his Canterbury Tales, written in the late 14th century. The cult finally ended when Henry VIII broke with Rome and ordered Becket's shrine destroyed in 1538, proving perhaps that the Henrys of England had long memories when it came to troublesome archbishops. The 4 knights who actually committed the murder fared variously. They were never formally tried or executed. Henry could hardly punish men for doing what he had seemingly requested. Instead, the Pope imposed a penance requiring them to serve as crusaders in the Holy Land for 14 years. At least some of them fulfilled this sentence, dying far from England in a land that must have seemed very different from the Kentish coast, where they had committed their infamous deed. The larger significance of the Becket affair lies in what it revealed about medieval political culture. This was a society where personal relationships mattered enormously, where a friendship between a king and his chancellor could shape national policy, and where the breakdown of that friendship could lead to international crisis. It was a society where church and state were inextricably intertwined, competing for authority in ways that seemed strange to modern secular sensibilities. And it was a society where violence lurked just beneath the surface of civilized discourse, ready to erupt whenever negotiation failed. The murder in the cathedral also demonstrates how scandals could reshape public opinion and political power. Before December 29, 1170, Becket was a controversial figure, admired by some, criticised by others, but hardly a universal hero. After his death, he became an untouchable symbol of church independence and spiritual courage. Henry, meanwhile, went from being one of the most successful monarchs in English history to being permanently associated with this terrible crime. The power of martyrdom transformed the political landscape in ways that no living advocate could have achieved. This pattern, scandal leading to transformation, would repeat itself throughout medieval English history. Time and again we'll see how royal crimes created crises of legitimacy, how public outrage could force even the most powerful kings to account for their actions, and how the memory of past scandals shaped expectations about how monarchs should behave. The ghost of Thomas Becket, in a sense, haunted every subsequent English king who contemplated overstepping the bounds of acceptable royal conduct. But we should also note what the Becket affair didn't change. Despite his penance, Henry II remained king, continued to rule effectively, and passed the crown to his sons. The Church had extracted a symbolic victory, but the fundamental structures of royal power remained intact. Kings still appointed bishops, still collected church revenues, still exercised considerable influence over ecclesiastical affairs. The murder in the cathedral was a scandal, a tragedy, and a powerful piece of religious theatre, but it was not a revolution. Perhaps that's the most important lesson from this whole sorry episode. Medieval scandals could damage reputations, create martyrs, and force public penances, but they rarely overturned the basic political order. Kings who murdered archbishops might have to walk barefoot through Canterbury, but they kept their thrones. The divine right of kings could bend, but it proved remarkably difficult to break entirely. It would take many more centuries and many more scandals before the idea of absolute royal authority finally crumbled. For now, as we leave the blood-stained stones of Canterbury Cathedral, let's reflect on what we've witnessed. A friendship destroyed by institutional pressures, a king who spoke carelessly and paid dearly for his words, an archbishop who died for principles he refused to compromise, and 4 knights who committed an act so terrible that it echoed through centuries of English history. It's quite a story, and we're just getting started. The medieval English monarchy had plenty more skeletons in its closet, and we're going to examine them all. From mysterious disappearances to suspicious deaths, from public humiliations to private tortures, the royal families of England provided enough scandal to keep chroniclers busy for generations. Each story reveals something about the nature of power, the limits of royal authority, and the uncomfortable truth that crowns sat on very human heads, with all the jealousy, ambition, and capacity for violence that humanity implies. Thomas Becket was the first great scandal of the high medieval period in England, but he was far from the last. His death established that even archbishops weren't safe from royal displeasure, but future scandals would show that royal relatives were even more vulnerable. In a world where family ties determined succession, eliminating inconvenient relatives became almost a royal specialty. The methods varied. Some victims disappeared mysteriously, others died in suspiciously convenient accidents, still others were openly murdered. But the pattern remained consistent. Medieval English kings took family disputes seriously, which is to say, lethally. We've seen how Henry II's careless words led to Becket's death and forced the king into humiliating penance. But Henry's family troubles were far from over. His sons would rebel against him, his wife would conspire with those rebellious sons, and his final years would be marked by the kind of family dysfunction that makes modern tabloid scandals seem positively wholesome. The Plantagenet dynasty, for all its achievements, was not exactly known for harmonious family relations. These family conflicts had profound political consequences. When princes rebelled against kings, they created opportunities for foreign intervention, encouraged baronial disloyalty, and weakened the realm's defences. When succession was disputed, civil war often followed, and when kings dealt with these challenges through violence, as they frequently did, they created new grievances that could fester for generations. The cycle of scandal, violence, and vengeance turned medieval English history into something resembling a particularly bloody soap opera, except with real corpses and actual consequences for ordinary people caught in the crossfire. The Church, meanwhile, emerged from the Becket affair with enhanced moral authority, but also with heightened expectations. Having established that it could hold kings accountable for crimes against clergy, the Church now faced pressure to respond whenever royal behaviour crossed acceptable lines. Future popes and bishops would invoke Becket's example when confronting royal misdeeds, reminding monarchs that even the most powerful rulers could be humbled if they went too far. But what counted as too far remained contested. Could a king imprison rivals without trial, execute traitors without proper legal process, seize church property during disputes with Rome, violate traditional noble privileges? Different circumstances produced different answers, and much depended on whether the king was strong enough to face down opposition. Scandal was always possible, but successful scandal, the kind that actually changed royal behaviour, required favourable political conditions, usually meaning a weakened king facing united opposition. The Becket murder also illustrated the power of narrative in medieval politics. The story of the martyred archbishop became one of the great tales of the age, told and retold in sermons, chronicles, and popular legends. This narrative shaped how people understood church-state relations for centuries, presenting the conflict as a simple moral drama in which saintly principle opposed worldly power. The reality, as we've seen, was considerably more complicated. Becket had his flaws, Henry had his reasons, but the simplified version proved more memorable and more politically useful. This is worth remembering as we proceed through our catalogue of medieval scandals. The stories that survived were shaped by those who told them, often for political purposes. Monks writing chronicles had their own agendas, usually favouring church interests. Courtiers composing histories served their royal patrons. Popular legends reflected common prejudices and entertained more than they informed. We can rarely recover the real story with complete confidence. We can only examine the various accounts and draw reasonable conclusions about what probably happened. With that caveat in mind, let's continue our journey through the dark side of medieval English royal power. We've witnessed a murder in a cathedral and a king's public humiliation. But believe it or not, things are going to get even more dramatic. There are princes to disappear, queens to betray, and methods of execution that will make you grateful for modern standards of criminal justice. The medieval English monarchy, for all its claims to divine sanction, operated on principles that look rather more demonic from a modern perspective. Stay with me as we explore these tales of ambition, betrayal, and violence. They're not comfortable stories, but they're important ones. Understanding how power operated in medieval England helps us appreciate both how far we've come and how persistent certain patterns of political behaviour remain. Kings no longer murder archbishops in cathedrals, thankfully, but the fundamental tensions between authority and accountability, between institutional interests and personal relationships, haven't entirely disappeared. For now, though, we leave Canterbury behind. The candles flicker around Becket's shrine, pilgrims kneel in prayer, and the bloodstains on the north transept floor have long since been scrubbed away. Henry II continues his reign, diminished in reputation, but still powerful. The four knights wander toward the Holy Land, bearing the burden of their terrible deed, and England moves forward, carrying the memory of what happened on that December evening in 1170, a reminder that even the mightiest kings must sometimes answer for their actions. That reminder would be tested repeatedly in the centuries to come. Some kings heeded it and governed with appropriate restraint. Others ignored it and found themselves facing consequences ranging from baronial rebellion to deposition to death. The balance between royal power and royal accountability was never finally settled in medieval England. It remained a constant negotiation, conducted sometimes through legal process, sometimes through armed conflict, and sometimes through scandal that forced public reckoning with royal misdeeds. Thomas Becket's murder was the first great crisis in this ongoing negotiation, but it was only the beginning. Medieval England had centuries of scandal still to come, each episode adding to the accumulated understanding of what kings could and could not do. The shrine at Canterbury stood as a permanent monument to the consequences of royal overreach, drawing pilgrims who understood, at least instinctively, that it represented something important about the limits of earthly power. Henry II probably never walked through Canterbury again without thinking of what had happened there. Every subsequent English king would have known the story, would have understood its implications. Some learned the lesson well. Others, as we'll see, proved remarkably slow learners. The crown might come with divine sanction, but it also came with obligations and limitations that even the most powerful monarch couldn't entirely escape. And that, perhaps, is the most important legacy of the Becket affair. Not the theological debates about church independence or the legal arguments about clerical privileges, but the simple human truth that actions have consequences, even for kings. Henry II discovered this the hard way, kneeling barefoot in Canterbury while monks raised their rods against his back. It was a lesson that medieval England would have to learn again and again, through scandal after scandal, until the accumulated weight of royal misdeeds finally transformed the entire political system. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The transformation of English monarchy was a long, slow process, and we have many more scandals to examine before we reach its culmination. For now, let's appreciate what the Becket murder represented. The first crack in the facade of divine royal authority, the first public demonstration that kings could be held to account. It wasn't the last word in the ongoing struggle between crown and conscience, but it was an important early chapter, setting the terms for debates that would continue for centuries. The cathedral at Canterbury still stands, rebuilt and expanded over the centuries but occupying the same sacred ground where Becket fell. Visitors today can see the place of martyrdom marked and memorialised, a reminder of that violent December evening more than 800 years ago. The shrine itself is gone, destroyed on Henry VIII's orders, but the memory persists. Thomas Becket remains one of the most famous figures in English medieval history, his story told and retold in countless books, plays, and films. Whether he was a saint or a stubborn fool, a martyr or a political miscalculation, depends somewhat on your perspective. What's undeniable is that his death mattered, to his contemporaries, to subsequent generations, and to our understanding of how power operated in medieval England. He became a symbol, a rallying point, a precedent, and his former friend, the king who had loved him and then destroyed him, spent the rest of his life living with the consequences of that fatal December evening. The story of Henry and Thomas is, in its way, a tragedy. Two exceptional men, once the closest of friends, destroyed by institutional pressures they couldn't escape, and personal pride neither could overcome. It reminds us that behind the grand historical narratives, there were real human beings with real relationships, capable of both great affection and terrible violence. The medieval period wasn't just a collection of political events and social structures, it was lived by actual people, with all the complexity and contradiction that implies. As we continue our exploration of medieval scandals, we'll encounter more such human stories. Kings who loved too much or too little, queens who faced impossible choices, princes who trusted the wrong people, nobles who gambled everything on ambition and lost. Each scandal reveals something about the society that produced it, about the values and fears that shaped medieval life, about the endless human capacity for both remarkable achievement and terrible cruelty. The murder in the cathedral was just the beginning. There's so much more to come. Mysteries, conspiracies, betrayals, and violence that would seem excessive even by medieval standards. The royal families of England, it turns out, had a remarkable talent for generating exactly the kind of drama that keeps historians busy and storytellers employed. Divine right may have sanctioned their rule, but their behaviour often fell considerably short of divine standards. So settle in, because we're just getting started. The shrine of St. Thomas still glows with candlelight in our imagination, a beacon marking the spot where medieval English history took a dark turn. But there are other dark places ahead, other stories of ambition and violence waiting to be told. The medieval monarchy had many more secrets to reveal, many more scandals to survive, and many more lessons to learn about the limits of royal power. And learn them it did, eventually, though often the hard way. The history of medieval England is, in many ways, the history of that learning process, of kings who pushed too far and paid the price, of subjects who sometimes pushed back, of a political culture slowly developing the idea that even anointed monarchs must govern within acceptable bounds. Thomas Becket was one of the first martyrs to this idea, but he wouldn't be the last. The struggle between power and principle continued long after the blood dried on the Canterbury stones. We carry these stories with us, not as mere entertainment, but as lessons about the nature of authority and the importance of accountability. Medieval people understood this instinctively. They told and retold these scandals precisely because they mattered, because they helped define what kind of society they wanted to live in. We can do the same, finding in these ancient tales reflections of concerns that remain relevant today. But enough philosophizing. We have more scandals to explore, more royal misdeeds to examine, more dark corners of medieval history to illuminate. The murder of Thomas Becket was shocking, but it was hardly the worst thing medieval English kings would do. There are disappearances ahead, and suspicious deaths, and methods of punishment that defy belief. The crown may have come with divine sanction, but the people who wore it proved all too capable of devilish behaviour. Let's continue our journey through the royal closet of skeletons. The next story involves vanished princes and one of history's greatest mysteries. But that's a tale for the next chapter. For now, we leave Canterbury, the echoes of that terrible December evening finally fading, the shrine glowing in the darkness, and the weight of scandal settling over the English monarchy like a shadow that would never entirely lift. Now we turn to what is arguably the most famous unsolved mystery in English royal history, a case that has fascinated historians, novelists, and amateur detectives for over 5 centuries. We're talking about the disappearance of 2 young boys, the so-called princes in the Tower, and the question that still haunts English history: what happened to them and who was responsible? If the murder of Thomas Becket demonstrated that archbishops weren't safe from royal displeasure, this story suggests that royal children weren't safe from their own relatives, which, when you think about it, is considerably worse. At least Becket was an adult who had chosen to enter a dangerous political conflict. The princes were children, aged 12 and 9, whose only crime was being born with inconvenient claims to the throne. In the brutal arithmetic of medieval succession politics, that was apparently crime enough. To understand this tragedy, we need to step back and appreciate the chaotic context of 15th century England. The country had been tearing itself apart in a dynastic conflict known as the Wars of the Roses, a name that sounds rather poetic until you remember it refers to decades of civil war, multiple regime changes, and enough noble executions to depopulate a small country. The roses in question were the badges of 2 branches of the royal family, the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster. Both families claimed descent from King Edward III, and both believed they had the better claim to the throne. Naturally, they decided to settle this genealogical dispute through violence. The Wars of the Roses lasted on and off from 1455 to 1487. Over 30 years of intermittent warfare, shifting alliances and spectacular betrayals. Kings were made and unmade with alarming frequency. Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, was deposed, restored, deposed again, and finally murdered in the Tower of London. Edward IV, the Yorkist champion, won the throne, lost it briefly, won it back, and managed to die of natural causes, which, by the standards of his era, practically counted as a major achievement. The nobility was decimated, whole families were wiped out, and ordinary English people presumably learned to keep their political opinions to themselves, since backing the wrong side could prove fatal. By 1483, things had finally seemed to stabilise. Edward had ruled for over 2 decades, more or less continuously, and appeared to have established the Yorkist dynasty on solid foundations. He was only 40 years old, in apparent good health, with 2 sons to ensure the succession. The elder, Edward, was 12 years old and had been created Prince of Wales. The younger, Richard, Duke of York, was 9. Both boys were reportedly healthy, intelligent and well educated, exactly what you'd want in future kings. The Yorkist future looked bright. And then, on April 9th, 1483, King Edward thus died unexpectedly. Contemporary sources suggest various causes: a chill caught while fishing, a stroke, overindulgence in food and drink — Edward was known for his enthusiasm at the dinner table — or possibly poison. Whatever killed him, his death threw English politics into immediate crisis. The 12-year-old Edward V was now king, but he was far too young to rule independently. Someone would have to govern in his name until he came of age. The question of who that someone should be would determine not just the next few years of English politics, but the fate of the young king himself. The obvious candidate for regent was the king's brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Richard had been Edward there's most loyal supporter throughout the Wars of the Roses, fighting in battle alongside his brother and serving as his trusted lieutenant in the north of England. He was experienced, capable, and, by the standards of the time, had a reasonable reputation for honour and competence. Edward III's will apparently named Richard as Lord Protector, responsible for governing the realm and protecting the young king until Edward V reached adulthood. But there was a complicating factor, and her name was Elizabeth Woodville. The Dowager Queen, mother of the young princes, came from a family that had risen spectacularly through her marriage to Edward IV. The Woodvilles had used their connection to the throne to accumulate titles, lands and offices, making themselves extremely wealthy and extremely unpopular among the older nobility. They had also positioned themselves close to the young prince, with Elizabeth's brother Anthony Woodville serving as Edward V's governor. From Richard of Gloucester's perspective, and the perspective of many other nobles, there was a real danger that the Woodvilles would use the minority to cement their power, potentially squeezing Richard and his allies out of influence entirely. What followed was a rapid power struggle that moved faster than a medieval soap opera. When Edward IV died, the young Prince Edward was at Ludlow Castle in the Welsh Marches, under the care of his Woodville uncle. Elizabeth Woodville and her family moved quickly, trying to have the prince crowned immediately and to limit Richard's role as protector. Richard, learning of these manoeuvres, moved equally quickly. He intercepted the young king's escort on the road to London, arrested Anthony Woodville and other Woodville supporters, and took personal control of his nephew. Elizabeth Woodville, sensing which way the wind was blowing, fled into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey with her younger son and her daughters. Now, to be fair to Richard, nothing he had done so far was particularly outrageous by 15th century standards. Seizing control of a royal minor during a regency crisis was practically traditional behaviour. The Woodvilles had attempted to do essentially the same thing, just less successfully. Richard's interception of his nephew could be seen as asserting his legitimate authority as Lord Protector against a faction trying to circumvent it. Yes, he had arrested some people, but arrests were practically a greeting ritual among medieval nobles during political transitions. Richard escorted his nephew into London in early May 1483, treating him with apparent respect and deference. The young Edward V was lodged in the Tower of London, which, and this is important, was not yet the infamous prison it would later become. In 1483, the Tower was a royal residence, used by monarchs before their coronations. There was nothing sinister about housing the young king there, while preparations for his crowning proceeded. The coronation was scheduled for June 22nd, and everything seemed to be moving along normally. Then things got weird. In early June, Richard produced what he claimed was evidence that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid. According to this bombshell allegation, Edward had been previously contracted to marry another woman, Lady Eleanor Butler, before his secret wedding to Elizabeth. If true, this meant that Edward IV's marriage was bigamous, and all his children by Elizabeth Woodville were illegitimate. Illegitimate children could not inherit the throne. Therefore young Edward V was not the rightful king. Who was the rightful king according to this convenient discovery? Why, Richard of Gloucester himself, of course, now the senior legitimate male of the Yorkist line. The evidence for this pre-contract was thin, to put it charitably. The only witness who stepped forward was a bishop named Robert Stillington, who claimed to have performed the earlier ceremony. No documentation survived. Lady Eleanor Butler was conveniently dead and unavailable for comment. Many historians have viewed the whole affair as a fabrication designed to justify what Richard had already decided to do. Others argue that there might have been some truth to the allegation. Edward IV was notorious for his womanizing and might well have made rash promises to previous conquests. We'll never know for certain. What we do know is that Parliament accepted the pre-contract story and declared Edward V and his brother illegitimate. Richard of Gloucester was proclaimed King Richard III on June 26, 1483. He was crowned on July 6th, in a ceremony noted for its splendour. The Woodville family was out, the king's former councillors who had supported the princes were neutralised, and Richard had transformed himself from regent to monarch in a matter of weeks. It was an impressive display of political manoeuvring, ruthless and effective. But what about the princes? The two boys whose rights had been so dramatically stripped away? Where were they during all this? Young Richard, Duke of York, had been persuaded to leave sanctuary with his mother and join his brother in the Tower. The persuasion had involved considerable pressure. including suggestions that sanctuary was meant for criminals, not royal children, and hints that continued resistance might have unpleasant consequences. Elizabeth Woodville, recognising that she had few options, surrendered her younger son to the Archbishop's custody, and he was taken to join his brother. For a few weeks, the two princes were seen occasionally in the Tower grounds, playing together or practising archery. Witnesses reported that the boys seemed healthy but subdued, understandably confused by their sudden change in circumstances. They had gone from being the heir and the spare of the House of York to being declared bastards and stripped of their titles. That's a lot for a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old to process. And then, gradually, the sightings stopped. By late summer of 1483, the princes had withdrawn from public view entirely. They were last seen, so far as we can tell, sometime around August or September. After that, nothing. No appearances, no messages, no signs of life. The two boys who had been among the most important people in England simply vanished. Rumours began to circulate almost immediately. People whispered that the princes were dead, murdered on Richard's orders. The timing was certainly suspicious. Richard had the most obvious motive. As long as the princes lived, they represented potential rallying points for anyone who disputed the pre-contract story and wanted to restore the original succession. Dead, they were no threat at all. Dead, Richard's hold on the throne was considerably more secure. But Richard never officially announced the princes' deaths, never produced bodies, never held funerals or memorial services. This silence was itself suspicious. If the boys had died of natural causes, illness was common enough among medieval children. Why not say so? Why not display the bodies and put an end to the speculation? The most logical explanation for the silence was that Richard couldn't admit what had happened, because what had happened was murder. You don't advertise killing your nephews, even in the morally flexible world of 15th century politics. Contemporary chroniclers, especially those writing after Richard's defeat and death, were quick to blame him for the prince's murder. The most detailed account comes from Sir Thomas More, who wrote his History of King Richard III in the early 16th century. According to More, Richard ordered the killing and entrusted the task to Sir James Tyrrell, a loyal servant. Tyrrell supposedly hired two men, Miles Forrest and John Dayton, who smothered the sleeping princes with pillows and then buried the bodies somewhere in the Tower. More's account is vivid and detailed, but it was written decades after the events and was clearly influenced by Tudor propaganda. The Tudor dynasty, which replaced Richard III, had every reason to blacken his reputation. The worse Richard looked, the better Henry VII's seizure of the throne appeared. Historians have long recognised that More's history is part fact, part fiction, and part political message, not a reliable primary source. Yet More's version became the standard narrative, reinforced by countless retellings, and especially by William Shakespeare's magnificent but historically dubious play, Richard III. Shakespeare's Richard is one of the great theatrical villains, hunchbacked, scheming, deliciously evil, murdering his way to the throne with witty asides to the audience. It's fantastic drama, but it's not exactly documentary evidence. Shakespeare was writing entertainment for a Tudor monarch's subjects. Historical accuracy was not his primary concern. So what do we actually know about what happened to the princes? Frustratingly little. We know they entered the Tower in 1483. We know they were seen there for some weeks. We know they disappeared from public view by late summer. And then, nothing definite. No confirmed sighting, no bodies, no documentary evidence of their fate. Various theories have been proposed over the centuries. The traditional view blames Richard III. He had motive, opportunity, and the ruthlessness to do it. The princes were in his custody, in his fortress, guarded by his men. If they were killed, it's hard to imagine how it could have happened without Richard's knowledge and approval. But some historians have suggested alternative culprits. What about Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, Richard's ally who later rebelled against him? Buckingham had extensive access to the Tower and might have had his own reasons for eliminating the princes, possibly to strengthen his own distant claim to the throne. Under this theory, Richard might have been genuinely ignorant of the murders until it was too late to do anything about them. Another theory points to Henry Tudor, who would become Henry VII after defeating Richard at Bosworth. Henry had as much to gain from the princes' deaths as anyone. Alive, they had better claims to the throne than he did. Could Henry have arranged their murder after taking control of the Tower in 1485? Some have found this timeline problematic, arguing that the princes were almost certainly dead before Richard's defeat, but the theory persists in some circles. Still another possibility is that the princes weren't killed at all, at least not immediately. Various pretenders emerged in subsequent decades claiming to be the escaped princes, most notably Perkin Warbeck, who claimed to be Richard, Duke of York, and caused considerable trouble for Henry VII in the 1490s. Most historians consider these pretenders fraudulent, but the mere fact that people took their claims seriously suggests that uncertainty about the prince's fate persisted for years after their disappearance. In 1674, workmen doing renovations in the Tower of London discovered a wooden box containing the bones of 2 children buried at the foot of a staircase. The location matched a detail from Thomas More's account, which described the princes being initially buried at the stair foot before being moved to a more secret location. King Charles II, convinced these were the famous princes, had the bones reverently reburied in Westminster Abbey, in an urn designed by the great architect Christopher Wren. In 1933, the urn was opened and the bones examined by a physician and a dental surgeon. They concluded that the remains were consistent with 2 children of roughly the right ages, around 12 and 10, and found possible evidence of suffocation. However, the examination was limited by the technology of the era, and has been criticised by later experts. Crucially, the bones were never subjected to DNA testing, which could potentially resolve the question once and for all. Modern attempts to have the bones re-examined and DNA tested have been blocked by church authorities, who understandably hesitate to disturb royal remains for what might prove inconclusive results. The bones remain in their Wren-designed urn at Westminster, keeping their secrets. So after 500 years the mystery endures. The princes probably died in 1483, probably in the Tower, probably murdered. Richard III probably ordered it, or at least knew about it and did nothing to prevent it, but probably is doing a lot of work in those sentences. We can't prove any of it with absolute certainty, and we may never be able to. What we can say with more confidence is that the prince's disappearance had profound political consequences. Richard III's reign was troubled from the start, plagued by rebellions, defections, and persistent rumours about the murdered nephews. Many people who might have supported a Yorkist king couldn't bring themselves to back one so widely suspected of child murder. Even by medieval standards, killing children crossed a line. The first major rebellion came in October 1483, just months after Richard's coronation. Led by the Duke of Buckingham, the same man some theories blame for the prince's deaths, this uprising initially claimed to be restoring Edward V to the throne. When word spread that the princes were probably dead, the rebellion pivoted to supporting Henry Tudor as an alternative claimant. The revolt failed, Buckingham was captured and executed, and Richard remained king. But the episode demonstrated how vulnerable his position was. Henry Tudor, lurking in exile in Brittany and France, now positioned himself as the heir to both Lancaster and York. He pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, the prince's sister, uniting the 2 warring houses and ending the dynastic conflict. This was clever politics. It gave Yorkist supporters a reason to back him while maintaining his Lancastrian credentials. The murdered princes, in a sense, made Henry's claim stronger. As long as they lived, they had better rights than he did. Dead, they were no longer competitors. Richard III spent his remaining years as king trying to stabilise his position, but the stain of the prince's disappearance proved impossible to wash away. Every policy failure, every setback, every whispered criticism connected back to those missing boys. When Henry Tudor finally invaded England in August 1485, Richard found fewer supporters than he might have expected. At the Battle of Bosworth Field, several of his key allies held back or even switched sides at crucial moments. Richard fought bravely, that much even his enemies acknowledged, but he was outnumbered and eventually killed, the last English king to die in battle. Henry Tudor became Henry VII, founded the Tudor dynasty, and married Elizabeth of York as promised. One of his first acts was to reverse the Act of Parliament that had declared Edward III's children illegitimate, thus restoring Elizabeth's status and legitimising his marriage. Interestingly, he never publicly declared what had happened to the princes or formally accused Richard III of their murder. Perhaps he didn't know for certain. Perhaps he preferred to let the mystery continue, keeping his options open. Perhaps he had reasons of his own not to investigate too closely. The new Tudor regime did eventually get a confession of sorts. In 1502, Sir James Tyrrell, the man Thomas More would later name as the murderer, was arrested for treason on an unrelated matter. Before his execution, he supposedly confessed to killing the princes on Richard's orders. However, no official record of this confession survives, and Tyrrell was never tried or publicly questioned about the alleged murders. The whole episode is shadowy enough to fuel continued speculation. Henry VII also had to deal with those pesky pretenders. Lambert Simnel, impersonating the Earl of Warwick, invaded England in 1487 and was defeated at the Battle of Stoke Field, sometimes considered the true end of the Wars of the Roses. Perkin Warbeck, claiming to be Richard, Duke of York, caused trouble for nearly a decade before being captured and eventually executed in 1499. The fact that these impersonations were even plausible tells us something about how uncertain people remained about the real prince's fate. What lessons can we draw from this sad story? Perhaps the most obvious is that the medieval succession system was fundamentally broken. When your mechanism for transferring power depends on accidents of birth, minor children, and contestable genealogies, you're going to get crises like this. The princes died, if they died, because they were in the way, because their existence threatened a powerful man's ambition, because the political system offered no peaceful way to resolve competing claims. The princes in the Tower also remind us how thin the veneer of civilization could be in medieval politics. Richard III was not some barbarian warlord. He was an educated, pious man who founded colleges and churches, who reportedly loved his wife and mourned her death, who was genuinely popular in parts of northern England. Yet this same man probably ordered, or at least permitted, the murder of his own nephews, children he had sworn to protect. The demands of power overrode whatever personal morality he possessed. This pattern recurs throughout our survey of medieval scandals. Kings who were in many ways decent human beings committed terrible acts when their positions felt threatened. The crown seemed to carry with it a kind of moral distortion field, making the unthinkable thinkable, the monstrous merely expedient. Divine right may have sanctioned royal authority, but it didn't prevent royal atrocity. The princes also became powerful symbols in subsequent English history. Their fate was invoked whenever anyone wanted to criticise royal tyranny or emphasise the importance of legal protections for the innocent. They represented the vulnerability of even the highest-born children when power was at stake, and they reminded everyone that being close to the throne was not a privilege but a danger. The closer you were, the more likely someone would see you as a threat requiring elimination. For Richard III specifically, the prince's disappearance defined his historical reputation for centuries. He became the archetypal wicked uncle, the villain who murdered innocents for power. This image was so powerful that it survived even the revisionist efforts of later historians and the discovery of Richard's actual skeleton in a Leicester parking lot in 2012, a discovery that proved his famous hunchback was actually scoliosis, severe but not the monstrous deformity of legend. The Richard III Society and other defenders have worked hard to rehabilitate his reputation, arguing that the murder charges are Tudor propaganda, that Richard was actually a capable and reforming king, that the evidence against him is circumstantial at best. They make some valid points. The historical record is genuinely unclear, and Tudor sources certainly had reasons to exaggerate Richard's villainy. Yet the basic problem remains. The princes disappeared while in Richard's custody, and he never explained what happened to them. Innocent people generally have explanations. They produce evidence, make accusations against the real culprits, demonstrate their innocence. Richard did none of these things. His silence spoke loudly then, and speaks loudly now. The mystery of the princes in the Tower continues to fascinate because it sits at the intersection of so many compelling elements. Murdered children, contested power, family betrayal, a mystery that defies solution. It's a story that seems almost designed to generate endless speculation and debate. Every few years someone proposes a new theory, uncovers a supposedly overlooked document, or demands that those bones in Westminster Abbey finally be DNA tested. The appetite for answers remains unsatisfied. Perhaps that's appropriate. Some historical mysteries resist closure because they represent wounds that never fully healed, crimes that were never properly acknowledged or punished. The princes vanished into the stones of the Tower, and in a sense, English history has been looking for them ever since, hoping to find not just their bones but some resolution to the moral question their disappearance raised. The Tower of London still stands, of course, now one of England's most popular tourist attractions. Visitors walk the same grounds where the princes once played, peer at the room traditionally identified as their prison, and photograph the ravens whose presence supposedly protects the kingdom. The Tower has been many things over the centuries: fortress, palace, prison, treasury, zoo, but it will always be associated with those two missing boys, whose fate transformed it from a royal residence into a symbol of royal treachery. When you visit today, if you're the imaginative type, you might think about those summer days of 1483, when two children waited in those chambers for a future that would never arrive. Did they know what was coming? Did they hope for rescue? Did they understand why their world had collapsed so suddenly? We'll never know what they thought or felt in those final weeks. The princes are silent, as they have been for over 5 centuries. What speaks for them is the persistent unease their story creates, the sense that something fundamentally wrong happened and was never made right. Even now, when kings no longer murder their relatives for political advantage, at least not in England, the princes in the Tower remind us of what power can do when freed from accountability. Their disappearance is a cautionary tale that transcends its medieval setting, warning about the dangers of concentrating authority in hands unchecked by law or conscience. Richard III ruled for only 2 years before meeting his end at Bosworth. His dynasty died with him, his son had predeceased him, his line extinguished. The Tudors took over and ruled for over a century, transforming England in ways Richard could never have imagined. History, as they say, is written by the winners, and the Tudors were definitely winners. Yet even Tudor victory couldn't quite erase the questions surrounding those missing princes. Henry VII's reign was haunted by pretenders and conspiracies, in part because he could never definitively prove what had happened to his predecessors. His son, Henry VIII, would eventually abolish the monasteries, break with Rome, and execute 2 wives. But the princes in the Tower remained a touchstone for discussions of royal morality. His granddaughter, Elizabeth I, presided over a golden age while remaining unmarried and childless, aware perhaps of the dangers that royal children faced in English history. The story of the princes also influenced how the English thought about the Tower itself. What had been a multi-purpose royal complex became increasingly associated with imprisonment, torture, and execution. Later prisoners facing their own uncertain fates in those same rooms might have thought about the 2 boys who had preceded them. The Tower's transformation from residence to prison was a gradual process, but the princes' disappearance accelerated it. Their ghosts, real or imagined, gave the place its sinister reputation. Speaking of ghosts, numerous people over the centuries have claimed to see the spirits of 2 young boys in the Tower, sometimes walking hand in hand, sometimes appearing as luminous figures in the rooms where they supposedly died. Ghost stories are notoriously unreliable as historical evidence, but they do tell us something about how deeply the prince's fate impressed itself on popular imagination. The story demanded supernatural continuation because its earthly conclusion was so unsatisfying. The princes also entered literature in memorable ways. Shakespeare's Richard III gives them poignant scenes before their murder, and has their ghost return to curse Richard before Bosworth. Countless novels, plays and films have explored the mystery, some sympathetic to Richard, others reinforcing his villainy. Josephine Tey's detective novel, The Daughter of Time, famously has a hospitalised police inspector solve the case from his bed, concluding that Richard was innocent, a conclusion few professional historians have endorsed but many readers have found persuasive. More recently, the discovery and identification of Richard III's remains in 2012 reignited interest in the mystery. DNA testing confirmed the identity of the bones, facial reconstruction showed what Richard actually looked like, and analysis of his injuries revealed the violence of his death at Bosworth. For a moment it seemed like modern science might finally resolve the other outstanding question. If we could identify Richard, surely we could test those bones in Westminster Abbey and determine whether they really were the prince's. But ecclesiastical authorities have so far declined to permit such testing, and the bones remain in their wren urn, keeping their secrets. Perhaps someday permission will be granted and we'll have definitive answers, or perhaps the test will prove inconclusive. DNA from 500-year-old bones is not always recoverable, and the mystery will persist. Either way, the princes have waited this long, they can wait a little longer. In the meantime, the arguments continue. Ricardians and traditionalists trade evidence and interpretations, each side convinced the other is reading the sources wrong. New theories emerge periodically, implicating various figures or suggesting the princes escaped and lived secret lives. Academic conferences are held, papers are published, and nothing gets definitively resolved. It's a mystery that seems designed to be insoluble, with just enough evidence to support multiple interpretations and not enough to prove any of them beyond doubt. What does seem clear is that the prince's disappearance marked a turning point in English history. The Wars of the Roses were effectively ended not by any decisive battle, but by the extinction of viable Yorkist claimants. With Edward IV's sons gone, however they went, and most other potential heirs dead, exiled or imprisoned, Henry VII faced relatively little dynastic competition. The Tudor consolidation of power depended in part on there being no living princes to rally opposition. The prince's fate also influenced how subsequent English monarchs handled potential rivals. The Tudor habit of imprisoning or executing anyone with a plausible claim to the throne, visible throughout Henry VII's reign and into Henry VIII's, reflected lessons learned from the Wars of the Roses. Better to eliminate threats preemptively than to risk the kind of civil wars that had devastated the 15th century. The prince's disappearance was part of a larger pattern of dynastic ruthlessness that characterised late medieval and early Tudor politics. Yet even this ruthlessness had limits. After the Tudors, English politics gradually moved away from the casual elimination of royal rivals. The Stuart period had its share of conflicts, but dynastic murders became rarer. The idea that even kings were subject to law, an idea glimpsed in Henry II's penance for Becket and reinforced by various medieval constitutional developments, slowly gained ground. The prince's fate became not a model to follow, but a warning about what happened when power operated without restraint. In that sense, the two boys who vanished into the Tower of London in 1483 contributed something to English political development, however inadvertently. Their probable murder was so shocking, so contrary to what people expected even from medieval kings, that it helped establish new norms about acceptable royal behaviour. Future monarchs might be tyrants in various ways, but killing child relatives became taboo. The prince's deaths, if deaths they were, helped define a line that should not be crossed. That's a strange kind of legacy, to be remembered primarily as victims whose suffering taught posterity a lesson. The princes themselves would surely have preferred to grow up, rule England, and be remembered for their achievements rather than their tragedy. But history doesn't consult our preferences. Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, became famous precisely because they never got the chance to do anything else, because their stories ended before they properly began. So we're left with questions rather than answers, mysteries rather than solutions, and two children whose faces we can barely imagine staring out at us from the darkness of history. They were real boys once. They played games, had lessons, probably annoyed their tutors and fought with each other like any siblings. They expected to grow up, one of them to be king. Instead, they became symbols, their individual personalities lost behind the collective identity of the princes in the tower. We've spent considerable time with this mystery because it encapsulates so much about medieval English royal scandals. The unstable succession system, the willingness to eliminate rivals, the inability of even high birth to guarantee safety, the persistent rumours that followed royal crimes, the way scandals shaped subsequent politics, all of these elements appear in the prince's story. In many ways, their disappearance represents the culmination of all the violent tendencies in medieval royal politics, the logical endpoint of a system that treated the throne as a prize worth any cost. But we're not done with medieval scandals yet. There are more dark tales to explore, more instances where divine right collided with human depravity. The prince's story is perhaps the most famous, but it's far from the only example of medieval royal crime. Kings found many ways to eliminate inconvenient people, and not all of them were as mysterious as the Tower disappearance. Some were brutally public, designed to send messages as much as to remove rivals. We'll continue our journey through the darker chapters of English medieval history, examining cases where the evidence is clearer and the crimes more openly acknowledged. The princes vanished in silence and secrecy. Other victims met their ends in ways designed to be remembered and feared. The medieval English monarchy had many tools for maintaining power, and not all of them were subtle. For now, though, let's leave the Tower of London and its famous ghosts. The ravens still patrol the grounds, the beefeaters still tell stories to tourists, and somewhere beneath the stones, maybe, lie the remains of two boys whose only crime was being born too close to the throne. Their mystery endures because we want answers that history cannot provide, resolution that the past refuses to grant. Perhaps that's fitting. Perhaps some wounds are meant to stay open, reminding us of costs we should never again be willing to pay. The medieval crown came with a heavy price, and sometimes that price was paid by those who never sought power, never asked for prominence, never did anything except exist in inconvenient positions on royal family trees. Edward V and his brother Richard were such casualties, children sacrificed to adult ambitions, lives cut short so that someone else could rule. Their story is tragedy without catharsis, crime without conviction, mystery without solution. And it reminds us, as we continue our exploration of medieval scandals, that the people at the centre of these historical dramas were real human beings with real hopes, fears, and lives cut short by forces beyond their control. The princes weren't just symbols or plot devices in a dynastic struggle. They were boys who probably wanted what all boys want: to play, to grow, to find their place in the world. History denied them that chance, and history can never quite make up for it. So we remember them, centuries later, still asking questions that have no answers, still wondering what really happened in that fortress by the Thames. The princes in the Tower have achieved a kind of immortality through their very disappearance, becoming permanent fixtures in the English historical imagination. It's not the immortality they would have chosen, but it's what they got, and their silent presence haunts us still, a reminder of the darkness that lurked behind the pageantry of medieval royal power. The impact of this scandal extended far beyond England's shores. European courts watched the English succession crisis with a mixture of horror and calculation. France, always looking for English weakness to exploit, took note of the instability. The Holy Roman Empire, Spain, and the Italian states all adjusted their diplomatic strategies based on the rapidly shifting English political landscape. The prince's disappearance wasn't just an English tragedy. It was a European event that reshaped continental diplomacy for decades. Margaret of Burgundy, the prince's aunt and Richard's sister, would later become one of Henry VII's most persistent enemies. She sheltered pretenders claiming to be her vanished nephews, funded invasions of England, and never accepted Tudor legitimacy. Her actions suggest that she either genuinely believed her nephews might have survived, or found the pretenders useful regardless of their authenticity. Either way, her opposition demonstrates how the mystery of the princes poisoned international relations for years after their disappearance. The psychological impact on those who actually knew the princes must have been profound, though medieval sources rarely capture such personal dimensions. Elizabeth Woodville, the prince's mother, lived until 1492, spending her later years in quiet retirement at Bermondsey Abbey. Did she know what had happened to her sons? Did she believe the various pretenders who emerged claiming to be Richard? Her silence on these questions is itself eloquent. What could she say that wouldn't either acknowledge a terrible truth or give false hope? Elizabeth of York, the prince's sister who became Henry VII's queen, presents another psychological puzzle. She married the man who benefited from her brother's disappearance, bore him children, and apparently maintained a functional, if not passionate, marriage. What did she believe about her brother's fate? What did she say to her husband in private moments? Did she ever confront him about the mystery? These questions have no answers, but they remind us that historical events had emotional dimensions that our sources rarely illuminate. The servants and attendants who cared for the princes in their final weeks also vanish from the historical record in suspicious ways. Some were rewarded by Richard III, which might indicate complicity or simply continued royal service. Others disappeared from view, their fates unknown. Medieval record-keeping was spotty at best, especially for lesser figures, but the silence surrounding the prince's household feels deliberate rather than accidental. Perhaps most tellingly, no one ever came forward with convincing testimony about the prince's survival. In an era when pretenders regularly emerged claiming to be lost princes and escaped heirs, the absence of credible claims based on actual knowledge is striking. Perkin Warbeck's elaborate imposture convinced some people, but he was eventually exposed as a fraud with no genuine connection to the Yorkist family. If the princes had actually escaped, surely someone would have known, and surely that knowledge would have surfaced in the subsequent decades of Tudor rule. The legal implications of the prince's disappearance also deserve attention. Under medieval English law, murder required proof, a body, witnesses, or a confession. None of these were available in the prince's case. Richard III was never formally accused or tried for the alleged crime during his lifetime. The Tudor regime, despite its obvious interest in blackening Richard's reputation, never conducted an official investigation or produced definitive evidence. The murder, if murder it was, remained officially unproved, legally speaking. This legal ambiguity has allowed the debate to continue into modern times. Defenders of Richard III can technically argue that he was never convicted of the crime, that the evidence is circumstantial, that presumption of innocence should apply even to medieval kings. Critics respond that the legal absence of proof reflects the political impossibility of prosecution, not genuine uncertainty about what happened. The princes died while in Richard's custody. He is responsible unless he can prove otherwise, and he never even tried. The architectural history of the Tower of London itself bears witness to the scandal. The room traditionally identified as the prince's prison became a site of morbid fascination, pointed out to visitors as early as the 16th century. The staircase where bones were found in 1674 was subsequently marked and commemorated. The tower's physical fabric absorbed the story, making it literally impossible to visit the place without confronting the mystery. Modern forensic techniques could potentially resolve at least some questions. DNA analysis might determine whether the Westminster Abbey bones really are the prince's. Isotope analysis could reveal where they spent their childhoods, potentially confirming or refuting their identity. Carbon dating could narrow down when they died. All of these techniques have been successfully applied to other historical remains, including Richard III's own skeleton. The technology exists, only permission is lacking. Some historians argue that the mystery should remain unsolved, that uncertainty is itself historically valuable, preserving the debates and interpretations that have made this case so productive for understanding medieval politics. Others counter that truth should take precedence over historiographical interest, that we owe it to those two boys to find out what really happened to them. The ethical dimensions of historical investigation rarely receive such direct attention, but the prince's case forces us to confront them. Whatever future research may reveal, the Princes in the Tower will remain one of English history's defining tragedies. Two children entered a fortress in 1483 and never emerged. Someone knows what happened to them, or rather, someone once knew, though that knowledge has long since perished with those who possessed it. We are left with fragments, theories, and an absence that refuses to resolve into certainty. The scandal of the vanished princes represents medieval royal power at its most ruthless and its most vulnerable. Ruthless because it probably involved the murder of children for political convenience. Vulnerable because the crime could never be openly acknowledged, because the rumours and suspicions it generated undermined royal legitimacy for decades. Richard III gained a throne but lost his reputation. Henry VII gained security but inherited a mystery he could never quite lay to rest. Nobody won, really, except perhaps the historians and novelists who found in this story inexhaustible material for their craft. As we move forward through our survey of medieval scandals, we'll encounter other cases of royal violence and political murder, but none quite matches the Princes in the Tower for pathos or for persistent mystery. They remain unique, not because child victims were rare in medieval politics, unfortunately, but because their particular disappearance combined so many compelling elements into a story that refuses to let go of our imagination. The Tower's ravens still croak on the battlements, supposedly protecting the kingdom from dissolution. The legends say that if the ravens ever leave, England will fall. Perhaps it's fitting that these black birds, associated with death and prophecy, guard the place where two princes vanished into history. Their presence reminds us that some mysteries are meant to endure, that some questions are more valuable than answers, and that the past keeps its secrets as stubbornly as any medieval fortress. With that thought, we leave the Princes in the Tower to their eternal mystery and turn to other royal scandals that demand our attention. There's plenty more darkness ahead in our journey through medieval English history. Suspicious deaths, public cruelties, and betrayals that make even the prince's fate seem almost merciful by comparison. The medieval monarchy had many ways to deal with inconvenient people, and we've only begun to explore them. We've seen how the Princes in the Tower vanished in mysterious circumstances, leaving behind centuries of speculation and debate. But the English monarchy's habit of disposing of inconvenient relatives didn't start in 1483. It had a much longer pedigree. In fact, if we travel back nearly 4 centuries before those boys disappeared, we find another suspicious death that changed the course of English history. This one didn't happen in a fortress prison, but in a forest hunting ground, and the victim wasn't a child, but a king in his prime. The circumstances were just as murky, the beneficiary just as obvious, and the truth just as elusive. Welcome to the New Forest, August 1100, where King William II, known to history as William Rufus, or William the Red thanks to his florid complexion, was about to have a very bad day at the hunt. Actually, the worst possible day. The kind of day that ends with an arrow through your chest and your brother racing to steal your crown before your body's even cold. Not exactly the outcome anyone hopes for when they set out for a pleasant afternoon of deer stalking. William Rufus was the third son of William the Conqueror, the Norman duke who had invaded England in 1066 and fundamentally transformed the country. By the standards of medieval succession, being a third son should have meant a life of relative obscurity, maybe a nice estate, possibly a position in the church, certainly not a throne. But William the Conqueror had divided his inheritance in an unusual way. His eldest son Robert received the ancestral Norman duchy. His second son Richard had died in a hunting accident years earlier, a detail that would prove grimly ironic, and his third son, William, received the Kingdom of England. This arrangement satisfied nobody except William himself. Robert felt cheated of the richer prize. The youngest brother, Henry, received only money and no lands at all, which made him deeply resentful. The three brothers spent much of their lives in various combinations of alliance and conflict, each scheming to improve his position at the other's expense. Medieval family values at their finest. William Rufus proved to be an effective, if controversial, king. He was a capable military commander who maintained order in England while pursuing aggressive policies in Normandy and along the Welsh and Scottish borders. He squeezed every penny he could from his subjects through heavy taxation. Not unusual for medieval kings, but William was particularly enthusiastic about it. His relationship with the church was hostile. He kept bishoprics and abbeys vacant for years so he could collect their revenues, and he openly mocked religious ceremonies. Contemporary churchmen, who wrote most of the surviving chronicles, remembered him with considerable bitterness. William was also apparently gay, or at least had no interest in women. He never married and produced no legitimate children. His court was described by scandalized clerics as a den of effeminacy and vice, full of young men with long hair and fashionable clothes. Whether these descriptions reflect reality, or merely churchly disapproval of anyone who didn't conform to their expectations, is hard to say. Medieval chroniclers weren't exactly known for their tolerance of non-traditional lifestyles. By 1100, William had ruled England for 13 years. He was around 40 years old, still vigorous, still unmarried, and still without an heir. His older brother Robert was away on the First Crusade, having mortgaged Normandy to William to finance his Holy War expedition. The youngest brother, Henry, waited in the wings, landless but ambitious, watching for any opportunity to improve his situation. The succession was uncertain, the family dynamics were toxic, and the stage was set for tragedy, or murder, depending on your interpretation. On August 2nd, 1100, William organised a hunting party in the New Forest, a royal hunting preserve in southern England that his father had created. The New Forest was notorious for its harsh laws protecting the king's deer. Poaching was punishable by blinding or death, and for the number of fatal accidents that seemed to occur within its boundaries. William's own brother Richard had died there in a hunting mishap. One of his nephews had also died in the forest under similar circumstances. You'd think the royal family might have developed a healthy wariness of the place, but apparently the thrill of the hunt outweighed statistical probability. The hunting party that day included several nobles and the king's close companions. Among them was a French nobleman named Walter Tyrrell, Lord of Poix, described as an excellent archer and a friend of the king. Also present, though reportedly hunting in a different part of the forest, was Prince Henry, the king's younger brother. This detail would become significant very quickly. What happened next has been debated for over 900 years. According to the most common version of the story, William and Walter Tyrrell were hunting together at twilight when a stag appeared. Tyrrell loosed an arrow at the deer but missed, or the arrow glanced off the animal and struck the king instead. William fell from his horse with the arrow in his chest and died almost immediately, allegedly without speaking a word. Tyrrell, realizing what had happened, fled the scene and eventually made his way to France, where he lived out his days protesting his innocence. It's worth pausing to appreciate how convenient this account is for everyone except William. The death was officially an accident. The supposed killer fled and was never punished. The beneficiary, Henry, wasn't even present at the fatal moment, having been hunting elsewhere. And yet, within hours of his brother's death, Henry was racing to Winchester to secure the royal treasury, and within days he had been crowned King Henry VI of England. For a man supposedly surprised by tragic news, he moved with remarkable speed and efficiency. The circumstantial evidence for conspiracy is substantial. First, there's the sheer improbability of the accident itself. Walter Tyrrell was renowned as an archer. Accidentally hitting the king instead of a deer would have been an extraordinary failure of skill. Medieval hunting arrows were designed to kill large animals. Mistaking a man on horseback for a fleeing stag seems unlikely. And the arrow allegedly struck William in the chest, not exactly the trajectory you'd expect from a shot aimed at a running deer. Second, Henry's behaviour after the death raises questions. Rather than mourning his brother or organising pursuit of the supposed killer, Henry immediately departed for Winchester, where the royal treasury was kept. He arrived, secured the money, and faced down the Castellan, who initially refused to hand over the keys. Within 3 days, Henry had been crowned at Westminster, an extraordinarily fast coronation that suggests extensive advance preparation. It's almost as if he knew something was going to happen. Third, the punishment, or lack thereof, for Walter Tyrrell is telling. Accidentally killing the king, even in a genuine hunting mishap, should have carried severe consequences. At minimum, Tyrrell should have faced investigation and potential prosecution. Instead, he fled to France, where he was apparently welcomed rather than extradited. His English lands were not confiscated. His family suffered no consequences. King Henry I, supposedly grieving his murdered brother, showed no interest in pursuing justice against the man who had killed him. This lenience makes sense if Tyrrell was either a scapegoat or a participant in a plot that Henry wanted kept quiet. Fourth, Henry had powerful motives. As the youngest of 3 brothers, he had been left with nothing but money while his siblings received lands and crowns. He had spent years watching for opportunities to improve his position. With Robert away on crusade and William conveniently dead, Henry could seize England before anyone could stop him. The timing was perfect, almost too perfect to be coincidental. Against the conspiracy theory, defenders of accident have their own arguments. Hunting was genuinely dangerous in the medieval period, and fatal mishaps were common. The New Forest had claimed multiple royal and noble victims. William's death might have been simply another tragedy in a long series. Walter Tyrrell consistently denied killing the king throughout the rest of his life, and while this might indicate guilt and cover-up, it might also indicate genuine innocence. Perhaps someone else shot the fatal arrow, and Tyrrell was blamed because he was a convenient foreigner. Some historians have suggested that the whole hunting party might have been in on the conspiracy, making the question of who fired the specific shots somewhat irrelevant. Under this theory, William was lured into a trap, surrounded by men who intended his death, and eliminated through an accident that gave everyone plausible deniability. The quick departure of Henry, the flight of Tyrrell, the silence of other witnesses, all become explicable if multiple people had agreed in advance that William would not survive the day. The body of William Rufus received notably shabby treatment for a king. According to chronicles, it was left where it fell while people scattered to pursue their various interests. Eventually, a charcoal burner found the corpse and transported it by cart to Winchester Cathedral, where it was hastily buried without the ceremonies appropriate for a monarch. No elaborate tomb was constructed. No masses for the soul were particularly emphasised. The clergy, who had attested William in life, were apparently not inclined to honour him in death, and Henry, busy securing his new kingdom, had more pressing concerns than mourning. The succession crisis that William's death should have caused never really materialised. Robert of Normandy was still making his way back from crusade, too far away to contest his younger brother's coronation. By the time Robert finally returned and tried to claim England, Henry had consolidated his position and was able to defeat the invasion. Robert spent the last 28 years of his life as Henry's prisoner, which suggests that Henry was not someone who left family threats unaddressed. Henry then went on to rule England for 35 years, one of the longest and most successful reigns in English medieval history. He earned the nickname Beauclerc for his education and his effective administration of justice. He fathered at least 20 illegitimate children, quite a contrast to his supposedly celibate predecessor, and tried desperately to secure the succession for his legitimate heir. When his only surviving legitimate son drowned in the White Ship disaster of 1120, Henry's plans unravelled, eventually leading to the civil war known as the Anarchy. But that's another story. The mystery of William Rufus's death endures because the evidence supports multiple interpretations without definitively proving any of them. Did Walter Tyrrell accidentally kill the king with a misdirected arrow? Did Henry arrange his brother's murder and cover it up as an accident? Did some larger conspiracy eliminate an unpopular monarch? We will probably never know for certain. The principals are long dead, the eyewitnesses left conflicting accounts, and medieval record-keeping wasn't designed to solve murder mysteries. The character of William Rufus himself adds interesting dimensions to the mystery. Medieval chroniclers portrayed him as vain, impious, and possibly homosexual, all serious charges in the eyes of churchmen writing his history. He reportedly mocked religious ceremonies, delayed appointments to bishoprics so he could pocket the revenues, and surrounded himself with fashionable young courtiers whose appearance scandalized conservative observers. Some historians have suggested that the church's hostility to William influenced how his death was recorded and remembered, potentially exaggerating the case for accident or downplaying suspicions of murder that might make the new king look bad. William's court was indeed unconventional by medieval standards. The young men who surrounded him wore their hair long, dressed in elaborate clothes with pointed shoes, and behaved in ways that chroniclers found effeminate and disturbing. Whether this reflected actual sexual orientation or simply fashionable continental styles is impossible to determine from the sources, which are hopelessly biased. What we can say is that William never married, never fathered children that we know of, and showed no interest in establishing a dynasty. Unusual behaviour for a medieval king whose primary duty was to secure the succession. This lack of an heir made William's death particularly consequential. Had he lived longer, he might have eventually married, produced children, and established his own line. Instead, his death transferred the crown to his brother Henry, whose descendants would eventually lose it to the Plantagenets. The entire subsequent course of English history depended, in a sense, on that arrow in the New Forest, whether it was aimed deliberately or flew astray by accident. The timing of the death also raises questions. Robert of Normandy was returning from crusade, likely to renew his challenge to Henry's position. If Henry wanted to seize the English throne before Robert could intervene, the summer of 1100 offered a narrow window of opportunity. William's death came at exactly the right moment for Henry's ambitions, so exactly right that coincidence seems strained. The conspiracy theorists have a point, even if they cannot prove it definitively. What we can say is that William Rufus's death established a troubling precedent, or rather, continued a pattern that already existed in the Norman dynasty. The conqueror's sons had been at each other's throats for decades. One brother imprisoned another for life. Another died in suspicious circumstances. Violence within the royal family was not an aberration, but a feature of how succession worked in medieval England. The crown went to whoever could seize it, and the most effective way to seize it was often to eliminate the competition. This pattern would repeat throughout the medieval period, as we've already seen with the princes in the Tower, and will see again in subsequent chapters. Medieval English history is littered with convenient deaths, suspicious accidents, and brothers who benefited enormously from siblings' demises. The crown was a prize worth killing for, and the people closest to it, family members with their own claims, were often the most dangerous rivals. William Rufus learned this lesson the hard way, and so would many others. The New Forest itself gained a reputation as a cursed place for the Norman royal family. 3 members of the dynasty died there in hunting accidents, an extraordinary concentration of tragedy that medieval people attributed to divine punishment for the conqueror's harsh treatment of the peasants displaced to create the forest. Modern historians might prefer explanations involving conspiracy or simple probability, but the medieval interpretation had its own logic. The forest was created through injustice. The family that created it paid the price. William Rufus remains one of the more enigmatic figures in English royal history. His reign was successful by most practical measures, yet he is remembered primarily for his conflicts with the church and his mysterious death. Had he lived longer, he might have conquered Normandy from his brother, unified the family's territories, and established a secure succession. Instead, his death transferred power to Henry, changed the trajectory of English history, and left behind a mystery that historians still debate in academic conferences and popular histories alike. The lesson, if there is one, is that medieval hunting was considerably more dangerous than modern blood sports, especially if you happen to be an unpopular king with ambitious brothers in the vicinity. Perhaps William Rufus was simply unlucky. the victim of a genuine accident in a genuinely hazardous activity. Or perhaps someone arranged his luck to run out at a convenient moment. The truth lies buried in the New Forest, lost among the trees and deer that have outlasted dynasties. Now, speaking of brothers killing brothers and kings behaving badly, let's turn to another member of the English royal family whose reputation for villainy has endured for 8 centuries. We've met Henry I, the possible fratricide who became a successful king. His great-grandson would prove far less capable and far more universally despised. His name was John, and he has the distinction of being perhaps the most hated monarch in English history, a title with considerable competition. King John, who ruled from 1199 to 1216, has become almost a cartoon villain in popular imagination. He's the bad guy in Robin Hood stories, the tyrannical king forced to sign Magna Carta, the ruler who lost the vast Plantagenet continental empire through incompetence and treachery. His reputation is so awful that no English monarch since has dared to take the name John, over 800 years of avoiding a name tainted by association with failure and cruelty. Not even the most devoted royalist has tried to rehabilitate his image by naming a prince after him. But reputation and reality are complicated things. John was certainly not a pleasant person, and he made terrible decisions that damaged England and destroyed his family's continental holdings. Yet some of his villainy has been exaggerated by chroniclers who had their own reasons to blacken his name, and some of his policies continued trends established by his more celebrated predecessors. The truth about King John is messy, contradictory, and considerably more interesting than the simple villain of legend. John was born in 1166 or 1167, the youngest of 5 sons of King Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Being the youngest son in a medieval royal family was a precarious position. You had royal blood but limited prospects, high expectations but few resources. Henry II famously nicknamed his younger son Lackland, because there was no inheritance left for him after his older brothers had been provided for. This nickname would prove prophetic, though not in the way anyone expected. John's older brothers were a remarkable group, though not in entirely positive ways. The eldest, also named Henry, was crowned as co-king during his father's lifetime, but died before he could rule independently. The second, Richard, became the legendary Richard the Lionheart, crusader and warrior king. The third, Geoffrey, died in a tournament accident. The fourth, and eventually the spare who became heir, was John himself. Through a combination of deaths and circumstances, the younger son rose to unexpected prominence. The relationship between John and his brother Richard was complicated. Richard was everything John wasn't: tall, handsome, a brilliant military commander and a crusading hero. John was short, stocky, probably intelligent but lacking in martial ability, and more interested in administration than adventure. When Richard went off on the Third Crusade, John attempted to seize power in England, allying with the French king and generally behaving in ways that confirmed everyone's worst suspicions about his character. Richard, upon returning from crusade and a period of captivity in Germany, was remarkably forgiving of his treacherous little brother. Perhaps he recognised that John's attempted coup had failed and posed no real threat. Perhaps he simply didn't take John seriously enough to bother punishing him. Whatever the reason, Richard eventually named John as his heir, passing over the claims of their nephew Arthur of Brittany, the son of their deceased brother Geoffrey. When Richard died in 1199 from a crossbow wound received during a minor siege, medieval kings really should have stayed further from the front lines. John inherited England and the vast Plantagenet continental territories, but his position was immediately contested. Arthur of Brittany, though only 12 years old, had a credible claim to the throne through his father Geoffrey, who had been older than John. French King Philip II supported Arthur's claim, seeing an opportunity to weaken his Plantagenet rivals by promoting civil war among them. The struggle between John and Arthur would end in one of the darkest episodes of John's reign, the disappearance of the young prince under circumstances that convinced contemporaries of royal murder. If the story of the princes in the Tower is England's most famous royal mystery, the fate of Arthur of Brittany is perhaps its closest medieval parallel. Arthur and his supporters initially controlled Brittany and parts of western France. In 1202, Arthur, still a teenager, besieged his own grandmother Eleanor of Aquitaine at Mirbeau Castle. John, in one of his rare military successes, led a rapid forced march that caught Arthur's forces by surprise. The young prince was captured along with many of his noble supporters. What happened next is where the story turns dark. Arthur was imprisoned at Falaise Castle and later moved to Rouen. He was kept in close custody, seen occasionally by guards and attendants, and then he simply vanished. By April 1203, Arthur of Brittany had disappeared from history. No body was ever produced, no official explanation was ever given. The young prince, around 16 years old, simply ceased to exist. The rumours about Arthur's fate began immediately and have never stopped. According to various accounts, John either ordered Arthur's murder, personally killed Arthur in a drunken rage, or had Arthur castrated and blinded in an attempt to make him unfit for kingship, with the blinding proving fatal. Some versions claim the body was weighted with stones and thrown into the Seine. Others say Arthur was stabbed by John's own hand during an argument. The details vary, but the conclusion is consistent. John killed his nephew, or ordered him killed to eliminate a rival claimant. Contemporary and near-contemporary chroniclers were almost unanimous in blaming John for Arthur's death. The Margamannals, written in Wales, explicitly state that John murdered Arthur with his own hands while drunk. French sources naturally emphasised the crime to justify French expansion into Plantagenet territories. Even English chroniclers, usually defensive of their kings, struggled to excuse John's behaviour. The disappearance of Arthur of Brittany became a permanent stain on John's reputation. Whether John personally killed Arthur or merely ordered his death makes little practical difference. Either way, a teenage boy in royal custody disappeared without explanation, and the person responsible for that custody was his uncle the king. The parallel to the princes in the Tower is obvious. Another case of young royal heirs vanishing while under the protection of a relative who benefited from their removal. The consequences of Arthur's disappearance were severe. Breton nobles, outraged by their duke's probable murder, turned definitively against John. French King Philip II used the scandal to justify renewed attacks on Plantagenet territories. The moral authority John needed to hold his continental empire together evaporated. By 1204, Normandy, the ancestral homeland of John's dynasty, conquered by his great-great-great-grandfather, had fallen to Philip II. Over the next few years, John lost almost all his French territories, keeping only a portion of Aquitaine. The vast Plantagenet Empire, stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees, collapsed in the aftermath of Arthur's suspicious death. John spent the rest of his reign trying to recover these losses, raising enormous sums of money through increasingly unpopular taxation and leading unsuccessful military campaigns to reconquer France. His methods of fundraising were aggressive even by medieval standards. He exploited every feudal right and prerogative to extract money from his barons, churchmen and subjects. He sold justice to the highest bidder, took hostages from noble families to ensure loyalty, and generally behaved as if his kingdom existed solely to finance his military ambitions. The result was a steady accumulation of grievances among the English nobility. Barons who might have tolerated a successful warrior king grew resentful of one who took their money, their hostages, and their service, but delivered only defeats and humiliations. The Church, which John had antagonised through a prolonged dispute with the Pope over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury, added its voice to the chorus of complaints. Even John's own household officials and advisers sometimes found his behaviour difficult to defend. John's conflict with Pope Innocent III deserves particular attention because it resulted in one of medieval England's most dramatic ecclesiastical crises. When the Archbishop of Canterbury died in 1205, John and the Pope could not agree on a successor. John wanted his own candidate. The Pope eventually appointed Stephen Langton, an English cardinal whom John refused to accept. The dispute escalated until Innocent III placed all of England under interdict in 1208. An interdict was essentially a religious strike. Churches were closed, masses could not be celebrated, marriages could not be solemnised, the dead could not receive proper burial rites. For a medieval society where the Church provided the framework for understanding life, death, and everything in between, this was a catastrophic sanction. England remained under interdict for 6 years. Its people theoretically denied access to the sacraments that medieval Christianity considered essential for salvation. John initially responded to the interdict with defiance, confiscating church property and expelling clergy who refused to continue services. But eventually the pressure became too great. In 1213, facing a potential French invasion blessed by the Pope, John capitulated completely. He not only accepted Stephen Langton as Archbishop, but surrendered England and Ireland to the Pope as feudal fiefs, receiving them back as a papal vassal. The King of England had become, at least nominally, the Pope's tenant. This humiliating surrender to Rome was followed by an equally humiliating military failure. In 1214, John's grand alliance against Philip II of France collapsed at the Battle of Bouvines, where Philip decisively defeated John's allies, while John himself lurked ineffectively in western France. The reconquest of Normandy that John had spent years preparing and funding ended in complete failure. John returned to England with nothing to show for the enormous sums he had extracted from his subjects. The barons had finally had enough. In 1215, a coalition of nobles confronted John and forced him to negotiate. The result was Magna Carta, the Great Charter, one of the most famous documents in English constitutional history. Magna Carta established principles that would eventually evolve into fundamental rights, limitations on taxation without consent, guarantees of due process, restrictions on royal arbitrary power. John agreed to its terms at Runnymede in June 1215, setting his seal to a document that implicitly acknowledged that even kings were bound by law. Of course, John had no intention of honouring Magna Carta if he could avoid it. Within months, he had obtained a papal bull annulling the charter, and civil war broke out between royal and baronial forces. The rebels invited Prince Louis of France to take the English throne, and French forces invaded England in support of the baronial cause. By 1216, John had lost control of large parts of his kingdom, including London. His situation looked desperate. Then, in October 1216, John died suddenly. The cause was reportedly dysentery, contracted during a military campaign in eastern England. A famous legend claims that he lost his treasure and baggage train while crossing the Wash, a tidal estuary that swallowed his goods when the waters rose unexpectedly. Whether or not this story is true, the evidence is ambiguous, it became a fitting symbol for John's reign, a king who lost everything, even his possessions, through carelessness and misfortune. John's death actually saved the English monarchy. His 9-year-old son Henry became King Henry III, and the regency government that ruled in his name was able to make peace with the rebels and eject the French invaders. Magna Carta was reissued in modified form and eventually became part of English constitutional tradition. The crisis that John had created through his incompetence and tyranny was resolved by his timely demise. The historical assessment of King John has varied over the centuries. Victorian historians tended to see him as an unmitigated villain, the worst of English kings. More recent scholarship has attempted some rehabilitation, noting that John was an energetic administrator who contributed to the development of English royal government, that some of his revenue-raising techniques were continuations of his predecessors' policies, and that he faced genuinely difficult circumstances in his conflicts with France and the Pope. Yet even sympathetic historians struggle to fully rehabilitate John. The disappearance of Arthur of Brittany remains a bloody stain that no amount of administrative competence can wash away. John's treatment of hostages and prisoners was cruel, even by medieval standards. His arbitrary seizure of lands and titles, his extortionate fines, and his vindictive punishments created an atmosphere of fear and distrust that eventually turned his own nobles against him. Whatever his abilities, he lacked the one quality that medieval kings needed above all, the ability to inspire loyalty. One of the most notorious examples of John's cruelty involved the family of William de Braos, a powerful marcher lord who had initially been one of John's closest supporters. The de Braos family had prospered under John's patronage, receiving lands and favours in return for loyalty. But Matilda de Braos, William's wife, allegedly made an indiscreet comment about what had happened to Arthur of Brittany, suggesting that she knew, or believed, that John had murdered his nephew. This comment, whether real or invented, gave John an excuse to destroy the family. John demanded hostages from the de Braos family as guarantees of their continued loyalty. When Matilda reportedly refused, saying she would not surrender her sons to a man who had murdered his own nephew, John's fury was unleashed. William de Braos fled to Ireland and eventually to France, but Matilda and her eldest son William were captured. John imprisoned them in Windsor Castle, or possibly Corfe Castle, and according to chroniclers, left them to starve to death. When their cell was finally opened, Matilda's body was found slumped against her son's, and she had apparently gnawed at his cheeks in desperation before dying. This story, whether entirely accurate or somewhat embellished by hostile chroniclers, captured something essential about John's character and methods. He was capable of appalling cruelty toward people who had once been his closest allies. His vengeance was not satisfied by simple execution, but required prolonged suffering, and his vindictiveness extended to women and children who posed no military threat whatsoever. The fate of Matilda de Braose became another scandal that blackened John's reputation and reminded his remaining nobles that loyalty offered no protection against royal displeasure. John also developed a reputation for taking noble hostages, typically children or young relatives of powerful men, and holding them to ensure the good behaviour of their families. This was common practice in medieval politics, but John applied it with unusual enthusiasm and threatened his hostages with unusual brutality. When the Welsh prince Llywelyn ab Iorwerth defied him in 1212, John reportedly hanged 28 Welsh hostages, including young boys. The message was clear: defy the king and your children would pay the price. Such methods might work in the short term, but they generated lasting hatred. Every noble who surrendered a hostage to John lived in fear of what might happen if they fell from favour. Every family that lost a child to royal vengeance became a permanent enemy. John accumulated enemies faster than he could eliminate them, until finally there were so many that they united against him. The rebellion that produced Magna Carta was, in part, a reaction to years of accumulated grievances about royal cruelty and arbitrary power. The comparison with John's brother Richard is instructive. Richard was absent from England for most of his reign, spent enormous sums on crusade and ransom, and showed little interest in the details of administration. Yet Richard died widely mourned, remembered as a hero. John was present in England, paid considerable attention to government, and attempted, unsuccessfully, to recover the territories his family had lost. Yet John died despised, remembered as a villain. The difference lay not in their policies, but in their personalities and their results. Richard won glory, John accumulated grievances. Richard inspired loyalty, John inspired rebellion. The fate of Arthur of Brittany connects John's story to the broader pattern of medieval royal violence we've been exploring. Like the princes in the Tower, Arthur was a young relative with inconvenient claims to the throne. Like them, he disappeared while in the custody of a royal uncle. Like them, his probable murder became a scandal that undermined the perpetrator's legitimacy and provided ammunition for enemies. The medieval English monarchy had a disturbingly consistent approach to dealing with rival claimants, and that approach usually ended badly for the claimants. What makes John's case distinctive is the completeness of his failure. Richard III, despite killing his nephews, held the throne for 2 years and died fighting rather than submitting. John lived longer but lost more: his continental empire, his reputation, his authority, and nearly his kingdom. His reign demonstrated that royal crimes might buy temporary security, but rarely led to lasting success. Murder might eliminate one rival, but it created new enemies and undermined the trust that medieval kingship ultimately depended upon. The lessons of John's reign were absorbed by subsequent generations. Later English kings learned to be more cautious about alienating their nobility, more careful about respecting at least the forms of law, more aware that royal power depended on maintaining the consent of the governed, or at least of the powerful. Magna Carta, whatever its immediate failure, established principles that would shape English political development for centuries. John's failures, in other words, contributed to England's eventual constitutional achievements. The document itself, originally intended as a peace treaty between John and his rebellious barons, evolved over time into something far more significant. Its clauses about due process, fair taxation, and limits on arbitrary royal power were reissued by subsequent kings and gradually became foundational principles of English law. The idea that even the king was subject to law, that there were things a monarch simply could not do, gained strength from John's spectacular demonstration of what happened when a king tried to rule without restraint. Subsequent English monarchs would sometimes forget these lessons and attempt to reassert absolute authority, but they would always face pushback grounded in the precedents John had inadvertently established. The barons who forced John to sign Magna Carta did not intend to create a constitutional document for the ages. They were pursuing their own immediate interests, but by insisting that their rights be recognised in writing, they created something that would outlast their specific grievances. John's physical remains, unlike some of his predecessors, survived relatively intact. He was buried at Worcester Cathedral, where his tomb can still be seen today, one of the oldest royal effigies in England. The carved figure shows a king in his coronation robes, looking peaceful and regal, giving no hint of the turbulent reign and violent reputation of the man beneath. Medieval tomb sculptures were exercises in aspiration rather than realism. They showed the deceased as they hoped to appear before God, not as they had appeared to their contemporaries. The contrast between John's serene effigy and his turbulent life captures something important about how medieval kings understood themselves. They believed they were God's anointed representatives on earth, entitled to deference and obedience. When reality failed to match this self-image, when barons rebelled, when popes imposed interdicts, when nephews had to be eliminated, they experienced it as injustice rather than consequences. John probably never understood why people hated him, never grasped that his cruelties generated the opposition he faced. He died still believing he was the victim rather than the cause of his troubles. But that was cold comfort to Arthur of Brittany, who died in a cell in Rouen, probably at his uncle's hands before he ever had a chance to grow up or rule. Like the princes in the Tower, he became a symbol of royal treachery, a reminder that being born close to the throne was as much a curse as a blessing. His disappearance haunted John's reign just as the prince's disappearance would haunt Richard III's 2.5 centuries later. We've now explored 2 cases of suspicious royal deaths, William Rufus in the New Forest and Arthur of Brittany in Rouen, plus the mystery of the princes in the Tower. The pattern should be becoming clear. Medieval English kings operated in a political environment where violence was always an option, where family members were often the greatest threats, and where eliminating rivals could seem like simple prudence. The divine right of kings didn't prevent royal murder. It sometimes seemed to encourage it, by raising the stakes of succession to the point where any method of securing the throne could be justified. Yet these crimes were not without consequences. William Rufus's death left questions that still interest historians 9 centuries later. Arthur's disappearance contributed to John's loss of France and his ultimate failure as king. The prince's murder destroyed Richard III's reputation and may have cost him crucial support at Bosworth. Royal violence might solve immediate problems, but it created new ones, and the moral stain of killing relatives proved remarkably persistent. As we continue our journey through medieval English scandals, we'll encounter more examples of royal cruelty and more cases of family members meeting unfortunate ends. The patterns we've identified will repeat with variations, showing how the structural pressures of medieval monarchy pushed kings toward violence, even as that violence undermined their long-term interests. It's a grim picture, but an instructive one, a reminder that power without accountability tends toward abuse, and that even the most exalted positions carry moral responsibilities that cannot be evaded without cost. The stories of William Rufus, Arthur of Brittany, and the princes in the Tower are all connected by this fundamental truth. Medieval English kings could do terrible things, but they could not entirely escape the consequences. Divine right gave them authority, but it could not silence the whispers, erase the suspicions, or prevent the judgments, both contemporary and historical, that their actions invited. The crown was heavy not just because of its weight in gold, but because of the moral burdens that came with wearing it. We'll see more of those burdens in the chapters ahead, as we examine other scandals that rocked medieval England. There are tyrannies yet to explore, cruelties yet to catalogue, and victims yet to remember. The royal closet of skeletons is far from empty, and we've only begun to sort through its contents. We've touched on the fate of Matilda de Braose in our discussion of King John's reign, but her story deserves a more thorough examination. It stands as perhaps the most horrifying example of royal cruelty in medieval English history, a case where a king's vengeance extended not just to political rivals, but to a woman and her son, left to die slowly in conditions too terrible to contemplate. The tragedy of Matilda de Braose illuminates the darkest corners of medieval monarchy, and helps explain why John's barons eventually decided they had endured enough. The de Braose family had been prominent in English and Welsh affairs since the Norman conquest. They were marcher lords, holding lands along the turbulent border between England and Wales, where they served as a buffer against Welsh independence and enjoyed unusual autonomy in return for their military service. By the late 12th century, the de Braose family had accumulated substantial holdings and considerable influence. William de Braose, Matilda's husband, was one of the most powerful barons in the realm. William de Braose had been a close ally of King John from the very beginning of the reign. He had been present at the capture of Arthur of Brittany in 1202 and may have known more about the young prince's fate than most people. This proximity to royal secrets would eventually prove fatal to his family. For a time, however, the de Braos clan prospered enormously under John's patronage, receiving grants of land in Ireland and Wales that made them even wealthier and more powerful. Matilda de Braos, sometimes called Matilda de St. Valery from her maiden name, was by all accounts a formidable woman. Medieval sources describe her as strong-willed, outspoken, and deeply involved in her family's affairs, not merely a decorative wife, but an active participant in the management of their vast estates. She bore William numerous children, helped defend their castles during conflicts, and apparently had opinions that she wasn't afraid to share. In an era when women were expected to remain quietly in the background, Matilda stood out. The relationship between John and the de Braos family began to sour around 1207–1208. The precise cause of the rupture is debated by historians. John demanded enormous sums of money from William de Braos, debts allegedly owed for various grants and privileges. When William couldn't pay, John began seizing de Braos' properties. The situation escalated rapidly from financial dispute to existential threat. What transformed an ordinary feudal conflict into a legendary scandal was Matilda's alleged response when John demanded hostages from the family. According to chroniclers, when royal agents came to collect her sons as guarantees of loyalty, Matilda refused. Her reported words varied in different accounts, but the essence was devastating. She would not surrender her children to a king who had murdered his own nephew. The implication was clear. She knew what had happened to Arthur of Brittany, and she expected John to treat her sons the same way. Whether Matilda actually said this, or whether the story was elaborated later to explain John's disproportionate fury, remains uncertain. Medieval chroniclers had their own agendas, and putting dramatic speeches in people's mouths was a common literary technique. But the story captured something real about the atmosphere of John's court, the pervasive fear, the knowledge that royal favour could turn to royal vengeance without warning, and the dangerous game that families like the de Braoses were forced to play. John's reaction to this alleged insult was ferocious. He declared William de Braos a traitor and began systematically destroying the family. Royal forces seized their English and Welsh estates. William fled to Ireland, where he initially found refuge with other Anglo-Norman lords who were increasingly wary of John's reach. But John pursued him relentlessly, leading a military expedition to Ireland in 1210 that was as much about crushing the de Braos family as about asserting royal authority over the Irish lordships. William eventually escaped to France, where he died in exile in 1211, broken and impoverished. But Matilda and her eldest son, also named William, were not so fortunate. They were captured, the circumstances are unclear, and brought before the king. John's vengeance would be terrible. The exact fate of Matilda and her son has been reported in various ways by different chroniclers, but all agree on the essential horror. They were imprisoned, probably at Windsor Castle or Corfe Castle, and deliberately starved to death. This was not a quick execution, but a prolonged torment, lasting perhaps 11 days according to some accounts. When their cell was finally opened, the bodies told a story of unimaginable desperation. Matilda was reportedly found slumped against her son's corpse, having apparently gnawed at his cheeks in her final agonies of hunger. Now we should pause here to acknowledge the limits of our sources. Medieval chroniclers loved gruesome details, and the story of Matilda eating her son's flesh may be an embellishment designed to maximize the horror and blacken John's reputation even further. The basic facts, imprisonment and death by starvation, are credible and probably accurate. The specific details of cannibalistic desperation might be true, might be exaggerated, or might be invented entirely. We cannot know for certain. What we can say is that the story was believed by contemporaries and near contemporaries, and that belief shaped how people understood John's character. A king capable of such cruelty was a king capable of anything. The fate of Matilda de Braos became a cautionary tale, whispered among nobles who might otherwise have trusted royal assurances. If John could do this to a family that had served him loyally for years, what might he do to others? The method of execution, starvation rather than beheading or hanging, added an extra layer of cruelty. Quick death was considered almost merciful in medieval justice. Prolonged suffering was reserved for the worst offenders. By starving Matilda and her son, John was treating them as worse than common criminals, inflicting punishment that combined physical agony with psychological terror. Every day they lived was another day of knowing death approached, another day of watching each other weaken, another day without the hope that usually sustained medieval prisoners. Starvation was also notably a punishment that left no visible wounds, no dramatic execution scene that might generate sympathy or create martyrs. The de Brouses simply disappeared into a cell and never emerged. There was no crowd to witness their deaths, no final speeches to be reported and remembered. John could claim, if challenged, that they had died of illness or natural causes. The truth might be suspected, but it could never be proven in the way a public execution could be. This deniability was characteristic of John's approach to inconvenient problems. Arthur of Brittany had vanished without official explanation. Matilda de Braose died behind closed doors. John preferred shadows to spotlights when it came to eliminating enemies, perhaps recognizing that public cruelty would generate more opposition than quiet elimination. Unfortunately for him, the truth has a way of emerging, and the whispered accounts of what happened to the de Braose family proved more damaging than any public execution might have been. The destruction of the de Braose family sent shockwaves through the English nobility. Here was a powerful baron, a royal favourite, reduced to exile and death because he couldn't satisfy the king's financial demands, and his wife had spoken too freely. Other nobles looked at their own situations and wondered when the king's attention might turn to them. The arbitrary nature of John's vengeance, the way loyal service provided no protection against sudden disgrace, made everyone feel vulnerable. This climate of fear contributed directly to the baronial rebellion that produced Magna Carta. The Great Charter's clauses about due process, about not imprisoning free men without lawful judgment, about not destroying people through royal whim, these weren't abstract principles but responses to concrete abuses. When the barons insisted that no free man shall be seized or imprisoned, except by the lawful judgment of his peers or by the law of the land, they were thinking of Matilda de Braose and others like her, destroyed without trial or legal process. Clause 39 of Magna Carta, which established these protections, became one of the most influential legal principles in Western history. It would evolve into concepts like habeas corpus and due process that remain fundamental to modern legal systems. And while the barons who drafted it were primarily protecting their own class interests, the principles they established eventually extended to protect everyone. The death of Matilda de Braose, in a terrible irony, contributed to legal protections that might have saved her. The de Braose lands were eventually restored to the surviving family members after John's death, when the Regency government sought reconciliation with those who had suffered under the previous reign. But the family never fully recovered its former prominence. Too many male heirs had been killed or died in exile. Too much wealth had been lost. The de Brouses continued as minor nobility for several generations before finally dying out, their name remembered primarily for the tragedy that had befallen them. Matilda herself achieved a strange kind of immortality through her suffering. She became a symbol of royal tyranny, invoked whenever people wanted to criticize arbitrary power. Her story was told and retold, often with embellishments, as an example of what happened when kings ruled without restraint. In death, she accomplished what she could never have achieved in life. She helped limit the power of the crown that had destroyed her. The fate of Matilda de Braose also reveals something important about the position of women in medieval political society. Although women were generally excluded from formal power structures, they were not immune to political violence. When families fell from favour, women suffered alongside men. When kings sought vengeance, they did not limit their cruelty to adult male opponents. Matilda was punished not for any action she had taken, but for words she had allegedly spoken, and for being married to the wrong man at the wrong time. Medieval chivalric ideals supposedly protected noble women from the worst violence of political conflict. Knights were supposed to honour ladies, spare the weak, and show mercy to those who surrendered. The treatment of Matilda de Braose exposed these ideals as largely theoretical. When a king wanted someone destroyed, chivalric conventions offered no protection. Matilda was a noblewoman, a mother, a wife of one of England's greatest barons, and none of that saved her from death by starvation in a royal dungeon. The contrast between chivalric rhetoric and political reality was stark throughout medieval history, but few cases illustrated it as vividly as Matilda's fate. Songs and poems celebrated knights who protected damsels in distress, but actual knights served kings who imprisoned women and let them starve. The gap between medieval self-image and medieval behaviour was enormous, and the story of Matilda de Braose fell squarely into that gap. John's treatment of the de Braose family also demonstrated the limits of patronage and service as protections against royal power. William de Braose had done everything a medieval baron was supposed to do. He had served the king loyally, supported him in war, helped him achieve his objectives. In return, he had received lands and honours. But when the king's mood changed, when financial pressures mounted, when old secrets became inconvenient, all that loyal service counted for nothing. The relationship between king and baron, supposedly based on mutual obligation and feudal honour, proved to be entirely one-sided. This lesson was not lost on other nobles. If John could destroy the de Braoses despite their years of faithful service, he could destroy anyone. The only real security lay in limiting royal power itself, in establishing rules and procedures that even kings had to follow. The baronial movement that produced Magna Carta was, in essence, an attempt to create such limits, to transform the arbitrary relationship between king and nobles into something more predictable and less dangerous. Whether Magna Carta actually achieved this goal is debatable. John certainly didn't intend to honour it, and subsequent kings found ways to evade or ignore its provisions. But the principle it established, that royal power had limits, that even kings were subject to law, proved remarkably durable. Over centuries that principle would be elaborated, extended, and eventually embodied in constitutional structures that genuinely constrained monarchical authority. Matilda de Braose might not have lived to see it, but her death contributed to changes that eventually made such deaths less likely. The physical remains of Matilda de Braose, unlike those of some royal victims, were never the subject of elaborate commemoration. There was no shrine, no tomb monument, no pilgrimages to her resting place. John would hardly have permitted any memorial that reminded people of his cruelty, and after his death, the priority was reconciliation rather than remembrance. Matilda simply disappeared from the historical record after her death, her body presumably buried somewhere without ceremony. This absence of physical memorial makes her story even more dependent on textual transmission. We know about Matilda because chroniclers wrote about her, because her fate was too shocking to forget even without a monument to prompt memory. She became a character in historical narratives rather than a name on a tomb, and in some ways this made her more powerful as a symbol. Anyone could invoke Matilda de Braose without making a pilgrimage. Her story travelled freely, unanchored to any specific location. The locations associated with Matilda's imprisonment, Windsor Castle and Corfe Castle being the most commonly mentioned, both had long histories of holding high-status prisoners. Corfe Castle in particular, perched on its dramatic hilltop in Dorset, became notorious for the harsh treatment of prisoners. Its dungeons were known as especially grim, lacking light and air, designed to break the spirits of those confined there. If Matilda was indeed held at Corfe, she would have experienced one of medieval England's most forbidding prisons. The psychological dimension of Matilda's imprisonment deserves consideration. She was locked away with her son, watching him weaken alongside her, knowing that they were both dying and that no rescue would come. The presence of her child must have made her suffering infinitely worse, not only experiencing her own hunger, but witnessing his, not only facing her own death, but being powerless to prevent his. This aspect of John's cruelty was perhaps the most refined. He ensured that Matilda's final days would be spent in the agony of maternal helplessness. Medieval imprisonment was generally intended to be temporary. Prisoners were held while awaiting trial, while ransoms were negotiated, or while political situations evolved. Permanent imprisonment as punishment was relatively unusual. Execution was more common for serious offences. By imprisoning Matilda and her son with the deliberate intention of letting them starve, John was choosing a method that combined the worst features of imprisonment and execution, the prolonged suffering of confinement with the certainty of death. Some historians have speculated about whether John might have intended merely to frighten Matilda into submission, only to have the situation escalate beyond his control. Perhaps he ordered that they receive minimal food, expecting them to eventually beg for mercy, and miscalculated how long they could survive. This interpretation is generous to John, but doesn't quite fit with the sources, which consistently portray the starvation as deliberate policy rather than accident. John wanted them dead. He simply wanted them to die slowly. The de Braose case also illustrates the particular vulnerability of women in medieval legal systems. Although Matilda had allegedly committed the offence, speaking inappropriately about the king's crimes, she had no independent legal standing to defend herself. Her fate was entirely dependent on the outcome of her husband's conflict with the king. When William fled to France, Matilda and her son were left behind, essentially hostages to a quarrel that was not primarily theirs. The medieval assumption that women's interests were represented by their male relatives proved catastrophically wrong when those relatives were unable or unwilling to protect them. The chronicle accounts of Matilda's death also reveal something about medieval attitudes toward political violence. The chroniclers who recorded her fate were obviously horrified by it. That's why they included the gruesome details. But they were not entirely surprised. Medieval people understood that kings could be cruel, that power corrupted, that royal courts were dangerous places. The shock was in the degree of John's vindictiveness, not in the basic fact of royal violence. This acceptance of political violence as normal, if regrettable, shaped how medieval people responded to such events. They might condemn a particularly cruel king, but they rarely questioned the system that gave kings such power. The solution to bad kings was better kings, not constitutional restraints on kingship itself. It took repeated disasters, John's reign being one of the worst, before significant numbers of people began to imagine alternatives. Now, having dwelt perhaps long enough in the dungeons where Matilda de Braose met her end, let's travel backward in time to an earlier scandal, one that involved not violence, but something potentially even more damaging to a medieval reputation: sexual impropriety. We're going to the year 956, to a coronation feast that went spectacularly wrong, and to a teenage king whose behaviour shocked his contemporaries so deeply that they wrote about it for decades afterward. The king in question was Edwig, sometimes spelled Edwy, who came to the throne of England at approximately 15 years of age. England in 956 was not yet the unified kingdom it would later become. It was an Anglo-Saxon realm that had been gradually consolidated by Edwig's predecessors, particularly his uncle King Edred. The country was Christian but still relatively new to the faith, with powerful monasteries and influential churchmen competing for influence against secular nobles who didn't always share their priorities. Edwig was the son of King Edmund the Fenced, who had been murdered in 946, and the grandson of the famous King Edward the Elder. His succession was not particularly contested. His uncle Edred had died without legitimate children, making Edwig the obvious heir. The young man was reportedly handsome, charming, and perhaps a bit too aware of his own attractions. He was also, as events would demonstrate, spectacularly lacking in political judgment. The coronation of an Anglo-Saxon king was an elaborate religious ceremony, conducted by bishops and abbots, designed to demonstrate divine sanction for royal authority. After the religious rituals came the coronation feast, where the new king would preside over his nobles and churchmen, receiving their homage and demonstrating his fitness to rule. It was an occasion for display, for cementing alliances, and for showing everyone that the new reign would be glorious. Edwig's coronation feast started normally enough. The young king took his place at the high table, surrounded by the most important men in his kingdom. Churchmen were present in force, as they always were at royal ceremonies. Nobles jockeyed for position, trying to catch the king's eye and secure favourable treatment in the new reign. The food was served, the mead flowed, and everything seemed to be proceeding according to tradition. And then, at some point during the festivities, King Edwig disappeared. The assembled nobles and churchmen looked around for their new monarch and found his seat empty. This was, to put it mildly, a breach of protocol. A king was not supposed to wander off during his own coronation feast. The whole point of the event was for him to be present, visible, receiving homage. An absent king could not perform the ceremonial functions that gave the feast its meaning. After some confusion, a delegation was sent to find the missing monarch. The man chosen to lead this search was Dunstan, Abbot of Glastonbury, one of the most important churchmen in England, and a figure who would later become Archbishop of Canterbury, and eventually a saint. Dunstan was a reformer, determined to improve the moral standards of both church and laity, and he had high expectations for royal behaviour. What he found when he located Edwig did not meet those expectations. According to the account written by a biographer of Dunstan, the abbot discovered the young king in a private chamber, in what we might delicately describe as a compromising position. Edwig was with two women, a noblewoman named Elfgifu and her mother Ethelgifu, and the situation was apparently not one of innocent conversation. The chronicler describes the royal crown lying discarded on the floor, which carries obvious symbolic weight. The king had literally thrown aside his crown to pursue carnal pleasures. Different accounts give different details about exactly what Dunstan witnessed. Some suggest that Edwig was caught in the act of sexual congress with one or both women. Others imply that the situation was improper, but perhaps not quite that explicit. The degree of nudity, the exact positions involved, and the precise nature of the activities have been matters of scholarly debate for over 1,000 years, which tells you something about both the limitations of our sources and the enduring human fascination with royal misbehaviour. Whatever the exact scene, Dunstan was outraged. He reportedly dragged the young king back to the coronation feast, forcing him to resume his duties despite his obvious preference for remaining in private. The encounter established a bitter enmity between king and abbot that would dominate the next few years of English politics. Edwig never forgave Dunstan for the humiliation, and Dunstan never forgot what he had seen. Now, before we take this account entirely at face value, we should consider who was telling the story and why. The account comes from a biography of Dunstan written after the abbot's death, by someone who wanted to present him as a holy man standing up to royal wickedness. Such biographies, called hagiographies, were not exactly known for their balanced treatment of their subjects' enemies. If Dunstan was the hero, Edwig had to be the villain, and what better villainy than sexual scandal? The medieval church had a complicated relationship with sexuality, viewing it as necessary for procreation but dangerous to the soul, acceptable within marriage but sinful outside it. A young king caught with women who were not his wife, or even if one of them was his wife, the presence of the mother added problematic implications, was committing sins that churchmen found particularly offensive. The story of Edwig's coronation scandal fit perfectly into a narrative about worldly kings versus godly churchmen. Some historians have suggested that the scandal was exaggerated or even invented to justify Dunstan's subsequent conflict with the king. Perhaps Edwig simply left the feast to rest. Perhaps he was with only one woman who was actually his betrothed. Perhaps the whole thing was a misunderstanding blown out of proportion by political enemies. We cannot verify the account independently, and the sources are obviously biased. Yet the story was clearly believed by contemporaries and shaped their understanding of Edwig's character. Whether or not the exact details were accurate, the scandal created an image of the young king as irresponsible, lustful, and easily led astray by scheming women. This image would haunt Edwig for the remainder of his short reign and continue to define his historical reputation for centuries. The aftermath of the coronation scandal was politically significant. Dunstan was soon exiled from England, sent away from the kingdom he had served for decades. The official reasons for his exile are unclear. Perhaps it was simple royal vengeance for the coronation humiliation, perhaps there were other political factors involved. Either way, the departure of such an important churchman signalled that Edwig's reign would be troubled. Edwig did eventually marry Elfgifu, the woman, or one of the women involved in the scandal. Their marriage was controversial not because of the coronation incident, but because the church claimed they were too closely related, possibly third cousins, which fell within the prohibited degrees of kinship for marriage. Archbishop Odo of Canterbury eventually declared the marriage invalid and forced the couple to separate. This was another humiliation for the young king, another indication that he could not control even his personal life. The young king's reign was further troubled by political divisions. His brother Edgar, who was only a few years younger, became the focus of opposition to Edwig's rule. By 957, barely a year after the coronation, England was effectively divided, with Edwig controlling the southern regions and Edgar ruling north of the Thames. This was not quite civil war, but it was close. 2 kings, 2 courts, 2 competing centres of power within what was supposed to be a unified kingdom. Dunstan, meanwhile, had found refuge at the court of Edgar, whose advisers were more sympathetic to church reform. When Edwig died in 959, aged only about 19, Edgar became king of all England and immediately recalled Dunstan from exile. The reforming abbot would go on to become Archbishop of Canterbury and one of the most influential figures in late Anglo-Saxon England. His victory over the king who had humiliated him was complete. Dunstan's subsequent career casts an interesting light on the coronation scandal. He became one of the most powerful men in England, guiding ecclesiastical policy for decades and earning eventual canonization as a saint. His biographers naturally wanted to present his conflict with Edwig as a confrontation between holiness and sin, between righteous reform and corrupt monarchy. The coronation scandal fit perfectly into this narrative framework. It proved that Dunstan had been right to oppose Edwig, that the young king's character was irredeemably flawed, But we might ask whether Dunstan's later success influenced how the earlier conflict was remembered. Historians writing after Dunstan became Archbishop had every reason to present his earlier struggles sympathetically. The coronation scandal might have been remembered and elaborated precisely because it served the interests of the winning faction. If Eadwig had somehow triumphed and Dunstan had remained in exile, we might have very different accounts of what happened, or no accounts at all. The Anglo-Saxon church that produced these chronicles was undergoing significant transformation during this period. The Benedictine reform movement, which Dunstan championed, sought to impose stricter monastic discipline, reduce secular interference in church affairs, and elevate clerical standards throughout the kingdom. This reform movement had powerful enemies among both laymen who benefited from existing arrangements, and clergy who preferred more relaxed standards. The conflict between Edwig and Dunstan was partly a conflict between these competing visions of what the English church should be. Edwig seems to have sided with those who resisted the reformers, nobles who held church lands, secular clergy who resented monastic encroachment, anyone who found Dunstan's reforms threatening to their interests. By portraying Edwig as a dissolute youth controlled by scheming women, the reformers could discredit this entire opposition. The coronation scandal wasn't just about one king's misbehaviour, it was ammunition in a broader struggle for the soul of the English church. The rapid collapse of Edwig's reign raises questions about whether the coronation scandal was cause or symptom. Did the incident actually damage Edwig's reputation so severely that he couldn't govern effectively? Or did the story become prominent in historical memory because Eadwig's reign failed for other reasons, and chroniclers needed an explanation for that failure? The answer is probably a combination of both. Medieval kingship depended heavily on personal reputation. A king needed to project strength, wisdom, and moral authority to command the loyalty of his nobles and the respect of his churchmen. A king who abandoned his own coronation feast to pursue sexual pleasure was demonstrating none of these qualities. Even if the story was exaggerated, the fact that people believed it damaged Edwig's ability to rule. But Edwig also faced structural challenges that would have been difficult for any young king. He inherited a kingdom that had been centralised by his predecessors, but still contained powerful regional interests. He came to power as a teenager without experience in governance. He alienated the church reform movement that had significant support among both clergy and educated laity, and he apparently lacked the charisma or political skill to build coalitions that might have compensated for these disadvantages. The coronation scandal became a convenient explanation for all of Edwig's problems, a single dramatic incident that encapsulated his unfitness for rule. Medieval people liked simple explanations, and the king as a lecher who cares more about women than ruling was considerably simpler than analysing structural political factors. The story had narrative power, moral clarity, and just enough salacious detail to be memorable. The women involved in the scandal, Elfgifu and her mother Ethelgifu, received particularly harsh treatment in the chronicles. They were portrayed as scheming temptresses who had corrupted the young king, using their feminine wiles to distract him from his duties. This was a standard medieval trope, blaming women for men's moral failures, and it tells us more about medieval attitudes toward gender than about these specific individuals. Ethelgifu, the mother, was especially vilified. Chronicles suggested she had ambitions for her daughter to become queen, and had engineered the entire situation to advance her family's interests. Some accounts hinted at even darker motives. Was the mother also involved sexually with the young king? The sources are vague enough to suggest impropriety while avoiding explicit accusations, a combination that probably made the gossip even more damaging. The historical Elfgifu seems to have been simply a noblewoman who became involved with the young king, married him briefly, and was then cast aside when the church declared the marriage invalid. Her subsequent fate is unclear. She disappears from the historical record after the annulment. Whether she remarried, entered a convent, or simply lived quietly on family estates, we don't know. She became a character in chronicles rather than a person with her own story. The role of the church in creating and disseminating the scandal narrative deserves particular attention. Almost all of our information about Eadwig comes from sources written by churchmen, most of them sympathetic to Dunstan and the reform movement. These writers had every incentive to portray Edwig negatively and Dunstan positively. They controlled the tools of historical memory, literacy, scriptoria, libraries, and used them to shape how future generations would understand the past. This ecclesiastical control over narrative was a recurring feature of medieval history. Kings might wield swords and command armies, but monks wielded pens and commanded scriptoria. In the long run, the monks often won. Edwig's reputation was destroyed not by military defeat but by unfavourable chronicles, not by enemies' swords but by their words. The coronation scandal survived because churchmen ensured it would survive, copying the story from one manuscript to another, preserving it for posterity. We should also consider what the scandal reveals about medieval expectations for royal behaviour. A modern politician caught in a compromising situation might face serious consequences, but we wouldn't be shocked that it happened. We expect our leaders to be human, with human weaknesses. Medieval expectations were different. Kings were supposed to be more than ordinary men, elevated by divine sanction to a position that demanded exceptional virtue. When Edwig failed to meet these expectations, when he behaved like an ordinary 15-year-old with ordinary 15-year-old interests, the reaction was correspondingly severe. He wasn't just a teenager making a mistake, he was a king betraying his sacred office. The crown lying discarded on the floor wasn't just a piece of jewellery carelessly dropped, it was a symbol of rejected divine authority. Medieval people read such details symbolically, finding profound meaning in apparently trivial details. The scandalous behaviour also exposed tensions in the Anglo-Saxon approach to monarchy. Kings were supposed to be warriors, but also supposed to be Christians. They were supposed to demonstrate masculine vigour, but also supposed to practice restraint. They were supposed to lead secular society, but also supposed to defer to ecclesiastical authority on moral matters. Edwig's coronation scandal occurred at the intersection of these contradictory expectations, revealing how difficult it could be to navigate all of them successfully. Young kings faced particular challenges. They had all the authority of the crown, but often lacked the experience and judgment to use it wisely. Their courts were full of ambitious people, eager to exploit royal youth for their own purposes, and they faced the same temptations as any young person, the desires, the impatience, the conviction that rules were for other people, but with far more opportunity and far less supervision. Edwig was hardly the only medieval king to face scandal at a young age, but his story became particularly famous because of how it was told. The dramatic confrontation between young king and austere abbot, the symbolism of the discarded crown, the lurid hints of sexual impropriety, these elements combined to create a story that people wanted to remember and retell. It was, in modern terms, viral content, spreading through medieval information networks of monastery libraries and court gossip. The long-term impact of Edwig's scandal on English history was limited. He died young, his brother Edgar proved to be a capable king, and the political crisis of the late 950s was resolved without lasting damage. But the episode contributed to a growing sense that kings needed to meet certain moral standards, that their behaviour was subject to judgment, and that the church had a legitimate role in evaluating royal conduct. This relationship between royal authority and ecclesiastical oversight would continue to evolve over subsequent centuries, eventually contributing to the kind of conflicts we've already examined: Henry II versus Thomas Becket, John versus Innocent III. The idea that kings were accountable to some authority beyond their own will, even if only to God and his earthly representatives, had deep roots in Anglo-Saxon England. Edwig's scandal, by demonstrating what happened when a king defied ecclesiastical expectations, reinforced these ideas. The story also demonstrates the power of scandal in shaping historical reputation. Edwig might have been a reasonably capable ruler who faced insurmountable political challenges. We can't really know, because the sources are so biased against him. What we do know is that his reputation was destroyed by a single incident, possibly exaggerated or invented, that became the defining story of his reign. The scandal survived while more balanced assessments disappeared. This should make us cautious about how we interpret historical scandals more generally. The stories that survived were usually the stories that served someone's interests. They were not neutral accounts, but partisan narratives, shaped by the agendas of those who recorded them. The truth might be different from the story, and the story might be more influential than the truth. Having examined both Matilda de Braos's tragedy and Edwig's coronation scandal, we can see some common themes emerging in medieval royal scandals. Both involved conflicts between royal authority and other centres of power, noble families in Matilda's case, church reformers in Edwig's. Both demonstrate how medieval political conflicts could become intensely personal, with opponents seeking to destroy not just power, but reputation. and both show how stories survived because they served the interests of those who preserved them. We've travelled from the dungeons of King John to the coronation feast of a teenage Anglo-Saxon king, from death by starvation to death by gossip. The medieval monarchy's talent for scandal was clearly well developed long before the Wars of the Roses or the Tudor period. Each generation found new ways to shock contemporaries and provide material for future historians. As we continue our exploration of medieval royal scandals, we'll encounter more examples of cruelty, impropriety, and conflict. The patterns we've identified will repeat with variations: kings overstepping their bounds, churchmen recording their disapproval, victims whose suffering served political purposes. The medieval English monarchy was not a stable institution peacefully transferring power from generation to generation. It was a turbulent arena where ambition, violence, and scandal regularly erupted. The stories we've examined so far have ranged from probable murder to alleged sexual misconduct, from disappeared princes to starving prisoners, from arrows in forests to encounters in private chambers. Each scandal illuminated something about the society that produced it, its values, its fears, its assumptions about power and morality. And each scandal contributed to the slow evolution of English political culture, building precedents and grievances that would eventually reshape the relationship between crown and subject. The ghosts of Matilda de Braose and young King Edwig have little in common except their connection to royal power and its abuses. One died in darkness and agony, the victim of a tyrant's vengeance. The other was humiliated in life and vilified after death, the subject of scandal that may or may not have been deserved. But both remind us that medieval monarchy was a dangerous business, that proximity to the throne meant proximity to danger, and that the stories told about kings and their victims shaped political reality as much as any battle or treaty. We're far from finished with our tour of medieval royal scandals. There are more favourites to examine, more betrayals to catalogue, more victims to remember. The royal closet of skeletons still has many occupants we haven't met, and some of their stories are even more dramatic than what we've heard so far. But for now we leave Matilda in her dungeon and Edwig at his interrupted feast, two very different figures united by their roles in scandals that echoed through medieval English history. We've examined scandals involving murder, disappearance, starvation, and sexual impropriety. Now we turn to a different kind of royal scandal, one centred on favouritism, jealousy, and a relationship that contemporaries found deeply troubling. The story of King Edward II and his favourite Piers Gaveston is one of the most dramatic in English medieval history, a tale of intense personal attachment that brought a kingdom to the brink of civil war and ultimately contributed to the king's own destruction. Edward II came to the throne in 1307, succeeding his formidable father Edward I, known as Longshanks, for his unusual height, and Hammer of the Scots, for his relentless campaigns against Scottish independence. The first Edward had been everything medieval people expected in a king: a warrior, a lawgiver, a conqueror who expanded English power and commanded respect through sheer force of personality. His son would prove to be almost his exact opposite, more interested in rural pursuits and personal friendships than in warfare and governance. The contrast between father and son could hardly have been more complete. Edward II was born in 1284 at Caernarfon Castle in Wales, the first English prince to hold the title Prince of Wales, a title his father had created specifically to symbolise the conquest of that country. He was reportedly a tall, handsome young man, physically impressive but lacking the martial enthusiasm that medieval culture expected from princes. Where his father had spent decades fighting wars, young Edward preferred activities that his contemporaries considered beneath royal dignity: digging ditches, thatching roofs, working with his hands like a common labourer. Not exactly the resume medieval kingship required. More problematically, young Edward had developed an intense attachment to a Gascon knight named Piers Gaveston. Piers had come to the English court as a young man, placed in the prince's household by Edward the heir, and who apparently hoped the accomplished knight would be a good influence on his somewhat disappointing heir. If that was the plan, it backfired spectacularly. Instead of Piers improving Edward, Edward became completely devoted to Piers in ways that alarmed everyone who witnessed it. The exact nature of Edward and Piers' relationship has been debated by historians for 7 centuries. Were they lovers in the physical sense? Close friends whose bond was misinterpreted by hostile contemporaries? something that doesn't fit neatly into modern categories. Medieval sources are frustratingly vague about the specific nature of their attachment, using phrases like excessive and immoderate affection without spelling out exactly what that meant. The chronicle accounts suggest something more than ordinary friendship but avoid explicit accusations of sodomy, which was both a serious sin and a serious crime. Contemporary chroniclers struggle to find words for what they witnessed. Some described Edward's love for Piers as surpassing the love of David for Jonathan, a biblical reference that medieval readers would have understood as indicating profound emotional intimacy. Others used language suggesting a kind of madness or enchantment, as if Piers had cast a spell over the prince. The vocabulary of medieval writers simply wasn't equipped to describe the relationship they were observing, so they reached for approximations and allusions. One chronicler noted that Edward loved Piers beyond measure and reason, which captures the essence of the problem. Medieval culture valued moderation in all things. Excessive attachment of any kind was considered dangerous. Whether that attachment was sexual, emotional, or purely political mattered less than the fact that it was consuming everything else. Edward's love for Piers left no room for other relationships, other loyalties, other considerations. The origins of their friendship remain somewhat obscure. Piers came to England from Gascony, the southwestern French territory that English kings held as vassals of the French crown. His father, Arnaud de Gaveston, had served Edward III loyally and apparently recommended his son to royal service. The young Piers was placed in Prince Edward's household around 1300, when both were teenagers. Whatever spark ignited between them happened during these formative years, creating a bond that would prove unbreakable. Some historians have speculated that their relationship began as a typical medieval companionship between young nobles, sharing martial training, hunting together, developing the kind of brotherhood that military culture encouraged. At some point, this companionship deepened into something more exclusive and more troubling to observers. By the time Edward III became aware of the problem, his son's attachment to Piers had already become a fixed feature of the prince's personality. What we can say with certainty is that Edward's devotion to Piers was extraordinary by any standard. He showered his favourite with lands, titles and offices far beyond what Piers's birth or achievements warranted. He consulted Piers on matters of state, elevated him above established nobles, and seemed incapable of functioning normally when they were separated. When Edward the Young temporarily banished Piers from England in 1307, apparently recognising that the relationship was becoming problematic, the prince was reportedly devastated, writing letters and sending gifts to his exiled friend. The separation lasted only a few months before Edward III died, and one of the new king's first acts was to recall Piers from exile. Piers Gaveston was, by all accounts, a talented and charming man, witty, athletic, skilled in tournament combat, and possessed of a sharp tongue that he unfortunately couldn't keep sheathed. He had genuine abilities that might have made him a valuable royal servant under different circumstances, but his position as the king's favourite, combined with his tendency to mock and insult the great nobles of the realm, made him the most hated man in England almost from the moment Edward II took the throne. The problem wasn't just that Edward loved Piers. Medieval kings often had favourites, and some degree of royal patronage was expected. The problem was the scale of Edward's favouritism and its political consequences. Within months of becoming king, Edward had made Piers Earl of Cornwall, one of the highest titles in the land, usually reserved for close royal relatives. He had given Piers control of the royal jewels and ceremonial regalia. He had arranged for Piers to marry his own niece, Margaret de Clare, connecting the Gascon knight to the royal family by marriage, and he had excluded established nobles from the council, an influence they believed was their due. The English baronage watched these developments with mounting fury. They had served Edward I loyally, fought in his wars, supported his policies, and expected to maintain their positions under his son. Instead, they found themselves displaced by an arrogant foreigner who mocked them with insulting nicknames. Piers reportedly called the Earl of Warwick the Black Dog of Arden, the Earl of Lancaster the Fiddler, the Earl of Pembroke Joseph the Jew, and the Earl of Gloucester Whoreson. These were not the kinds of epithets that encouraged friendly relations, and medieval nobles had long memories for insults. The Earl of Lancaster, whom Piers mocked as the Fiddler, was particularly important in this story. Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, was the king's own cousin, the wealthiest and most powerful nobleman in England after the king himself. He He held 5 earldoms and commanded resources that could challenge royal authority if he chose to use them. By alienating Lancaster, Piers was making an enemy who could do him serious damage, and eventually did. Lancaster's enmity toward Piers was both personal and political. He resented the mockery, of course, but he also resented being excluded from the royal council, watching decisions made by the upstart Gascon that should have involved the great magnates of the realm. Lancaster believed, not without justification, that he had a legitimate role in governance by virtue of his birth, his wealth, and his relationship to the crown. Piers's presence blocked him from exercising that role. The Earl of Warwick had similar grievances, compounded by the Black Dog nickname that Piers apparently found amusing. Guy de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, was known for his military abilities and his choleric temper. He was not a man who took insults lightly, and Piers's mockery transformed him from a potential ally into an implacable enemy. When the opportunity for revenge finally came, Warwick seized it without hesitation. The grievances of these great nobles reflected broader structural problems in Edward's reign. Medieval English government depended on cooperation between the king and his leading subjects. The king provided legitimacy, leadership, and certain central resources. The nobles provided military forces, local administration, and the consent that made royal policies enforceable. This cooperation required ongoing communication, consultation, and mutual respect. By concentrating favour in Piers and excluding the traditional nobility from council, Edward was undermining the fundamental compact on which his power rested. The coronation of Edward II in February 1308 provided a spectacular demonstration of how far things had deteriorated. Piers was given the honour of carrying the crown during the ceremony, and walked so close to the king that observers couldn't tell who was being crowned. He was dressed more magnificently than the king himself, in purple embroidered with pearls, purple being traditionally a royal colour. The assembled nobles seethed with resentment, and the Queen's French relatives were reportedly so offended that they nearly walked out of the ceremony. Ah yes, the Queen. Edward II had married Isabella of France shortly before his coronation, a political alliance between England and France that was supposed to cement peace between the two kingdoms. Isabella was about 12 years old at the time of the marriage, young even by medieval standards, though not unusually so for royal brides. She was reportedly beautiful, intelligent, and well-educated, exactly the kind of queen who could have been a valuable partner to a capable king. Instead, she found herself competing for her husband's attention with Piers Gaveston, and losing badly. The wedding itself had been overshadowed by Edward's obsession with his favourite. According to chronicles, Edward paid more attention to Piers during the celebrations than to his new bride. Wedding gifts that had been intended for the royal couple somehow ended up in Piers's possession. The message was clear to everyone watching. Piers mattered more to Edward than his wife, his kingdom, or his duty to produce heirs. Isabella's French relatives returned home with tales of how shabbily she was being treated, adding international embarrassment to domestic scandal. The first political crisis came quickly. By April 1308, barely 2 months after the coronation, the barons had forced Edward to agree to Piers's exile. The Gascon was sent to Ireland, nominally as the king's lieutenant there, but really to get him away from court and hopefully cool the political temperature. Edward complied reluctantly, reportedly weeping at their parting, and immediately began scheming to bring his favourite back. The exile lasted about a year. Piers actually did reasonably well in Ireland, conducting military campaigns with some success, and demonstrating that he had genuine administrative abilities. He fought against Irish chieftains, stabilised English-held territories, and showed that he could be a competent lieutenant when given meaningful responsibilities. Some historians have suggested that if Piers had been sent to Ireland permanently, given a real job away from the English court, the whole crisis might have been avoided. He had talents that could have been useful to the crown if deployed somewhere his presence didn't provoke constant conflict. But Edward couldn't bear the separation. He wrote letters to Piers, sent gifts and messages, and apparently counted the days until he could bring his favourite back. The king's attachment showed no sign of diminishing despite the distance. If anything, separation seemed to intensify his longing. Contemporary observers noted that Edward was distracted, morose, and uninterested in governance during Piers's absence, exactly the symptoms you'd expect from someone pining for an absent lover. In 1309, Edward successfully negotiated Piers's return. He made various concessions to the barons, agreeing to reforms, promising better behaviour, perhaps bribing key nobles to drop their opposition. The Pope was persuaded to lift the threat of excommunication that had been used to enforce the exile. Parliament reluctantly agreed to allow Piers back, though with warnings that he must behave more moderately this time. Everyone understood that this was probably a temporary reprieve rather than a permanent solution. Piers returned to England in the summer of 1309, and Edward's joy was obvious to everyone at court. The favourite resumed his former position, receiving lands and offices as if the exile had never happened. Whatever promises had been made about moderate behaviour were quickly forgotten. Within months, the old patterns reasserted themselves: Piers dominating royal council, Piers receiving disproportionate favour, Piers mocking the nobles who had forced his exile. It was as if neither Edward nor Piers had learned anything from the crisis they had just survived. The pattern would repeat several times over the next few years. The barons would demand Piers's removal. Edward would resist, then eventually comply. Piers would be exiled. Edward would scheme for his return. Piers would come back. The barons would become even angrier. Each cycle ratcheted up the tension and reduced the space for compromise. What made the situation so intractable was that both sides were operating from incompatible premises. Edward believed that as king, he had the right to choose his own friends and advisers, to distribute patronage as he saw fit, and to run his court according to his own preferences. The barons believed that they had a legitimate role in governance, that royal favourites who displaced them from their rightful positions were a threat to the kingdom, and that a king who couldn't or wouldn't control his personal attachments was unfit to rule. Neither side could accept the other's fundamental assumptions. The barons' grievances went beyond jealousy of Piers's position, though that was certainly part of it. They believed, not without reason, that Piers's influence was leading Edward to neglect his duties as king. Military campaigns were mismanaged. Revenues were squandered. Patronage flowed to Piers's supporters rather than to those who deserved it. Scotland, which Edward the Elm had nearly conquered, was slipping back toward independence under Robert Bruce. The kingdom was suffering, and the barons blamed Piers. In 1310, the political situation finally exploded. A group of barons known as the Lords Ordainers forced Edward to accept sweeping reforms limiting royal power and, crucially, mandating Piers's permanent exile. The ordinances of 1311 were a comprehensive attempt to restructure the relationship between crown and nobility, but everyone understood that their real target was Piers Gaveston. The favourite was to leave England and never return, on pain of death. The ordinances themselves were a remarkable document, reflecting decades of accumulated baronial grievances against the crown. They limited the king's ability to make war, grant lands, or appoint officials without baronial consent. They required regular parliaments and gave the barons a formal role in governance that went far beyond traditional feudal council. They were, in essence, an attempt to transform England from a personal monarchy into something closer to an aristocratic oligarchy. The 21 Lords Ordainers who drafted these reforms included most of the major nobles of England: Lancaster, Warwick, Pembroke, Hereford, and others whose power collectively exceeded the king's own. They had been appointed with Edward's reluctant consent, empowered to ordain and establish the estate of our household and of our realm. The king had little choice but to accept their appointment. The alternative was civil war, and Edward was not yet ready for that confrontation. The drafting process took over a year, with the Ordainers examining every aspect of royal government and finding much to criticise. They documented financial irregularities, complained about grants to unworthy favourites, demanded the removal of specific royal servants, and established mechanisms for ongoing baronial oversight. The final document contained 41 clauses, of which the 20th, requiring Piers's exile, was the most politically charged. The language used to condemn Piers was striking. The ordinances accused him of evil counsel, of leading the king away from good advice, of impoverishing the crown and damaging the realm. They declared that his presence was incompatible with good governance and that he must leave England forever. The destination of his exile was specified. He was to go to Gascony, far from the English court, and never return. If he came back, he would be treated as an enemy of the king and realm, subject to execution without further legal process. Edward accepted the ordinances publicly, probably calculating that he could evade them later. The formal ceremony of acceptance was elaborate, designed to bind the king as firmly as possible to his commitments. But everyone who knew Edward suspected that he would not honour restrictions that separated him from Piers. The question was when, not whether, he would try to bring his favourite back. Once again, Edward complied publicly while scheming privately. Piers went into exile, travelled to Flanders, and then, in December 1311, returned to England in defiance of the ordinances. Edward welcomed him back, apparently believing that he could somehow protect his favourite from baronial vengeance. It was a fatal miscalculation. The barons had had enough. In May 1312, Piers was at Scarborough Castle, when a baronial force led by the Earl of Pembroke surrounded the fortress. After negotiations, Piers surrendered under a safe conduct guarantee, apparently believing that his life would be spared while his fate was determined through proper legal processes. Pembroke was known as a moderate, someone who might be willing to negotiate rather than simply execute the hated favourite. The negotiations at Scarborough were complex and ultimately misleading. Pembroke swore oaths guaranteeing Piers's safety, promising that he would be held securely while Parliament decided his fate. Piers apparently believed these guarantees. Perhaps he had no choice, as Scarborough was running low on supplies and couldn't withstand a prolonged siege. He emerged from the castle and surrendered himself to Pembroke's custody, trusting that the Earl's honour would protect him. The safe conduct was genuine, at least from Pembroke's perspective. Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, was a careful, legalistic man who took his oaths seriously. He intended to deliver Piers to Parliament, where a formal trial or negotiation might settle the matter. Pembroke probably hoped to use Piers as a bargaining chip, extracting concessions from the king in exchange for the favourite's life. It was a reasonable strategy, and it might have worked if all the barons had shared Pembroke's moderate approach. But other barons were less patient. While Pembroke was temporarily absent, he had stopped at Dedington in Oxfordshire and left Piers under guard while he visited his wife nearby. The Earl of Warwick struck. Warwick led an armed force to Dedington, seized Piers from his guards and carried him off to Warwick Castle. Pembroke's safe conduct meant nothing to Warwick, who had neither given it nor felt bound by it. The black dog finally had his tormentor in his jaws. The seizure of Piers violated all the conventions of chivalric conduct. Safe conducts were supposed to be honoured. Breaking them was considered deeply dishonourable. Pembroke was furious at the violation of his guarantee and the damage to his reputation, but there was nothing he could do. Warwick had Piers, and Warwick had no intention of giving him up for any negotiation. But other barons were less patient. While Pembroke was temporarily absent, the Earl of Warwick, the Black Dog of Arden whom Piers had mocked, seized the captive and carried him off to Warwick Castle. There, after a brief and probably illegal trial, Piers Gaveston was taken to a place called Blacklow Hill and beheaded. 2 Welshmen performed the actual execution, running Piers through with swords before cutting off his head. The most hated man in England was finally dead. Edward II's reaction to Piers's death was exactly what you'd expect. He was devastated, inconsolable, consumed by grief and rage. He refused to attend the funeral for weeks, apparently unable to face the reality of his loss. When he finally did arrange burial, it was an elaborate ceremony at the Dominican Friary in Langley, conducted with royal honours that demonstrated how much Piers had meant to him. Edward never forgave the barons responsible for the murder, and the desire for vengeance would shape his policies for years to come. The grief Edward displayed was remarkable in its intensity and duration. Medieval kings were not expected to show such emotion over the death of a mere favourite. They were supposed to maintain royal dignity, to accept losses stoically, to move forward with the business of governing. Edward did none of these things. He withdrew from public life for extended periods, neglected his duties, and spoke constantly of his lost friend. The court watched with a mixture of sympathy and alarm as the king seemed unable to function. Edward's devotion to Piers's memory extended to practical matters. He arranged for masses to be said for Piers's soul at churches throughout England, funding perpetual prayers for a man the church might have considered a sinner. He collected Piers's debts and arranged for their payment, an unusual act of financial generosity from a king not known for loosening his purse strings. He kept items that had belonged to Piers, mementos of their relationship, apparently as tokens of remembrance. The eventual burial at Langley in 1315, 3 years after the execution, was an extraordinary event. Edward had finally secured proper ecclesiastical authorization for Piers's interment, overcoming the technical problem that Piers had been excommunicated at the time of his death. The ceremony was conducted with full royal honours, attended by bishops and nobles, featuring all the elaborate ritual that medieval Christianity provided for the departed. It was, in effect, a state funeral for a man who had been murdered by agents of the state. The choice of Langley was significant. It was a royal residence that Edward particularly favoured, a place where he and Piers had spent happy times together. By burying Piers there, Edward ensured that he could visit the grave regularly, maintaining the connection even after death. The friary at Langley became a kind of shrine to the lost favourite, a place of pilgrimage for a congregation of one. The death of Piers Gaveston did not resolve England's political problems. If anything, it made them worse. Edward emerged from his grief with a deep hatred for the earls who had killed his favourite, particularly Warwick and Lancaster. The barons, having resorted to murder, had crossed a line that made reconciliation extremely difficult. The kingdom remained divided, unstable, and unable to address the growing Scottish threat that would culminate in the disastrous English defeat at Bannockburn in 1314. The Battle of Bannockburn was the worst English military disaster in centuries. Edward led a large army into Scotland, hoping to relieve the siege of Stirling Castle and demonstrate that he could be a warrior king after all. Instead, his forces were routed by Robert Bruce's smaller but better-led Scottish army. English knights drowned in bogs, were cut down in flight, or surrendered in disgrace. Edward himself barely escaped capture, fleeing the field in a manner that confirmed every doubt about his military abilities. Scotland won its independence, and Edward's reputation never recovered. The scale of the defeat was staggering. Estimates suggest that Edward brought somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 men to Scotland, one of the largest English armies ever assembled. Bruce had perhaps half that number, but used terrain and tactics brilliantly. The English cavalry, the backbone of medieval military power, charged into prepared positions and were destroyed piecemeal. The infantry, demoralised by the cavalry's failure, broke and ran. The pursuit lasted for miles, with Scottish soldiers cutting down fleeing Englishmen who couldn't escape the marshy ground. Among the dead and captured were some of the highest nobles in England. The Earl of Gloucester was killed leading a charge. The Earl of Hereford was captured and later exchanged. Dozens of knights and barons died or fell into Scottish hands, their ransoms enriching Bruce's kingdom and impoverishing English noble families. The flower of English chivalry, raised on stories of Edward III's conquests, had been destroyed by Scottish spearmen in a single afternoon. Edward's personal conduct during the battle was controversial. Some accounts suggest he fought bravely, but was overruled by cautious advisers who insisted on his escape when the battle turned against him. Others imply that he fled at the first sign of trouble, abandoning his men to save himself. Whatever the truth, his departure from the field while his army was being slaughtered looked like cowardice to contemporary observers. A king was supposed to lead his men, to stand with them in victory or defeat. Edward's flight confirmed suspicions that he wasn't really a warrior king at all. The aftermath of Bannockburn was political as well as military catastrophe. Scotland was effectively lost. It would take another 3 centuries before the crowns were united again, and then under a Scottish king. Northern England faced raids and devastation as Bruce's forces crossed the border with impunity. Edward's authority, already weakened by the Gaveston crisis, collapsed almost entirely. The barons who had killed Piers now felt vindicated. Clearly the king was incompetent, and their intervention had been justified. In the years following Bannockburn, Edward's reign lurched from crisis to crisis. He continued to seek favourites, eventually settling on a father and son pair named Hugh Despenser, who would prove even more controversial than Piers Gaveston. The Despensers were greedier, more ruthless, and more actively involved in political scheming than Piers had been. They used their position to accumulate vast lands in Wales, and to persecute their enemies with a viciousness that made Piers look benign by comparison. But that's a story for later chapters. For now, let's reflect on what the Gaveston affair reveals about medieval kingship and its limitations. Edward II's attachment to Piers Gaveston was not, in itself, unique. Medieval kings often had favourites, and some of those relationships were intense and possibly sexual. What made Edward's case different was his complete inability to manage the political consequences of his personal feelings. A wiser king might have found ways to favour Piers while still maintaining relationships with the established nobility. He might have been more discreet about his attachment, distributed patronage more broadly, and avoided the constant provocations that turned the entire baronage against him. He might have recognised that kingship came with obligations that sometimes required subordinating personal desires to political necessities. Edward apparently couldn't or wouldn't do any of these things. The barons, for their part, demonstrated both the power and the limits of aristocratic resistance to royal authority. They could force the king to exile his favourite, could impose constitutional reforms limiting royal power, could even murder peers when he defied their demands. But they couldn't make Edward actually govern well, couldn't force him to be the king they wanted, couldn't transform his fundamental character. Their victory over Piers Gaveston was ultimately Pyrrhic. They removed the favourite but couldn't solve the underlying problem of a king who seemed incapable of ruling effectively. The role of Queen Isabella in these events is worth noting, though she would become much more prominent in the later stages of Edward's reign. During the Gaveston years, Isabella was still young, still trying to establish herself, still hoping perhaps that her marriage might somehow work. She apparently resented Piers, who wouldn't resent a rival for a spouse's affection, but she wasn't yet in a position to act on that resentment. Her time would come, and when it did, she would prove far more dangerous to Edward than Piers Gaveston ever was. The scandal of Edward the Sioux and Piers Gaveston also raises questions about how we should understand medieval sexuality. Modern observers often want to classify the relationship as either gay or straight, either sexual or platonic, fitting it into contemporary categories. But medieval people may not have thought in those terms. They condemned sodomy as a sin, but they also valued intense male friendships in ways that modern culture sometimes finds uncomfortable. The boundary between acceptable homosocial bonding and unacceptable sexual conduct was neither clear nor consistently enforced. What seems to have scandalised Edward's contemporaries was not necessarily physical intimacy, though they may have suspected it, but rather the political and social consequences of the relationship. Piers was receiving honours and influence that should have gone to established nobles. Edward was neglecting his wife, his kingdom, and his duty to produce heirs. The relationship was excessive, not primarily because of what happened in private chambers, but because of what happened in public, the displacement of legitimate aristocratic power by an upstart favourite. This interpretation doesn't mean the relationship wasn't sexual. It very well may have been, but it suggests that the scandal was primarily political rather than moral, that the barons would have resented any favourite who displaced them, regardless of the exact nature of the king's attachment. Piers Gaveston was dangerous not because he was sleeping with the king, but because he was ruling through the king, exercising power that belonged by right to the great nobles of the realm. The long-term consequences of the Gaveston affair extended well beyond Edward II's reign. The precedent of barons deposing a royal favourite, and eventually, as we'll see, deposing the king himself, contributed to the development of constitutional ideas about the limits of royal authority. If a king could not choose his own friends without baronial approval, what other aspects of royal power might be subject to similar constraints? The questions raised by Edward's reign would echo through subsequent centuries of English political development. The Gaveston scandal also demonstrated the dangers of relying too heavily on a single favourite. Medieval kings needed advisors and needed to distribute patronage, but concentrating too much favour in one person created resentment and instability. Later English monarchs would sometimes fall into similar traps, James I with the Duke of Buckingham, for instance. But the cautionary example of Edward the Bede and Piers Gaveston was always available for those who cared to learn from history. The physical remains of Piers Gaveston were eventually moved from Langley to a more permanent resting place, though the exact location of his final burial is uncertain. His tomb, whatever it looked like, has not survived. He lives in historical memory not as a physical monument, but as a character in one of medieval England's most dramatic political tragedies. The favourite who rose too high, fell too far, and brought a kingdom down with him. Edward II's attachment to Piers also reveals something about the emotional lives of medieval rulers. We sometimes imagine kings as political calculators, making decisions based purely on strategic considerations. Edward reminds us that kings were also human beings with human feelings, capable of passionate attachments that could override political judgment. His love for Piers, whatever form that love took, was genuine and intense, strong enough to survive multiple exiles and political crises. In different circumstances, such devotion might have been admirable. In the context of medieval English kingship, it was catastrophic. The story of Edward and Piers has inspired numerous literary and artistic interpretations over the centuries. Christopher Marlowe's play, Edward III, written in the 1590s, presents the relationship explicitly as romantic and sexual, making Edward a tragic figure destroyed by his love for an unworthy favourite. More recent interpretations have been more sympathetic to Piers, recognising his genuine abilities alongside his fatal arrogance. The story continues to resonate because it touches on timeless themes: the conflict between personal desire and public duty, the dangers of exclusionary favouritism, the tragedy of lovers destroyed by forces beyond their control. We should also consider what Piers Gaveston himself might have thought about his situation. The sources written by his enemies portray him as arrogant, grasping and contemptuous of those he displaced. But from Piers's perspective, he was simply making the most of the opportunities his relationship with the king provided. He had risen from minor Gascon nobility to become Earl of Cornwall and the most influential man in England. Was he supposed to refuse these gifts? To pretend he didn't enjoy the power and wealth that flowed from royal favour? Medieval people were generally quite frank about the pursuit of advancement. Piers was just more successful at it than most. The nicknames Piers gave the great earls, the Black Dog, the Fiddler, Joseph the Jew, suggest either stunning political stupidity or a kind of desperate bravado. He must have known that mocking powerful enemies was dangerous, that every insult would be remembered and eventually repaid. Perhaps he couldn't help himself, finding the pomposity of the English nobility irresistible targets for his wit. Perhaps he believed that the king's protection would shield him from any consequences, or perhaps, sensing how precarious his position really was, he chose to enjoy his enemy's discomfort while he could. The Earl of Warwick's revenge was particularly appropriate given the Black Dog nickname. By seizing Piers from Pembroke's custody and executing him without proper authorization, Warwick demonstrated that the Black Dog indeed had teeth. The execution at Blacklow Hill was not just murder but a message: mock us at your peril. Medieval politics operated on honour and reputation, and insults required violent response to maintain social standing. The manner of Piers's execution, first stabbed, then beheaded, was brutal even by medieval standards. A nobleman should have received a clean beheading by a professional executioner, not an improvised killing by Welsh soldiers. The degradation was deliberate, a final humiliation for the man who had humiliated so many others. Even in death, Piers was denied the dignity his titles should have guaranteed. Edward's response to the murder shaped the remaining years of his reign. He never forgave Lancaster, Warwick and the other barons responsible. When Warwick died of natural causes in 1315, Edward reportedly expressed satisfaction. When Lancaster was finally captured after a failed rebellion in 1322, Edward had him executed, the first execution of an English earl since the Norman conquest. The cycle of vengeance that Piers's death began would continue until Edward himself was deposed and killed. The Gaveston affair also affected English relations with France. Isabella's treatment during the early years of her marriage had offended her father, King Philip IV, and her brothers who succeeded him. French support would eventually be crucial when Isabella moved against her husband in the 1320s. The personal humiliation she suffered while Piers was alive contributed to the political catastrophe that later engulfed Edward. He had made an enemy of his own wife without apparently realising how dangerous that enemy would become. Looking back over the Gaveston years, we can see a king systematically destroying his own position through personal choices he seemed unable to control. Edward II had inherited a powerful kingdom, a strong military apparatus and substantial revenue. He had a beautiful French queen who might have been a valuable partner. He had experienced nobles who were willing to serve him if he showed them basic respect. And he threw it all away for the sake of one man, a charming Gascon whose genuine abilities couldn't compensate for the political catastrophe his presence caused. The tragedy of Edward II and Piers Gaveston is not just that Piers died, though that was certainly tragic, but that his death solved nothing. The underlying problems of Edward's reign, his inability to manage nobles, his military incompetence, his preference for favourites over broader council, continued after Piers was gone. The dispenser favourites who replaced Piers would prove even more destructive. The story of Edward and Piers was just the first act in a longer tragedy that would end with the king's deposition, imprisonment, and probable murder. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The fate of Edward II belongs to later chapters, along with the revenge of Queen Isabella and the terrible end that tradition assigned to the deposed king. For now, let's leave Edward mourning his lost favourite, the barons celebrating their bloody victory, and England lurching toward further disasters. The story of Piers Gaveston is complete, but the story of Edward the Good has many more chapters to run. The scandal of the royal favourite had exposed fundamental tensions in medieval English monarchy. Tensions between personal desire and political obligation, between royal prerogative and baronial rights, between individual attachment and collective governance. These tensions would never be fully resolved during the medieval period, erupting again and again whenever kings chose favourites who aroused aristocratic resentment. Piers Gaveston was neither the first nor the last royal favourite to meet a violent end, but his story remains one of the most dramatic and instructive. Medieval kingship required a delicate balance that Edward II could never achieve. A king needed to reward supporters and cultivate loyal servants, but not so lavishly as to provoke general resentment. He needed personal relationships and trusted advisors, but not exclusive attachments that alienated everyone else. He needed to be strong enough to resist baronial pressure, but flexible enough to accommodate legitimate aristocratic interests. Edward failed at all of these requirements, and Piers Gaveston was both the symbol and the cause of that failure. The lessons of the Gaveston affair were available for subsequent monarchs to learn, though not all of them chose to do so. The dangers of excessive favouritism, the importance of managing noble expectations, the necessity of balancing personal desires against political realities, these were lessons that Edward II's story taught with painful clarity. Those who ignored them often met similar fates. As we continue our journey through medieval royal scandals, we'll encounter more favourites, more jealous nobles, and more political crises driven by personal relationships. The Gaveston affair was extreme in some ways, but representative in others. It showed what happened when the normal tensions of medieval court politics spiralled out of control, when compromise became impossible and violence became inevitable. The blood on Blacklow Hill was the price of failure. Failure to manage, failure to compromise, failure to put kingdom above personal attachment. We'll return to Edward II's story soon enough, when we examine the revenge of Queen Isabella and the fate that awaited the deposed king. For now, Piers Gaveston lies in his grave, cut down in his prime, remembered as the favourite whose elevation provocation destruction. His story is a warning about the dangers of royal favour and the limits of royal power, a warning that echoes down through centuries of English history. We left Edward II mourning his beloved Piers Gaveston, his relationship with the barons shattered beyond repair, his kingdom lurching toward disaster. But Piers was not the end of Edward's troubles with favourites. He was merely the prologue. In the years following Gaveston's death, Edward would find new companions to lavish with affection and patronage, and these new favourites would prove even more catastrophic than the first. More importantly, the woman Edward had neglected and humiliated throughout his reign would eventually have her revenge, and when it came, it would be devastating. Queen Isabella of France had endured a great deal by the early 1320s. She had been married to Edward at 12 years old, shipped off to a foreign country to cement a diplomatic alliance, and then discovered that her husband was far more interested in his male favourite than in her. She'd watched Piers Gaveston receive the honours and attention that should have been hers. She had borne Edward 4 children, proof that the marriage was at least occasionally consummated, while knowing she would never be first in his affections. She had navigated the dangerous politics of the English court, maintaining relationships with both the king and his baronial opponents, trying to find a stable position in an increasingly unstable situation. Throughout the Gaveston years, Isabella had shown remarkable political skill. She had avoided publicly taking sides in the conflict between Edward and the barons, maintaining connections that would prove useful later. She had occasionally acted as a mediator, using her position as queen to smooth over disputes and facilitate negotiations. She had even pleaded for Piers's life at one point, apparently recognising that his death would cause more problems than his continued existence. When Piers was killed anyway, Isabella was among those who worked to prevent the crisis from escalating into full civil war. After Piers's death, there was a brief period when Isabella's position seemed to improve. Edward, grieving but eventually forced to engage with governance, appeared to pay more attention to his wife. They travelled together, appeared at public functions together, and Isabella gave birth to their last children during these years. Some historians have suggested that Edward genuinely tried to be a better husband after losing Piers, recognising perhaps that his neglect of Isabella had contributed to his political problems. Others argue that Edward was simply going through the motions while secretly searching for a replacement favourite. That replacement arrived in the form of Hugh Despencer the Younger, a man who would prove even more destructive to Edward's reign than Piers Gaveston had been. Hugh came from a family that had long served the English crown. His father, Hugh Despencer the Elder, was a veteran courtier who had navigated the political upheavals of Edward's reign with considerable skill. The younger Hugh had married Eleanor de Clare, one of the wealthiest heiresses in England, connecting himself to the royal family and to vast estates in Wales and the Welsh Marches. Unlike Piers Gaveston, who had been content with honours and influence, Hugh Despencer the Younger was actively greedy. He used his position as royal favourite to accumulate lands, systematically targeting the estates of his neighbours and rivals. His methods were ruthless. He manipulated legal processes, brought false charges, intimidated opponents, and occasionally simply seized what he wanted by force. The Despencer territorial empire grew rapidly, concentrated in Wales and the border regions, creating a power base that threatened the independence of other marcher lords. The specific techniques Hugh employed revealed a legal mind turned to predatory purposes. He would identify a property he wanted, then find or manufacture a pretext for seizing it. Perhaps the owner's ancestors had committed some technical violation decades ago. Perhaps there was a disputed inheritance where Hugh could support one claimant against another in exchange for a share of the estate. Perhaps the owner could simply be accused of treason, tried before a friendly court, and stripped of everything. The creativity of Hugh's land grabbing was almost impressive if you could ignore the human cost. One particularly egregious case involved the widow of a prominent nobleman who should have been protected by the chivalric conventions of the age. Hugh decided he wanted some of her lands and proceeded to harass her until she surrendered them. When legal pressure proved insufficient, he allegedly kidnapped her and held her until she agreed to his demands. The details are disputed, but the pattern was clear. Hugh Despencer would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, and his position as royal favourite meant that normal legal protections simply didn't apply to his victims. The terror that the Despencer regime inspired was qualitatively different from anything England had experienced before. Previous royal favourites had been unpopular, but the Despencers were actively dangerous. People whispered that Hugh had spies everywhere, that any word against him would result in arrest and confiscation. Nobles who had once spoken freely in Parliament now measured their words carefully, knowing that criticism could be fatal. The atmosphere at court was poisonous, with everyone watching everyone else for signs of disloyalty. The elder Despencer, far from restraining his son, actively assisted in these acquisitions. Father and son worked as a team, using the king's favour to advance their family's interests at everyone else's expense. They accumulated earldoms, wardships and offices. They packed the royal administration with their supporters. They made themselves indispensable to Edward, while making themselves intolerable to everyone else. The parallels to Piers Gaveston were obvious, but the Despencers were worse, more systematic, more ruthless, and more directly threatening to baronial property rights. The Marcher lords, whose lands bordered the growing Despencer empire, were naturally alarmed. These were tough men, accustomed to defending their territories against Welsh incursions and each other, not the sort to accept being squeezed out by royal favourites. In 1321, a coalition of Marcher lords rose in rebellion, demanding the Despencers' removal. They were joined by the Earl of Lancaster and other nobles who had grievances against the favourites. The rebellion succeeded initially. Parliament exiled both Despencers, and Edward was forced to accept their banishment. But Edward had learned something from the Gaveston crisis, the importance of maintaining royal military capacity. He had spent the years since Bannockburn quietly rebuilding his forces, avoiding the catastrophic defeats that had characterised his earlier reign. When the Despencers were exiled, he bided his time, gathered his strength, and then struck back. In 1322, the royalist forces crushed the Marcher rebellion and captured the Earl of Lancaster, who was executed after a summary trial. The Despencers returned from exile more powerful than ever, and Edward seemed to have finally triumphed over his baronial opponents. The victory of 1322 transformed the political landscape. Edward, for the first time in his reign, was in a dominant position. The opposition was dead, exiled, or intimidated into submission. The Despencers controlled access to the king and used that control to enrich themselves further. Anyone who had supported the rebellion faced confiscation, imprisonment, or worse. The regime that emerged was authoritarian in ways that earlier medieval English government had not been. More centralised, more arbitrary, more willing to use violence against political opponents. Isabella watched these developments with growing alarm. Her position, which had briefly improved after Piers's death, was deteriorating rapidly under the new Despencer ascendancy. Hugh Despencer the Younger actively worked to undermine her, recognising that the Queen was a potential rival for Edward's attention and a focus for opposition sentiment. He reduced her income, dismissed her servants, placed his own supporters in her household, and generally made her life as difficult as possible without openly moving against her. The humiliations Isabella endured during these years were systematic and deliberate. Her French servants were dismissed and replaced with English ones loyal to the Despensers. Her estates were seized or their revenues redirected. Her children were taken from her custody and placed under the control of Despencer allies. She was effectively transformed from queen to prisoner, maintained in a royal style but stripped of any real power or independence. The woman who had once mediated between king and barons was now isolated, surrounded by enemies, and apparently helpless. Some historians have suggested that Hugh Despencer also made inappropriate advances toward Isabella, adding personal insult to political injury. The evidence for this is thin, a few hints in chronicle sources, interpretations of ambiguous situations, but the rumours circulated at the time and contributed to Isabella's later reputation as a wronged woman seeking justified revenge. Whether or not Despencer actually attempted anything improper, the perception that he had became part of the narrative that justified Isabella's eventual actions. Edward's relationship with Hugh Despencer was, like his earlier relationship with Piers Gaveston, the subject of contemporary speculation about its exact nature. The chronicle sources use similar language, excessive affection, immoderate attachment, without being explicit about whether the relationship was sexual. Some modern historians believe Edward was gay or bisexual, and that his relationships with favourites were romantic and physical. Others argue that we're projecting modern categories onto medieval relationships that don't fit them neatly. What's clear is that Edward's attachment to Hugh was as intense and as politically destructive as his earlier attachment to Piers. The opportunity for Isabella to escape her situation came in 1325, through an unlikely channel: diplomacy. England and France had been in conflict over various issues, particularly the status of English-held Gascony and Edward's obligations as a vassal of the French crown. A peace conference was proposed and someone needed to represent the English side. Edward, increasingly paranoid and unwilling to leave England or separate from Hugh Despencer, was reluctant to go himself. Isabella proposed that she conduct the negotiations, using her status as sister of the French king, Charles IV, to facilitate discussions. It was, in retrospect, an obviously risky decision. Sending the neglected and humiliated queen to her home country, where she would be among sympathetic relatives and beyond the Despencer's direct control, was practically inviting her to cause trouble. But Edward apparently didn't see the danger, or perhaps he was relieved to get Isabella away from court for a while. The Despensers, overconfident in their position, raised no effective objection. Isabella sailed for France in March 1325, ostensibly on a diplomatic mission. She would not return for 18 months, and when she did, everything would be different. In France, Isabella was treated as a returning princess rather than a neglected queen. Her brother King Charles welcomed her warmly and listened to her grievances against her husband and his favourites. The French court provided an audience for Isabella's complaints, and the contrast between her treatment there and her treatment in England could not have been more stark. For the first time in years, Isabella was among people who valued her, respected her position, and were willing to support her interests. The diplomatic negotiations provided cover for Isabella's real activities, which were considerably more subversive. She began gathering around her a group of English exiles, men who had fled Edward's persecution after the failed rebellion of 1321-22, men who had lost lands, relatives, or positions to the Despencer regime, men who had every reason to want revenge. Among these exiles was Roger Mortimer, and his arrival would transform Isabella's situation from grievance to revolution. Roger Mortimer was one of the most powerful marcher lords, or had been before the Despensers destroyed him. He had participated in the 1321 rebellion, been captured when it failed, and been imprisoned in the Tower of London under sentence of death. In 1323 he had achieved the remarkable feat of escaping from the tower, apparently through a hole dug in the wall, aided by accomplices who drugged his guards. He fled to France, where he waited for an opportunity to return and recover everything he had lost. Mortimer's escape from the Tower was one of the most dramatic prison breaks in English history. The Tower was supposed to be inescapable, the most secure prison in the kingdom, holding the most important and dangerous captives. Previous escape attempts had failed, and the garrison was specifically charged with preventing exactly what Mortimer accomplished. How he managed it reveals both his resourcefulness and the extent of opposition to the dispenser regime, even within the royal establishment. According to the most detailed accounts, Mortimer had allies among the Tower garrison who were willing to help him for various reasons. Perhaps bribery, perhaps political sympathy, perhaps both. On August 1st, 1323, the Feast of St. Peter's Chains, the constable and garrison were invited to a feast, probably organised by Mortimer's allies. The wine was drugged, or at least consumed enthusiastically enough to render the guards insensible. While the garrison slept, Mortimer was led through a hole in the kitchen wall, climbed the inner wall, descended the outer wall, and escaped by boat across the Thames. The escape was immediately attributed to conspiracy at the highest levels. Gerard d'Alspay, the deputy constable of the Tower, was arrested and later executed for his role in the plot. Others were suspected but never prosecuted. The dispensers were furious that their most dangerous enemy had slipped through their fingers, and they tightened security throughout England. But Mortimer was beyond their reach, making his way to France and eventually to the court of King Charles IV, where he would meet the woman who would become his partner in revolution. Mortimer was everything Edward II was not: decisive, capable, ruthless, and thoroughly heterosexual. He was also apparently quite attractive, at least to Isabella. Within months of her arrival in France, the Queen and the exiled lord had become lovers. The affair was conducted with varying degrees of discretion, but it was widely known among those who paid attention to such things. The French court watched with interest as the English Queen took up with an English rebel. Some were scandalised, others were amused. Everyone understood the political implications. The relationship between Isabella and Mortimer was both personal and political. They genuinely seemed to have been attracted to each other, finding in their partnership something that had been missing from their previous relationships. But they also needed each other practically. Isabella had legitimacy. She was the queen, the mother of the heir, and the sister of the French king. Mortimer had military experience and connections among the English exiles and their continental allies. Together they could potentially do what neither could do alone: overthrow Edward the Q and the dispensers. The plan that emerged was audacious. Isabella and Mortimer would raise an army in the Low Countries, Hainault specifically, where they secured support through the betrothal of Isabella's son Edward to Philippa of Hainault. They would invade England, rally support from the many people who hated the dispensers, and depose the king. The young Edward would become king in his father's place, with Isabella and Mortimer acting as regents. It was a plan that required considerable resources, perfect timing, and a lot of luck. It also required them to actually defeat Edward's forces, which was by no means guaranteed. The betrothal negotiations in Hainault were crucial. Count William of Hainault agreed to provide ships, soldiers and money in exchange for the marriage alliance that would connect his family to the English royal house. The terms were favourable to Hainault. Isabella was negotiating from weakness and had to offer what she could. But the deal provided the military resources that made invasion possible. Without Hainault's support, Isabella and Mortimer would have remained impotent exiles, complaining about their treatment but unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Edward II was belatedly recognising the danger he had created by sending Isabella to France. He sent messages demanding her return, ordered their son Edward, who had joined his mother ostensibly to perform homage for Gascony, to come back to England, and made threats that became increasingly desperate as Isabella ignored them. The dispensers urged stronger action, but what could Edward actually do? His wife was in France, under the protection of the French king, and any military action against her would mean war with France at a moment when England was hardly prepared for it. Edward's letters to Isabella during this period alternate between threats and pleading, demanding obedience one moment and begging for reconciliation the next. He seems genuinely confused about what was happening, unable to believe that his wife would actually move against him. The dispensers were more realistic about the danger, but equally unable to prevent it. All they could do was prepare defences and hope that the invasion, when it came, could be defeated. The invasion force sailed from the Netherlands in September 1326. It was not a large army, perhaps 500 soldiers, including Hainault mercenaries and English exiles, but it didn't need to be. Isabella was counting on English support materialising once she landed, and she was not disappointed. The fleet landed in Suffolk on September 24, 1326, and was immediately joined by local nobles and their retainers. Within days, the trickle of supporters had become a flood. The landing site at Orwell in Suffolk had been carefully chosen. It was far from the Despencer power base in Wales and the west, yet close enough to London to threaten the capital. The local nobility, including Thomas of Brotherton, Earl of Norfolk, who happened to be Edward II's own half-brother, immediately joined Isabella's forces. Norfolk's defection was particularly significant, as he brought not just his own retinue but a powerful message. Even the king's own family had turned against him. The advance through England was more of a procession than a military campaign. Towns opened their gates without resistance. Nobles who had kept their heads down during the Despencer years now openly declared for the Queen. The sheriffs and local officials who were supposed to organise resistance either defected or simply disappeared. Edward's regime, which had seemed so dominant just months earlier, was dissolving like morning mist. The speed of the collapse caught everyone by surprise, including Isabella and Mortimer themselves. They had expected to fight a campaign, to siege castles and defeat royalist armies. Instead, they found themselves welcomed as liberators, their march through England resembling a royal progress more than an invasion. The accumulated hatred of the Despensers, the resentment of Edward's tyranny, the sympathy for the wronged Queen, all of these combined to produce a revolutionary moment when almost everyone chose the same side. The few who remained loyal to Edward found themselves isolated and increasingly desperate. Henry, Earl of Leicester, tried to raise forces in the Midlands but found no one willing to join him. Various royal officials attempted to organise resistance, but discovered that their authority had evaporated. The Despensers' elaborate network of control, which had seemed so comprehensive, proved to be built on fear rather than loyalty. When the fear lifted, nothing remained. The ease with which the invasion succeeded revealed how isolated Edward and the Despensers had become. Years of arbitrary rule, confiscations and executions had created enemies throughout the kingdom. The Despensers were universally hated. Edward was widely despised. Isabella, by contrast, was seen as a wronged queen, a mother fighting for her son's inheritance, a liberator come to free England from tyrannical favourites. The narrative the invaders presented was compelling, and most people were happy to accept it. Edward and the Despensers fled westward, hoping to reach Wales where they had loyal supporters and strong castles, but their support melted away as they travelled. Garrisons surrendered without fighting. Lords who had seemed loyal discovered urgent reasons to be elsewhere. The elder Hugh Despencer was captured at Bristol, tried by a hastily assembled tribunal, and executed. The charges against him included returning from exile without permission, disinheriting nobles, and generally being a bad person. The trial was a formality. The verdict was predetermined. The execution was brutal. The elder Despencer's execution at Bristol was a public event, designed to demonstrate that the old regime was finished and to satisfy the appetite for revenge that had built up over years of oppression. Hugh Despencer the Elder was over 60 years old, a veteran courtier who had served multiple kings before hitching his fortune to his son's star. He had been a cautious man in his youth, but ambition and greed had led him to participate in his son's predatory schemes. Now he paid the price. The tribunal that condemned him included some of the men he and his son had persecuted. They read out charges that were largely accurate. The Despensers had indeed returned from exile illegally, had indeed seized lands from their rightful owners, had indeed advised the king badly. The elder Hugh was allowed no defence, no opportunity to speak in his own behalf. He was simply condemned and led to execution. The method of execution was hanging, followed by beheading. As a peer of the realm, the elder Despencer might have expected the dignity of simple beheading, but the circumstances were not normal. He was hanged first, drawn down while still alive, and then beheaded. His head was sent to Winchester to be displayed, a warning to anyone who might still support the old regime. His body was left hanging for several days before being taken down for burial. Edward and the younger Despencer continued their flight but were eventually captured in Wales in November 1326. Hugh Despencer the Younger was subjected to one of the most gruesome executions in English history, hanged, drawn and quartered, with additional mutilations that reflected the personal hatred Isabella and Mortimer felt toward him. He was accused of sodomy with the king, among other charges, and his genitals were cut off and burned before his eyes as punishment for this alleged crime. It was medieval justice at its most savage, but few mourned Hugh Despenser. The execution of Hugh Despenser was a public spectacle designed to send a message. He was dragged through the streets, hanged until nearly dead, cut down alive, emasculated, disemboweled, beheaded and quartered. The various parts of his body were sent to different cities to be displayed as warnings. The crowd that watched reportedly cheered throughout, finally able to express their hatred for the man who had terrorized them for years. Isabella watched the execution, apparently unmoved by the suffering of the man who had made her life miserable. Edward II was now a prisoner. His favourites dead, his authority collapsed. The question was what to do with him. Simply killing him would be problematic. He was an anointed king, God's representative on earth, theoretically protected by divine sanction. But he couldn't be allowed to rule either. The solution was deposition, a formal process of removing the king from his throne and replacing him with his son. The legal and theological questions surrounding deposition were genuinely difficult. Medieval political thought generally held that kings derived their authority from God, receiving it through the ceremony of anointing that accompanied coronation. This divine sanction couldn't simply be revoked by human action, or could it? Some theorists argued that a king who violated his coronation oath, who tyrannized his subjects instead of protecting them, had effectively forfeited his divine mandate. Others insisted that only God could remove what God had granted, and that subjects must endure even bad kings as divine punishment for collective sins. Isabella and Mortimer needed a procedure that would legitimate their seizure of power, something that looked like due process rather than naked usurpation. They found their solution in a kind of political theatre, a parliament that would hear charges against Edward, judge him unfit to rule, and authorise his replacement by his son. The fact that the parliament was summoned by people who had no legitimate authority to summon it, that Edward was not present to defend himself, and that the outcome was predetermined did not, in their view, invalidate the proceedings. The deposition of Edward II in January 1327 was a carefully orchestrated affair. A parliament was summoned, though Edward himself was not present. He was held prisoner at Kenilworth Castle. A series of charges were read out against him, that he had allowed himself to be controlled by evil counsellors, that he had lost Scotland and other territories, that he had violated his coronation oath, that he was incompetent to govern. The assembled Lords and Commons agreed that Edward should be deposed, and a delegation was sent to Kenilworth to inform him of their decision. The delegation that visited Edward at Kenilworth included bishops, earls, barons, knights, and representatives of London and other towns, a cross-section of the political nation, designed to demonstrate that the decision to depose him represented a national consensus rather than a factional coup. They confronted Edward with the charges against him and demanded that he renounce the throne in favour of his son. Edward reportedly wept when he heard the news, but he recognised that he had no real choice. If he refused to abdicate, his son's succession might be challenged, possibly leading to civil war. If he accepted deposition, his son would become king peacefully, and Edward might at least retain his life and some dignity. He agreed to renounce the throne, and on January 25, 1327, the young Edward III was proclaimed king. Edward II, no longer king, became simply Edward of Caernarfon, a prisoner of his wife and her lover. The ceremony of renunciation was itself carefully choreographed. Edward appeared before the delegation in black robes, the colour of mourning, symbolising the death of his kingship. The steward of his household broke his staff of office, signifying that the royal household was dissolved. A representative of the delegation formally renounced the homage and fealty that the people of England had sworn to Edward. The man who had been king for nearly 20 years was now a private person, entitled to nothing but whatever mercy his captors chose to grant. The deposition of Edward II set an important precedent in English constitutional history. It established that kings could be removed for cause, that even anointed monarchs were not absolutely immune from accountability. The theoretical implications were profound. If one king could be deposed, any king could be deposed, given sufficient grievances and sufficient force. Future English kings would have reason to remember what had happened to Edward II, and to be cautious about arousing the kind of opposition that had destroyed him. Isabella and Mortimer were now the effective rulers of England, governing in the name of the young Edward III. Isabella was styled the King's Mother, and treated with all the deference due to royalty. Mortimer accumulated titles and lands, enriching himself in ways that reminded observers uncomfortably of the Despensers. The couple made no attempt to hide their relationship, appearing together at public functions, sharing quarters during travels, and generally behaving as if their situation were perfectly normal. The parallels between Mortimer and the favourites who had preceded him, Piers Gaveston, the Despensers, did not escape contemporary notice. Here was yet another man using his relationship with royalty to accumulate wealth and power at the expense of the established nobility. Mortimer's greed was particularly striking, given that he had supposedly invaded England to end exactly this kind of favouritism. He claimed lands, titles, and offices with an enthusiasm that would have impressed Hugh Despenser himself. Mortimer's most provocative acquisition was the title of Earl of March, a new creation that recognised his dominance over the Welsh border regions, where his family had traditionally held power. The earldom came with extensive lands and revenues, making Mortimer one of the richest men in England. Other nobles watched this accumulation with growing resentment, wondering whether they had simply exchanged one set of greedy favourites for another. Isabella's position was more complex. As Queen Mother, she had a legitimate role in her son's minority government. Her involvement in politics was unusual but not unprecedented. Other Queen Mothers had exercised influence over young kings. What made Isabella's situation different was the nature of her relationship with Mortimer and the means by which she had come to power. She was not simply advising her son, she was ruling through him, and everyone knew it. The new regime faced immediate challenges. Scotland demanded recognition of its independence and the return of various territories and treasures. France expected favourable settlement of the disputes that had supposedly been the reason for Isabella's original mission. Various English nobles expected rewards for their support during the invasion, and somewhere in his prison, the former king represented a potential rallying point for anyone dissatisfied with the new order. Isabella's triumph was remarkable by any standard. A woman in medieval society, legally subordinate to her husband, theoretically powerless to act independently, had overthrown one of the most powerful kings in Europe. She had done it through a combination of diplomatic skill, political acumen, personal courage, and sheer determination. The neglected queen, who had endured years of humiliation, had transformed herself into the power behind the throne, the She-Wolf of France, as her enemies called her. The nickname She-Wolf of France was not meant as a compliment. It reflected the scandalised reaction of those who found Isabella's actions. Her adultery, her invasion, her husband's deposition, shocking and unnatural. Medieval women were supposed to be passive, obedient, and subordinate. Isabella had been none of these things. She had taken action when action was necessary, formed alliances with whoever could help her, and used violence when violence was required. Her success frightened people precisely because it suggested that other women might be capable of similar agency. The origin of the nickname is debated. Some attribute it to a later period, others claim it circulated during Isabella's own lifetime. Regardless of when it first appeared, it captured something essential about how Isabella was perceived. Wolves were predators, dangerous animals that hunted in packs and showed no mercy to their prey. A she-wolf was doubly threatening, a female creature behaving with masculine aggression, violating the natural order in ways that medieval people found deeply disturbing. Yet the same qualities that made Isabella a she-wolf to her critics made her a heroine to others. She had freed England from tyrants. She had stood up for her rights when her husband refused to protect them. She had shown courage, determination, and political skill of the highest order. For those who had suffered under the Despensers, Isabella was not a wolf but a saviour. The relationship between Isabella and Mortimer would eventually collapse, and Edward III would eventually assert his own authority, ending his mother's regency in dramatic fashion. But those developments belong to a later part of the story. For now, in early 1327, Isabella was at the height of her power, having achieved a revenge that exceeded anything she could have imagined during her years of humiliation. The Despensers were dead. Her husband was deposed and imprisoned, and she ruled England through her compliant young son. The fate of Edward II after his deposition remains one of the most debated questions in medieval English history, and we'll examine it in detail in our next chapter. For now, let's appreciate what Isabella's invasion and triumph tell us about medieval politics, gender, and power. They show that the formal structures of medieval society, which placed women firmly under male authority, could be circumvented by determined individuals with the right resources and opportunities. They demonstrate that years of accumulated grievances could explode into revolutionary action when circumstances permitted. And they remind us that medieval politics was as much about personal relationships, love, hatred, jealousy, revenge, as about abstract constitutional principles. Isabella's revenge was personal before it was political. She'd been humiliated by her husband's preference for favourites, stripped of her dignity and independence by the dispensers, treated as an inconvenience rather than a partner. Her response was equally personal. She took a lover who represented everything her husband was not, allied herself with men who had been wronged as she had been wronged, and destroyed those who had destroyed her happiness. The political consequences of her actions were enormous, but the motivations were fundamentally human. The story of Isabella and the dispensers also illustrates the dangers of royal favouritism, extending the lesson we learned from Piers Gaveston. The dispensers were more competent than Gaveston in some ways. They actually accumulated lasting wealth and power, but they were even more destructive to Edward's reign. Their greed alienated not just the nobility, but virtually everyone who came into contact with them. Their persecution of opponents created a mass of enemies waiting for revenge. Their mistreatment of the Queen gave those enemies a sympathetic leader. Edward II might have survived the dispensers if they had been more moderate. The regime might have persisted if they had been less offensive. But moderation was not in their nature, and the consequences were catastrophic. The speed of Edward's collapse in 1326 is striking. A king who had ruled for nearly 20 years, who had crushed a major rebellion just 4 years earlier, who commanded significant military resources, this king was overthrown in a matter of weeks by an invasion force smaller than some baronial retinues. The explanation lies in the accumulation of grievances, the isolation of the king from potential supporters, and the skill with which Isabella presented herself as a liberator rather than a rebel. She was fighting tyranny, not legitimate monarchy. She was protecting her son's inheritance, not pursuing personal ambition. She was punishing evil favourites, not attacking the crown itself. The framing made all the difference. Isabella's triumph also depended on her willingness to use violence. She executed the dispensers with deliberate brutality, making examples of them that would discourage future opposition. She imprisoned her husband and allowed, or ordered, whatever happened to him in subsequent months. She was not squeamish about the methods necessary to seize and maintain power. In this, she was no different from the men around her. Mortimer was equally ruthless, and medieval politics generally rewarded those who were willing to use force. But a woman behaving this way attracted special condemnation and special fascination. The romance between Isabella and Mortimer added a dimension to events that purely political analysis tends to miss. They were genuinely attracted to each other, genuinely partners in both personal and political senses. The relationship energized both of them, giving Isabella the emotional support she'd never received from Edward, and giving Mortimer the access to legitimacy he needed to pursue his ambitions. Their enemies saw the affair as proof of Isabella's immorality. Their supporters saw it as natural compensation for years of neglect. Both perspectives captured part of the truth. What would have happened if Edward II had treated Isabella better? It's impossible to know, but one can speculate. If Edward had been a more attentive husband, if he had limited the dispenser's power, if he had maintained his queen's dignity, might she have remained loyal? Possibly. Medieval queens often tolerated difficult situations because they saw no alternative. Isabella's situation became intolerable because the dispensers made it so, and Edward allowed them to. His failure as a husband created the personal grievances that motivated her revenge, and his failure as a king created the political conditions that made her revenge possible. The deposition of Edward II also raised questions about the nature of royal authority that would continue to trouble English political thought for centuries. If a king could be deposed for being incompetent, where was the line between acceptable royal behaviour and deportable offences? Who got to make that determination? The precedent of 1327 would be invoked when Richard II was deposed in 1399, and again during the 17th century conflicts between Crown and Parliament. Each invocation refined and expanded the doctrine, gradually establishing the principle that kings ruled by something more than pure divine right, that there were conditions and expectations attached to royal office. Isabella's story resonates today partly because it involves themes that remain relevant: marital neglect, the desire for revenge, the empowerment of the marginalised. She was not a proto-feminist. Her goals were personal and dynastic, not ideological, but her success demonstrated that women could act effectively in politics when circumstances aligned. Her example was cautionary for men who assumed that women were powerless, and inspiring for women who chafed under restrictive social roles. The she-wolf of France had accomplished what would have seemed impossible a few years earlier. She had invaded her husband's kingdom, overthrown his government, executed his favourites, deposed him from the throne, and installed her son in his place, all while maintaining an open affair with one of her husband's greatest enemies. It was an extraordinary achievement, born from extraordinary circumstances, and it would be remembered for centuries as both a cautionary tale and a triumph of determination over adversity. As we prepare to examine the fate of the deposed Edward II in our next chapter, we should appreciate how dramatically Isabella had changed the political landscape of England. The favourites were dead, the king was imprisoned, a new reign had begun, but questions remained. What would happen to Edward? Could Isabella and Mortimer maintain their power? And would the young Edward III eventually assert his own authority? The answer to all these questions would come soon enough, and they would be dramatic indeed. For now, Isabella savoured her victory, and England adjusted to new rulers whose legitimacy depended on a deposition, an invasion, and a love affair. Not exactly the foundations medieval political theory recommended, but effective nonetheless. The she-wolf had won, and her enemies had learned too late the danger of underestimating a wronged queen with nothing left to lose. We left Edward II deposed, imprisoned, and at the mercy of his wife and her lover. The question that hung over the new regime was obvious. What should be done with the former king? He couldn't be allowed to rule again. His return would mean civil war and the destruction of everyone who had supported his overthrow. But keeping him alive indefinitely posed its own risks. As long as Edward lived, he represented a potential rallying point for malcontents, a living symbol of legitimate authority that might be restored. The problem of the deposed king demanded a solution, and in September 1327, that solution apparently arrived in the form of one of history's most notorious alleged murders. Edward II was initially held at Kenilworth Castle, in the custody of his cousin Henry, Earl of Lancaster. The conditions there were relatively comfortable. Edward was a prisoner, but he was a royal prisoner, entitled to some dignity and decent treatment. Lancaster, despite having participated in the deposition, seems to have felt some sympathy for his fallen cousin. He allowed Edward visitors, provided reasonable accommodations, and generally treated him as a gentleman in unfortunate circumstances rather than a criminal awaiting punishment. This relatively lenient treatment made Isabella and Mortimer nervous. Every day that Edward lived in comfort was a day when he might be rescued, when conspirators might form plans, when the regime's enemies might gather around the former king as a symbol of opposition. In April 1327, Edward was transferred from Kenilworth to Berkeley Castle in Gloucestershire, into the custody of Thomas de Berkeley and John Maltravers, men with strong reasons to hate the former king and no particular inclination toward mercy. Berkeley Castle was a grimmer prison than Kenilworth. The accommodations were deliberately uncomfortable, designed to break Edward's spirit and perhaps hasten his death through natural causes. According to later accounts, he was held in a chamber above the castle's charnel house, where the stench of decaying corpses rose through the floor. His keepers treated him with casual cruelty, providing inadequate food, denying him proper clothing, and generally making his existence as miserable as possible. The hope, apparently, was that Edward would conveniently die of illness or despair, solving the problem of his continued existence without requiring anyone to take direct action. The conditions at Berkeley were designed to humiliate as well as weaken. Edward, who had been one of the most powerful men in Europe, was now reduced to begging for basic necessities. The contrast between his former magnificence and current misery was part of the punishment, a constant reminder of how far he had fallen. His jailers reportedly shaved his beard with cold ditch water, mocking his pretensions to royal dignity while subjecting him to petty indignities. Some accounts suggest that Edward was moved between different locations within the castle, never allowed to settle into any routine that might make his captivity more bearable. The uncertainty was itself a form of torture, not knowing what would happen next, whether rescue might come, whether each day might be his last. Medieval prisoners often spent years in such conditions, their minds deteriorating along with their bodies, forgotten by everyone except their captors. The rescue attempt that occurred in the summer of 1327 showed that Edward still had supporters willing to risk their lives for him. A group of conspirators managed to penetrate the castle's defences and came close to freeing the former king before being discovered and captured. The attempt failed, but it demonstrated that Edward remained a viable political symbol, someone around whom opposition to Isabella and Mortimer might crystallise. This was precisely the danger that made his continued existence so problematic for the new regime. But Edward proved surprisingly resilient. Despite the harsh conditions, despite the psychological torture of his imprisonment, he refused to die. Weeks passed, then months, and the deposed king remained stubbornly alive. For Isabella and Mortimer, this persistence was increasingly problematic. There had already been at least one attempt to rescue Edward, and as long as he lived, there would be more. The situation demanded a more direct solution. What happened next is one of the most debated questions in medieval English history. According to the traditional account, which emerged in chronicles written in the decades after Edward's death, he was murdered on the night of September 23rd, 1327, in a manner designed to leave no visible marks on his body. The method allegedly used was a red-hot poker or spit, inserted into his body through a horn to prevent external burns. The screams of the dying king were reportedly heard throughout the castle and the surrounding village, a sound so terrible that people remembered it for generations. This account, what we might call the red-hot poker narrative, has become the standard version of Edward III's death, repeated in countless histories, depicted in plays and films, and embedded in popular consciousness. Christopher Marlowe's play, Edward II, ends with this murder, presenting it as a fitting punishment for the king's supposed sins. The story has survived for nearly 7 centuries, becoming one of the most famous death scenes in English history. But should we believe it? Modern historians have become increasingly sceptical of the traditional account, noting several problems with the evidence. The earliest chronicles don't mention the red-hot poker. That detail appears only in later sources, written decades after the events. The specific method of killing, while certainly gruesome, has a suspicious symbolic neatness that suggests it might be propaganda rather than fact. And there are alternative theories about Edward's fate that deserve serious consideration. Let's examine the red-hot poker story more carefully. The detail first appears in chronicles written in the mid-14th century, particularly in the work of Geoffrey le Baker, who wrote around 1356-1357. By that time, Edward had been dead for 30 years, and le Baker's account was based on hearsay and legend rather than eyewitness testimony. Earlier chronicles mention that Edward died at Berkeley Castle, but don't specify the method. The progression from vague reports of death to specific gruesome details suggests that the story grew in the telling. The symbolism of the alleged murder method is also striking. Medieval people loved symbolic punishments, where the nature of the penalty reflected the nature of the crime. The red-hot poker, inserted in the manner described, was obviously connected to contemporary accusations that Edward had engaged in sodomy with his male favourites. The punishment fit the supposed crime in a way that medieval audiences would have found satisfying, poetic justice for a king whose unnatural lusts had allegedly destroyed his reign. This very neatness makes some historians suspicious. Real murders are usually messy and improvised. Symbolic murders are the stuff of legend and morality tales. Some scholars have argued that Edward wasn't murdered at all, at least not in September 1327. There are hints in the historical record suggesting that he may have survived, perhaps escaping from Berkeley Castle and living out his days in obscurity on the continent. A letter allegedly written by a papal notary in 1337, known as the Fieschi letter, claims that Edward escaped with the help of a sympathetic guard, lived as a hermit in various locations, and eventually ended up in Italy. This letter is itself controversial. It might be genuine, it might be a forgery, it might be based on confused rumours, but it demonstrates that alternative narratives about Edward's fate circulated even in his own century. Other historians accept that Edward died at Berkeley in 1327, but question whether he was murdered or simply died of natural causes, perhaps helped along by the deliberately harsh conditions of his imprisonment. A man in his early 40s, subjected to months of physical and psychological abuse, might well succumb to illness without any need for red-hot implements. This theory has the advantage of explaining why no one was ever punished for Edward's death. If he died naturally, there was no crime to prosecute. The truth is that we simply don't know what happened to Edward III. The evidence is contradictory, the sources are biased, and the passage of 7 centuries has made definitive answers impossible. What we can say is that Edward stopped being a political problem in September 1327, whether through murder, natural death, or escape. For Isabella and Mortimer, the result was the same. The deposed king would never threaten their regime again. The official narrative presented Edward's death as natural, the unfortunate result of illness rather than violence. His body was displayed publicly before burial, apparently showing no signs of injury, which either proves that he died naturally or proves that his killers were clever enough to use a method that left no marks. The funeral was elaborate and well attended, with Isabella reportedly showing great grief for the husband she had just deposed. Whether this grief was genuine, performative, or deeply ironic is impossible to determine. Edward was buried at Gloucester Cathedral, where his tomb became something of a pilgrimage site. Whatever people thought of him in life, in death he became an object of devotion, with miracles reported at his grave and calls for his canonization. This posthumous veneration was awkward for Isabella and Mortimer, who could hardly welcome the idea of their victim becoming a saint. Fortunately for them, the canonization never happened, and Edward remained simply a dead king rather than a holy martyr. The tomb that was constructed for Edward at Gloucester became one of the finest examples of medieval English alabaster carving. The effigy shows a serene, handsome king, nothing like the broken prisoner who allegedly met such a terrible end at Berkeley. Medieval tomb sculptures were aspirational rather than realistic. They showed the deceased as they hoped to appear before God, not as they had looked at the moment of death. Edward's effigy thus presents an idealised version of kingship, a vision of royal dignity that contrasted sharply with the undignified reality of his final years. Pilgrims who visited the tomb reported various miracles: the sick healed, the blind receiving sight, the lame walking again. Whether these reports reflected genuine supernatural events, wishful thinking, or deliberate promotion by the cathedral monks is impossible to determine. What's clear is that Edward's tomb became a significant religious site, drawing visitors and their offerings for decades after his death. The cathedral that houses his remains was substantially rebuilt with the revenue generated by the pilgrimage traffic. The question of who ordered Edward's death, if it was murder, points inevitably toward Isabella and Mortimer. They had the motive, they controlled the keepers, and they benefited most from his elimination. But they were careful not to leave explicit evidence of their involvement. No written order for murder has ever been found. The men who guarded Edward at Berkeley were never charged with his death. The silence of the official record may indicate innocence, or it may indicate a successful cover-up. Medieval politicians understood the value of plausible deniability. The moral implications of Edward's possible murder troubled medieval commentators and continue to trouble historians today. If Isabella and Mortimer killed an anointed king, a man who had been God's representative on earth, they had committed not just murder, but a kind of sacrilege. The deposition itself was constitutionally problematic, but at least it had been conducted through something resembling legal process. Murder was different. Murder was simply crime, unmitigated by any procedural legitimacy. Yet the same commentators who condemned regicide often acknowledged that Edward had been a terrible king, that his favourites had tyrannized the realm, and that his removal had been necessary for the good of the kingdom. The moral calculus was complicated. Could a necessary act be justified even if it was technically sinful? Could political expediency override moral law? These questions would continue to echo through English history, arising again whenever subjects contemplated resistance to royal authority. The legend of Edward II's death, whether factually accurate or not, served an important function in medieval political culture. It warned kings that even anointed monarchs could be destroyed if they pushed their subjects too far. It reminded everyone that power was conditional, that the divine right of kings had practical limits, and it provided a gruesome image that captured the imagination and stayed in the memory. The screaming king, the red-hot poker, the fitting punishment for unnatural vice. True or not, the story did political work, shaping how people thought about kingship and its limits. The fate of Isabella and Mortimer after Edward's death deserves brief mention. For 3 years they ruled England through the young Edward III, accumulating wealth and power while making themselves increasingly unpopular. Their regime was marked by military failure in Scotland, unpopular treaties with France, and Mortimer's growing arrogance. In 1330, the 17-year-old Edward III finally asserted his independence, arresting Mortimer in a dramatic nighttime raid at Nottingham Castle and having him executed for his crimes. Isabella was spared, permitted to live out her days in comfortable retirement, dying in 1358 at the age of about 63. Now, having dwelt perhaps long enough on the alleged horrors of Berkeley Castle, let's step back in time to examine another dramatic confrontation between royal authority and its limits, the conflict between King John and Pope Innocent III that resulted in England being placed under interdict. We touched on this episode earlier when discussing John's many failures, but it deserves fuller treatment as one of the most remarkable church-state conflicts of the medieval period. The confrontation began, as such conflicts often did, over the appointment of an archbishop. When Hubert Walter, Archbishop of Canterbury, died in 1205, the question arose of who should succeed him. Canterbury was the most important church position in England, carrying enormous spiritual authority and considerable political influence. The monks of Canterbury Cathedral, who technically had the right to elect the archbishop, initially chose one of their own number. King John, exercising his customary interference in church affairs, demanded that they elect his candidate instead, John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, a loyal royal servant. The monks, caught between the king and their initial choice, appealed to Pope Innocent III for a ruling. This was exactly the kind of opportunity Innocent had been waiting for. He was perhaps the most powerful pope in medieval history, determined to assert papal supremacy over both spiritual and temporal affairs. Rather than simply choosing between the two English candidates, Innocent rejected both and appointed his own man, Stephen Langton, an English cardinal who had been studying and teaching in Paris. This was not what John had expected. He had assumed that the Pope would either confirm his candidate or at least choose someone acceptable to the English crown. Instead, Innocent had appointed a man John had never met, a scholar with no experience in English administration, someone who would owe his position entirely to Rome rather than to Canterbury or Westminster. John was furious. He refused to accept Langton as archbishop, denied him entry to England, and confiscated the revenues of Canterbury for his own use. Pope Innocent was not a man to back down from confrontation. When John refused to accept Langton, Innocent placed all of England under interdict in March 1208. An interdict was essentially a religious strike, a withdrawal of sacramental services designed to put pressure on the population to force their rulers into compliance. Under the interdict, churches were closed, masses could not be celebrated, marriages could not be performed, and the dead could not receive proper burial rites. For a medieval society where the church provided the framework for understanding life, death, and everything in between, this was catastrophic. The interdict lasted for over 6 years, from 1208 to 1214, making it one of the longest in medieval history. England became a kind of spiritual wasteland, cut off from the normal operations of the church that had structured daily life for centuries. Babies were baptized, but in church porches rather than at the font. The dying received last rites, but only grudgingly. Marriages were conducted outside church doors. The dead were buried in unconsecrated ground, in ditches and fields, denied the burial rites that were supposed to speed their souls to heaven. The practical effects of the interdict touched every aspect of medieval life. Church bells, which had marked the hours of the day and called people to worship, fell silent. The great feasts of the Christian calendar, Christmas, Easter, Saints' Days, passed without proper celebration. The rhythms of agricultural life, which had been intertwined with religious observance, were disrupted. People who had attended church every Sunday, heard Mass on holy days, and punctuated their lives with prayer suddenly found themselves cut off from the rituals that had given their existence meaning. Parish priests faced impossible choices. If they obeyed the interdict and stopped performing services, they abandoned their parishioners to spiritual danger. If they defied the interdict and continued to serve, they risked papal punishment and eternal damnation. Some chose one path, some the other, and the resulting inconsistency added to the general confusion. In one village, services continued. In the next, they stopped. The uneven enforcement made the interdict's burden fall unevenly, depending on local circumstances and individual priestly courage. The monasteries, which were supposed to be exempt from the interdict and continue their internal devotions, became islands of spiritual life in a desert. People would travel miles to attend services at abbey churches, desperate for any connection to the sacramental life they had been denied. The monks, caught between papal obedience and pastoral compassion, did what they could to minister to the desperate faithful. The psychological impact of the interdict is hard to overstate. Medieval people genuinely believed that sacraments were necessary for salvation, that dying without last rites endangered the soul, that marriage without church blessing was somehow incomplete. The interdict didn't just inconvenience people, it threatened their eternal well-being. Every day the interdict continued was a day when souls might be lost, when the spiritual health of the entire nation deteriorated. John's initial response to the interdict was defiance. He confiscated church property, expelled clergy who refused to continue services, and generally behaved as if papal threats meant nothing to him. Some priests continued to hold services in defiance of the interdict, and John protected them. Others fled abroad rather than face royal persecution. The English church was thrown into chaos, divided between those who obeyed the Pope and those who obeyed the king. In 1209, Innocent escalated the conflict by excommunicating John personally. Excommunication was more serious than interdict. It cut John himself off from the church and its sacraments, and it released his subjects from their oaths of allegiance. In theory, an excommunicated king had no legitimate authority. Anyone who overthrew him would be doing God's work. The practical impact depended on whether anyone was willing and able to act on this theoretical permission. John's response to excommunication was more defiance. He continued to rule, continued to collect taxes, continued to confiscate church property. His government functioned reasonably well despite the spiritual sanctions. Some nobles grumbled, but none moved against him. The Pope had deployed his heaviest weapons, and the English king simply ignored them. But John's position was gradually weakening. The constant religious pressure wore on the population and on the nobles who had to manage local affairs. More importantly, Innocent was preparing to deploy a weapon more concrete than spiritual sanctions: military force. In 1212, the Pope authorised King Philip II of France to invade England, promising spiritual rewards for anyone who participated in this holy war against an excommunicated tyrant. Philip was happy to oblige. He had been looking for an excuse to attack England for years. Faced with the prospect of a French invasion blessed by the Pope, John finally capitulated. In May 1213, he accepted Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury, agreed to restore church property, and promised compensation for the clergy who had suffered during the interdict. But Innocent demanded more. John was required to surrender his kingdoms of England and Ireland to the Pope, receiving them back as a papal vassal. The King of England would henceforth hold his crown as a fief from Rome, paying annual tribute and acknowledging papal overlordship. This was an extraordinary humiliation. English kings had always resisted papal claims to authority over secular affairs, maintaining that the crown derived from God directly rather than through papal mediation. Now John was explicitly acknowledging that his kingdom belonged to the Pope, that he was a tenant rather than a sovereign. The practical implications were limited. The Pope couldn't actually govern England from Rome, but the symbolic significance was immense. The surrender to Rome achieved its immediate purpose. The interdict was lifted in 1214, churches reopened, and normal religious life resumed. The threat of French invasion evaporated once John became the Pope's vassal. Attacking him now would mean attacking the Pope's own territory. John had bought survival at the price of dignity, trading his sovereignty for security. The aftermath of the interdict revealed both the power and the limits of papal authority. Innocent had forced one of Europe's most powerful kings to submit, demonstrating that spiritual weapons could have real political consequences. But the victory was incomplete. John remained king, his power over England essentially unchanged despite his nominal vassalage. And the resentment generated by the conflict, resentment of both papal interference and royal mishandling, contributed to the broader crisis that would produce Magna Carta the following year. The interdict also illustrated the vulnerability of medieval populations to conflicts between their rulers. Ordinary English people had done nothing to provoke the Pope's anger. John's quarrel with Innocent was about appointments and authority, not about anything the common folk had said or done. Yet they suffered the consequences, denied sacraments and spiritual comfort for 6 years, because their king and the Pope couldn't agree about who should be Archbishop of Canterbury. Medieval people were used to being pawns in their superiors' games, but the interdict made this dependency unusually visible and painful. Stephen Langton, the archbishop whose appointment had triggered the whole crisis, proved to be a significant figure in English history. Far from being the papal puppet John had feared, Langton became a champion of English liberties, playing a crucial role in drafting and promoting Magna Carta. The man Innocent had appointed to assert papal authority ended up limiting royal authority in ways that served English interests. It was an ironic outcome that neither John nor Innocent could have predicted. The conflict between John and Innocent III became a reference point for subsequent church-state disputes in England. When later kings quarrelled with later popes, commentators looked back to the interdict and its resolution. The precedent was ambiguous. It showed that popes could bring kings to heel, but also that kings could resist for years before finally submitting. The balance of power between spiritual and temporal authority remained contested, with each side claiming victories and nursing grievances. Now, as we approach the conclusion of our journey through medieval English royal scandals, let's step back and consider what we've learned. We've examined murders in cathedrals and forests, vanishing princes and starving prisoners, favourites who rose too high, and queens who had their revenge, kings who defied popes, and kings who allegedly died in gruesome circumstances. Each scandal was unique in its specifics, but together they reveal patterns that help us understand medieval politics and its long-term evolution. The first pattern is the centrality of violence in medieval political life. Nearly every scandal we've examined involved actual or threatened violence. Thomas Becket murdered before the altar, the princes in the Tower probably killed by their uncle, William Rufus felled by a suspicious arrow, Arthur of Brittany vanished into royal custody, Matilda de Breauz starved in a dungeon, Piers Gaveston beheaded by his enemies, the Despensers subjected to appalling executions, Edward II allegedly murdered with a red-hot poker. Violence was not an aberration in medieval politics, but a standard tool, deployed when other methods failed or when the stakes were high enough to justify extreme measures. This violence was not random or senseless. It followed a certain logic targeting people who posed threats to power, rival claimants, inconvenient heirs, overmighty favourites, troublesome churchmen. Medieval rulers calculated the costs and benefits of elimination, weighing the immediate advantage of removing an opponent against the potential backlash from survivors and observers. Sometimes they calculated correctly and got away with murder. Sometimes they miscalculated and paid severe prices for their crimes. The uncertainty of outcomes made political violence risky, but the potential rewards kept it common. The second pattern is the importance of legitimacy and reputation. Even in a violent political culture, rulers could not simply do whatever they wanted. They needed support from nobles, cooperation from churchmen, acquiescence from common people. This support depended partly on practical considerations, fear, interest, habit, but also on perceptions of legitimate authority. A king who was seen as tyrannical, as violating the accepted norms of royal behaviour, faced increasing resistance. A king who maintained the appearance of proper rule, even while committing private crimes, had better chances of survival. The scandals we've examined all involved breaches of legitimacy, violations of what people expected from their rulers. Kings were supposed to protect the church, not murder archbishops. They were supposed to safeguard their relatives, not make them disappear. They were supposed to rule through counsel, not surrender authority to favourites. They were supposed to maintain their dignity, not submit to humiliating papal demands. Each scandal represented a failure to meet these expectations, and each failure damaged royal authority in ways that sometimes proved irreparable. The third pattern is the gradual development of constitutional limits on royal power. The scandals we've examined were not just isolated crimes, but catalysts for institutional change. The murder of Thomas Becket led to Henry II's public penance and a reassertion of church independence. King John's tyranny produced Magna Carta and its principles of due process. Edward II's misrule resulted in deposition and the precedent that kings could be removed for cause. Each crisis generated responses that, over time, accumulated into something like a constitutional tradition, not a written constitution in the modern sense, but a set of expectations and procedures that limited what monarchs could do. This constitutional development was not smooth or inevitable. Kings pushed back against limits, sometimes successfully. Constitutional gains could be reversed, precedents ignored, principles forgotten. The medieval period did not see a steady march toward modern limited government, but the direction of change, over the long term, was toward greater restraint on royal authority. The scandals we've examined contributed to this change by demonstrating what happened when kings ruled without restraint, and by creating opportunities for those who wanted to impose limits. The fourth pattern is the power of narrative and memory. The scandals that survived in historical memory were not necessarily the worst crimes medieval kings committed. They were the crimes that got recorded, remembered, and retold. Chroniclers chose which events to include in their accounts, shaping the raw material of history into stories with moral lessons. The murder of Becket, the disappearance of the princes, the death of Edward II, these became famous partly because they made good stories, because they had drama and moral clarity, because they illustrated truths that medieval audiences wanted to hear. This narrative power meant that scandals had effects beyond their immediate political consequences. They shaped how subsequent generations understood kingship, providing cautionary tales and heroic examples. They influenced how historians wrote about the past, creating frameworks of interpretation that persist to the present day. They entered popular culture, becoming the stuff of plays, ballads, and eventually films. The medieval royal scandals we've examined are still being told and retold, their power to fascinate undiminished after centuries. The fifth pattern is the human element in political history. Behind every scandal were real people with real emotions: love, hate, fear, ambition, jealousy, grief. Edward II's attachment to his favourites was not just a political problem, but a genuine emotional bond that he apparently couldn't break. Isabella's revenge was motivated by personal humiliation as much as political calculation. John's cruelty reflected something dark in his personality, not just strategic considerations. The scandals remind us that medieval politics was conducted by human beings, with all the complexity and irrationality that implies. This human element makes the scandals both more comprehensible and more disturbing. We can understand why Edward loved Piers, why Isabella wanted revenge, why John destroyed the de Braoses. The emotions are recognisable, even if the context is alien. But understanding doesn't mean approving. The human capacity for cruelty, when combined with unchecked power, produced horrors that still shock us 7 centuries later. The scandals are reminders of what people can do to each other when circumstances permit. What lessons can we draw from this long survey of medieval royal scandals? Perhaps the most important is that power without accountability tends toward abuse. Medieval kings had enormous authority, backed by military force, religious sanction, and social tradition. When they used that authority wisely, their kingdoms flourished. When they used it poorly, when they murdered rivals, persecuted critics, elevated favourites beyond reason, the consequences were severe, both for their victims and ultimately for themselves. The development of constitutional limits on monarchy was, in this sense, a response to repeated demonstrations of what unchecked power could produce. The barons who forced John to sign Magna Carta, the nobles who deposed Edward I, the parliamentarians who would eventually challenge Stuart absolutism, all were reacting at least partly to historical memories of royal abuse. The scandals provided evidence, compelling and memorable, that kings needed to be restrained. Another lesson concerns the unpredictability of historical consequences. None of the kings who committed the crimes we've examined expected the outcomes that actually resulted. Henry II didn't expect his angry words to create a martyr whose shrine would draw pilgrims for centuries. Richard III didn't expect the prince's disappearance to cost him his throne and his life. John didn't expect his tyranny to produce a charter that would influence constitutional development for centuries. History is full of unintended consequences, and the medieval scandals illustrate this truth vividly. A final lesson concerns the persistence of human nature. The emotions that drove medieval scandals, jealousy, ambition, revenge, love, hatred, are the same emotions that drive modern conflicts. The specific forms that power takes have changed enormously since the medieval period, but the human capacity for both cruelty and courage remains constant. The scandals we've examined are not just curiosities from a distant past, they're reflections of permanent features of human social life. The medieval English monarchy produced more than its share of scandals, but it also produced remarkable achievements, legal innovations, architectural wonders, literary masterpieces, the foundations of parliamentary government. The same era that witnessed Thomas Becket's murder also witnessed the development of the common law. The same century that saw John's tyranny also saw the creation of Oxford and Cambridge. History is complicated, and the darkness we've explored was always accompanied by light. The royal families of medieval England have long since passed into history, their direct lines extinct, their castles transformed into tourist attractions, their crimes and achievements preserved only in documents and memories. The Tower of London, where princes vanished and prisoners suffered, is now one of England's most popular tourist sites. Canterbury Cathedral, where Becket fell, welcomes visitors from around the world. The past has become heritage, its terrors transformed into entertainment. Yet the questions raised by medieval scandals remain relevant. How should power be distributed and controlled? What obligations do rulers owe their subjects? What happens when those obligations are violated? How do societies remember and learn from past crimes? These questions didn't end with the medieval period. They continue to shape political debates today. The scandals we've examined are not just historical curiosities, but permanent features of how human beings organise their collective lives. We've travelled through centuries of English history, from the Norman conquest to the deposition of Edward the Sea, from cathedral murders to castle dungeons, from defiant kings to vengeful queens. We've met saints and sinners, victims and perpetrators, people who changed history and people who were crushed by it. The royal closet of skeletons has been thoroughly examined, and what we've found is neither simple nor comfortable. The medieval monarchy that produced these scandals eventually evolved into something very different. A constitutional monarchy with limited powers, subject to parliamentary oversight and public opinion. That evolution took centuries and was never guaranteed. But the scandals we've examined played their part, demonstrating repeatedly that unchecked royal power was dangerous and that kings who violated fundamental norms would face consequences. The path from medieval absolutism to modern constitutional government was long and winding, but the signposts included the shrine at Canterbury, the dungeon at Berkeley, and the field at Runnymede where Magna Carta was sealed. As we conclude our journey through these dark chapters of English history, let's remember both the victims and the survivors, the crimes and the consequences, the horror and the humanity. The medieval period was neither the romantic age of chivalry nor the unrelieved darkness of popular imagination. It was a complex, contradictory era when people capable of great cruelty were also capable of great achievement, when the worst and best of human nature existed side by side. The scandals endure in memory because they matter, because they tell us something important about power, about human nature, about the slow, difficult process by which societies learn to limit their rulers' authority. They're cautionary tales, yes, but also stories of courage and resistance, of people who stood up to tyrants and sometimes paid terrible prices. The martyrs, the victims, the resistors, they deserve to be remembered alongside the perpetrators. The Crown of England still exists, worn now by a constitutional monarch whose powers are largely ceremonial. The Tower of London still stands, its ravens still patrolling the grounds where so many prisoners once suffered. The cathedrals where archbishops were murdered and kings were crowned still welcome worshippers and visitors. The past is never entirely past. It lingers in our institutions, our memories, our stories about who we are and where we came from. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the worst scandals of medieval England. We've covered murders and mysteries, betrayals and vengeance, kings who fell, and queens who rose. It's been a dark tour, but an illuminating one, revealing the shadows that lurked behind the pageantry of medieval royalty. The divine right of kings was always more complicated than the phrase suggests, and the monarchs who claimed God's sanction often behaved in decidedly ungodly ways. The stories we've told tonight are part of England's historical memory, passed down through centuries of chronicles, histories, plays, and now YouTube videos. They've been told and retold, interpreted and reinterpreted, as each generation finds new meaning in old events. The conversation between past and present never ends. We're always renegotiating our understanding of history, always finding new questions to ask and new answers to propose. The medieval period shaped the England that would emerge in subsequent centuries, and the scandals we've examined were part of that shaping. The constitutional traditions, the legal principles, the very idea that power should have limits, all these emerged partly from the bitter experiences of medieval tyranny. The victims of royal crime contributed in their suffering to the eventual restraint of royal power. It's cold comfort, perhaps, but it's something. And now, as the hour grows late and the candles burn low, it's time to rest. We've walked through centuries of darkness, explored dungeons and torture chambers, witnessed murders and executions. But tomorrow is another day, and there are always more stories to tell, brighter ones perhaps, or darker ones still. History is inexhaustible, and our curiosity about the past never quite satisfied. The ghosts of medieval England, Becket at his altar, the princes in their tower, Edward in his cell, can rest now, their stories told once more. They've been famous for centuries and will remain famous for centuries more. As long as people wonder about power and its abuses, about human nature and its contradictions, these stories will find new audiences. So now, dear listeners, wherever you are in the world, whatever time shows on your clock, it's time to let these tales settle into memory and drift towards sleep. The scandals of medieval England will still be there tomorrow, waiting for anyone curious enough to explore them. But for now, the castle gates are closing, the cathedral doors are shut, and the long medieval night is drawing to its end. Sweet dreams, everyone. May your sleep be peaceful and your dreams free of red-hot pokers, dungeon cells, and vengeful queens. Thank you for spending this time with me, exploring the shadows of medieval history. Until next time, take care of yourselves, and remember, no matter how bad your day has been, at least you're not a medieval royal favourite. That job had truly terrible benefits. Good night and sleep well.